Okay, we are done with all the concepts of cost sheet. I'll quickly go through the concepts one more time. We started with the format of cost sheet. What does the format start with? Participate. Direct material, opening stock of raw material, add purchases, add incidental expenses, less closing stock of raw material. Then we saw direct labor, direct expenses. We got prime cost, add factory overheads, gross factory cost, add opening WIP, less closing WIP, net works cost or net factory cost. Then we had 5 line items. What are those? Quality control, primary packing, research and development, administration overhead relating to production, credit for recoveries or scrap. Then we got cost of production, add opening FG, less closing FG, cost of goods sold, general and administrative overhead, selling and distribution overhead, cost of sales, profit and then sales. We saw certain terms. One was gross profit, meaning what is gross profit? Is sales minus COGS, and net profit is sales minus stop sales. Don't see anything in the screen, just keep seeing me. Cost of goods available for sale, two formula was there. Opening FG plus cost of production or closing FG plus cost of goods sold. Units computation we do opening stock plus production equal to units sold plus closing stock. Labor we have two types: productive labor, direct labor. Non-productive is indirect labor or our factory overheads. Reward which I pay to providers of capital can be by equity, guys. What we pay equity, guys? Equity dividend ignore. Preference, guys, we pay preference dividend ignore. And debenture holder we pay interest. If it's related to long term funds, ignore it. Not related to long term funds, other funds considered in the cost sheet as a separate line item after the selling and distribution over it. Packing, primary packing, secondary packing. Primary packing preserves quality, which is a separate line item. Secondary packing is to attract or redistribution. Selling and distribution. Freight can be inwards or outwards. Inwards is related to raw material, part of direct material cost. Outwards is related to finished goods, selling and distribution overheads. Income tax is distribution of profit, ignored in cost accounting. Just give me a minute. Okay, these are certain MCQ question. I'm not discussing all, but basically telling you that what MCQ will have is some of the problem which we have solved. For example, we did a question where there was a targeted production of 1 lakh unit. Defective output was 4% of production. Closing stock is 5,000 units. There's no opening stock. How much is the unit sold? Once you solve in that question, if you go back that question, if you had solved the unit sold, after that it was just everything we were automatically getting it. So what I have done is I only kept that adjustment as an MCQ, only that adjustment. But the problem is when you see it as an MCQ, you only focus on this, you'll directly get the answer. When you see as a descriptive, you will see lot extra information with that. That time you will have to be clear on the linkages. You will have to link it. At home, whenever you practice MCQ, indirectly my descriptive questions will get revised with that. Whatever special adjustments I find, some of them I would have converted like this, some I wouldn't have converted. In the same question we saw direct labor was half of raw material consumed. That adjustment was there. So same adjustment is made as one MCQ here. Prime cost 95 lakh. I also added a direct expense in this MCQ example. Direct material and direct labor balancing figure. We did the application there, but you just want to do that adjustment alone. You don't want to solve the entire question. You will just solve the MCQ. You're just going to solve the MCQ. MCQ will help in revising the important descriptive adjustments. The important descriptive adjustments will get revised with the MCQ discussion. That's how we have created the MCQ. Objective is to not revise the descriptive separately. Try to revise it with the concept book itself to the extent possible. Then we saw the next concept, which is valuation of closing stock. What are the two methods we have? FIFO method and weighted average cost method. Under FIFO method, what is the formula? Cost of production divided by units produced into closing stock units. Average cost method, cost of production plus value of opening stock divided by units produced plus the opening stock units multiplied with the closing stock units. Again, some examples are there. If you solve the example, it kind of test. We did in one question a concept called cost of goods available for sale. That is tested in this MCQ. In the MCQ, you test the application of that concept. Scrap of material versus scrap arising out of manufacturing process, normally separate line item. But if the words are scrap of material, scrap of raw material, then it is deducted from the material cost. GST, input tax credit, available, not available. Available, not an expense, we saw in one of the question. If it's not available, considered as a cost in the respective cost category. In the respective cost category. Then we saw variable, fixed, semi-variable. One place we saw is in chapter 1 concept. I've yet to cover chapter 1 fully. Variable cost, fixed cost and semi-variable cost. If problem is silent, direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, selling overheads are variable, admin overhead is fixed, and your factory overheads is an assumption based area. Profit margin can be on cost, can be on sales. If it's on cost, we assume the cost is 100, profit, sales could be 112, 115, 120. If it's on sales, sales is 100, profit is 15, cost can be 85. Cost will always be lower than the sales. These are certain special items. I'm not discussing those items again. And abnormal items and the penalty, fine, damages, all these are ignored in cost accounting. And any subsidy, grant, incentive you receive, it is reduced from the cost category. Now, I have taken 7 minutes to revise the entire chapter. If needed, I can complete this in even 4 minutes also. If I want to revise, because I know what is there at every place. So what you need to do is you'll have to read this multiple times, multiple times, multiple times. By the time we face exam, maybe these 3-4 pages, you would have read at least even 50 times also possible. You'll have to keep reading it multiple times, multiple times. By the time it registers the concept very clearly. I want to, after registering the concept, want to check my understanding. Solve the MCQ below. Solve the MCQ below to check your understanding. I want to check further. Solve the descriptive question. Solve the descriptive. Obviously, descriptive have to be solved. Certain questions you have to pick and solve. But best is concept book, concept understanding, concept MCQ, and some descriptive question. Entire, I've now is the 6th class of mine for cost accounting. Whatever I have done till now, revised in 10 minutes. Or maybe I will go to 15 minutes if I want to do a lengthy explanation. Maybe 15 minutes. Beyond that, I can't explain anything. Whatever we have done is only this much in around maybe some 12-13 hours. This is the time it will take for you to revise, and you should be in a position to revise not once, twice, thrice, multiple times, multiple times, multiple times. Once you revise multiple times, things will register for you. Clear? Any doubts on this? I go back to problems again because I don't have any new concepts to be done. Problem we are solving just to get more and more clarity. Question 15, which is a Jan 25 exam question. It's a practice question. I'm not doing it, but as I do, I normally discuss few items in a practice question, and then you do it at home. But it's a Jan 25 exam question. When it came in exam, it is not related to any question. Study material has multiple questions. Some they pick from question 1, some they pick from question 2, some they pick from question 3, clubbed everything together and asked it. Now I'll discuss only important items here. If you see the items here, most of these items you have already seen. Fee paid to independent director, packaging cost, job charges, salary to supervisor, wages to factory worker, salary paid to production control manager, sale of scrap, selling overheads, general manager, freight inward, quality control. All of this you have already seen when we have done it at different places. We have done this at different places. In fact, one question had the classification oriented question. This with the classification, you also need to do problem solving. Raw material purchased inclusive of GST ineligible. Ineligible means what will happen? ITC is not eligible. It is part of my expenses. If it was eligible, From this 8 lakh, I have to remove the GST component and balance will only form part of my expenses. I have to remove the GST component and balance will form part of my expenses. Okay. Depreciation is as per written down value method. So they have given the WDV and depreciation has to be charged at which method? WDV method. You'll have to charge it as per WDV method. Some calculation has to be done. My important discussion is this. Reading this, can you tell me, should I follow FIFO method or weighted average cost method? Only this I wanted to discuss. FIFO or weighted average, or is it assumption? I have to value the closing stock. Should we follow FIFO method, weighted average, or assumption? Can it be weighted average? Can it be FIFO? Both possible means assumption. Which method should I follow? FIFO method. It says there is a opening stock. Entire stock is sold during the year, which means opening stock is over. So don't consider opening stock in the inventory valuation, or technically don't follow the weighted average cost method because opening stock is fully sold. Closing stock is a subset of the current year production. Closing stock is a subset of the current year production. How will I get the production unit? All that, your that formula, opening stock plus production is equal to what? Closing stock plus units sold. What will become balancing figure and all, I don't know. You practice that at home. But which method will follow? FIFO method. We are going to follow FIFO method. Understood the question? That is the only thing which I wanted to discuss. Other things, I don't see anything new here. I don't see anything new here. It is a classification along with computation orientation. Classification, some items are critical, but computation part is also there. I have to value the inventory and other things. Okay. What is the profit margin they have given? On sales. If I do the total, I'll get only the cost. I'll get only the cost. Profit margin is on sales. So we'll take sales as 100. Profit is 20. Cost is 80. Cost is 80. Clear? Any doubts on this? Self-explanatory. I am not going to solve the question. I can discuss the entire solution also, but doesn't make any sense. You will have to practice this at home. It's a practice question for you. I think third or the fourth question for the day. I don't remember the number of the question. You practice it. Whatever in between is there, practice question. I had one choice to remove this question from the material, but then I thought, no, let us not remove it. Let us give it to the student because during the first time preparation, you have time. Second time preparation, these questions may be ignored. Provided you don't find it difficult. If you find difficult in your marking, I can't do anything. Then you have to see it again. If you find it easy or moderate in your marking, then maybe these are the questions which will get ignored later. Clear? Any doubts on this? Done? Can we proceed? 16, I've already told you it's a practice question of a subset of that 14th question. Clear? Let's come to 17 now. Again, it's an LDR question. Measures Ariba Private Limited has a normal production capacity of 36,000 units of toys per annum. Estimated cost of production are as under. Material cost 40 per unit, labor cost 30 per unit subject to a minimum. Factory overheads fixed is there, variable is there, semi-variable is there, admin overhead fixed is there, selling overheads are incurred at 8 per unit. Each unit of raw material yields scrap which is sold at 5 per unit. In the year 2019, factory worked at 50% capacity for the first 3 months and it will operate at 80% capacity for the remaining 9 months. Selling price is 145. Prepare a cost sheet showing prime cost, works cost. Anyway, in our format, prime cost will come, works cost will come, COP will come, COS will come. Also, what should be the selling price? What should be the selling price for remaining 9 months? Remaining 9 months, so that I achieve a total profit of 876,600. I want the profit to be 876,600. And I am saying you fix the price, you fix the selling price, you fix the selling price. It is similar to one earlier question, but with a lot of changes. We did one question where they said January month 30% or 40% capacity utilization, Feb month 100% capacity utilization. We had to calculate the profit. Here they are saying first 3 months you calculate profit, overall profit I give, also fix the selling price, also fix the selling price for the remaining 9 months, for the remaining 9 months to achieve an annual profit of how much? 876 600. So profit calculation is to be done. Also, there is something on semi-variable cost. What happens, we'll understand as we proceed. First 3 months, one cost sheet. Next 9 month, another cost sheet. Put together is the 12-month number. Put together is the 12-month number. We'll prepare an annual cost sheet. They've asked cost sheet showing prime cost, works cost, COP, COS. Is it 3 monthly they want, 9 monthly want, or overall want? Not very clear. So we will get the overall number also. Overall is 3 month plus 9 month. Why separate cost sheet for 3 months? Because units are different for first 3 months. Units are going to be different for the next 9 months. Some capacity utilization, other things they have mentioned in the question. We're going to do exactly like this question. Go back to the question. This format we are going to do January and February, 3 months and 9 months, but one extra column called as total also. Annual also I want. Annual also I want. So totally 6 columns. Right. Cost sheet for the year ended. For the year ended. We don't know which year and all. Okay, company name is there. Cost sheet of Ariba Private Limited. Ariba Private Limited for the year ended. Ariba Private Limited for the year ended. Totally 6 columns. Particulars. First 3 months calculation and amount. Next 9 months in calculation and amount overall. First 3 months, next 9 months, and overall computation. Questions we'll have to keep practicing. More and more questions we do, more grip will come. Concepts is already done. According to me, the chapter is over. By the time I did the 8th concept, chapter got over. Practice, there is no end to the number of questions you can practice, because as you practice, it will give you more clarity. Exam question could be outside the practiced question also. You will have to handle it. The Jan 25 question which I showed, exact same question is not there in study material or in my material also. But some up and down, somewhere they'll add together. Units sold. Units sold. Units sold. What the capacity utilization first 3 months? 50%. And remaining 9 months? First 3 months, 50% capacity. Remaining 9 months, 80% capacity. Initial line says 36,000 units of toys per annum. Per annum 36,000 means per month 3,000. Per month is 3,000. Per annum is 36,000. Per month. Per month is 3,000. Per month is 3,000. Per annum is 36,000. Per month is 3,000. 3,000 into what's the capacity utilization? 50% into 3 months. Into 50% into 3 months. Give me a minute. Net got disconnected. Okay. So how many units for the first 3 months? 3,000 into 2,100. Next 9 months, 3,000 into 80% into 9 months. Into 80% into 9 months. How many units? 21,600. Put together how many units? 26,100. 26,100. This is the number of units we are selling. Any doubts on this? Direct material. Direct material. Something is mentioned in the question about direct material. Wait, 40 per unit. Wait, 40 per unit. And then each unit of raw material yields scrap. Each unit of raw material yields scrap, which is sold at 5 per unit. Raw material is giving scrap. Raw material is leading to scrap and is sold at what? 5 per unit. So scrap of raw material will be deducted from the material cost. Will be deducted from the material cost. So direct material, underline that. Material cost less scrap, net material cost. Material cost less scrap of material, net material cost. Net material cost. Material cost less scrap of material, net material cost. Net material cost. How much is the material cost per unit given? Into, participate guys, into, this is into, net cost is into 35. Into 40 into 5 into 35. Into 40 into 5 into 35. 1,80,000. You can confirm the numbers. Into 40. Scrap is 5 rupees. Net cost is 35 rupees. 5 and 35. 40 rupees, 5 rupees and 35 rupees. 45 and 35. 40 rupees is the material cost, 5 rupees is the scrap cost, and the net cost is 35. How much we get? 8 lakh 64,000 minus net cost. Put the total of this in the outer column. 10 lakh 44 minus 30,000 net 9 lakh 913,500. Any doubts on this? 40 rupees, 5 rupees, 35 rupees. 45 and 35. 45 and 35. Can you proceed? Any doubts on the material cost? Done. Direct labor, where I have to explain something to you. Direct labor. Direct labor. Listen for some time now. Direct labor. Direct labor 30 per unit, subject to a minimum of 48,000 per month. Subject to a minimum of 48,000 per month. For example, Bharadwaj Institute can tell me that we will pay you 10,000 rupees per student, or a minimum of 2 lakh rupees. Something like that can happen. They can pay me 10,000 per student, or a minimum of 2 lakh rupees. So company is saying we will pay you 30 per unit, or a minimum of 48,000 per month. So wait now. One thing which can happen is 4,500 units into OR 48,000 per month into 3 months. Into 3 months. Whichever is higher will be paid. Whichever is higher will be paid. If 4,530 is more, pay that amount. If that is lower, pay at least 48,000 into 3 months. 48,000 into 3 months. Wait for some time. 4,500 into 30, or what? 48,000 per month into 3 months. Similarly, into 1,600 into 30 OR 48,000 per month into 9 months. production increases, maybe I start paying 30 per unit. Very less production, maybe I'll be forced to pay 48,000 per month, subject to a minimum of what? 48,000 per month. 48,000 per month. The question said 4,500 units or number of units into 30 rupees or 48,000 per month, whichever is higher. Why higher? Because minimum you have to pay 48,000 into 3. You may pay more also. If the first number is more, pay the first number. First number is lower, pay the second number. Pay the second number. Minimum you have to pay what? 48,000 into 3 or 4,500 into 30. If you pay more, okay. If you pay lesser, 48,000 into 3. If you pay lesser, 48,000 into 3. The wordings are very clear. I am going to pay 30 per unit subject to a minimum of 48,000 per month, subject to a minimum of 48,000 per month. If you have more, no problem. If you have lesser, then please pay 48,000 per month. Please pay 48,000 per month. Which one I have to pay in the first one? 1,44,000. 48,000 into 3. 48,000 into 3. 48,000 into 3, I'll pay 1,44,000. Second one, which I have to pay? 6 lakh. I am given both the choices. Employees are very clear. Minimum 48,000. If you're paying more, I'm okay. If you're paying less, minimum 48,000 per month. Minimum 48,000 per month. Put a total. 7 lakh. Any direct expenses there in the question? Do you find any direct expenses? Put a total. Prime cost. Let's not get into direct expenses then. Prime cost. This was one of the requirement of the question. Understood the labor adjustment part? 48,000 per month minimum. Now suddenly this will come after 20-30 questions in some other area. So these are some things you will have to keep picking up. I don't have a concept like this, but the rule is 48,000 per month minimum. What's the total you get? 301. Other one? 15,000. 15 lakh. 4,000. Put together. Any doubts on this? Yep. Can you proceed? Understood the computation? Any doubts on the computation? Today, the entire session, except for that initial part, I explained something. There are no new concepts. Done. Factory overhead. Factory overhead. Underline that. Third, variable, semi-variable. Three things are given. Fixed, variable, and semi-variable. Fixed is there, variable is there, semi-variable is there. Factory overheads, fixed, variable, and semi-variable. Fixed, what is the question saying? 3,60,000 per annum. Per annum, let's split it. 360 by 12, 360, 9 by 12. 3 months this side, 9 months other side. 3 by 12, 9 by 12. Into 3 by 12, 9 by 12. How much we get? 90,000, 270 put together 360. 90, 270, 360. What did the question say about variable? Have they given any minimum condition like and all? Nothing. Just do into 10. Units into 10. Units multiplied with 10. How many units in the first 3 months? Into 10, 600 into 10. It's not like labor where there was a condition and all. If that was there, again we'll have to do an extra check like this. Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Understood till this? Any doubts? Clear? Can you proceed ahead? Semi-variable, leave some 10 lines and come down. 12 lines, note 1, semi-variable cost, semi-variable factory overhead. Leave some 10 lines and come down. Semi-variable factory overhead. Semi-variable factory overhead. Particulars and amount. Semi-variable factory overhead. Variable factory overheads. Okay. It is semi-variable cost is 1,08,000 for a year. For a year, if you operate at 50% capacity. As you do more capacity, cost can increase. They have not given a way to split the semi-variable as variable and fixed. I don't have any information like that. To split, I need 2 periods data point and all. Nothing they have done. They have said if it's 50% capacity, 108 for a year. 51%, extra 1% you touch. For every 20% increase in capacity or any part thereof, or any part thereof. If I have 50% capacity occupied in this room, cost is 108. Even 51 touches, my cost will increase by 46,800. Cost will increase by 46,800 for a year. For a year, 108 at 50% capacity, extra 1% capacity, extra 46,800. 2%, 46,800. 20%, 46,800. 21 you touch, another 46,800. 21 you touch, another 46,800. They are saying additional 46,800 for every 20% or any part thereof. Now, right? Percent capacity, percent capacity, percent capacity. What the cost given in the question for 50%? 1,08,000 for a year. We're doing annual. We'll then do 3 months and 9 months and all. If you touch 51 to 70, if you touch 51 to 70, you could be at any capacity. Any capacity doesn't matter. You have to incur how much extra? 46,800. Be ready to incur extra. 152, 53 till 70. Till 70. What's the amount we'll incur? Add 46,800. 154,800. 154,800. Story doesn't end here. 70 above you go. You may go above 70 also. You may go above 70 also. 71 till what level? 90. Another 46,800. Another 46,800. Every 20%, every 20% I have to incur this. Every 20% I have to incur this extra cost. How much? 1,000? Doesn't end. The problem needs only till 90. It can be 91 to 100. Or in practical world, I may even go to 110 also. 110 also possible by doing some adjustments. 91 to 100 or 110, whatever number you want to take. This will be another how much? 46,800. Another 46,800. Lakh. As we increase the capacity, semi-variable cost increases. It has a variable component as well as a fixed component. 51, 52, 53, 54 till 70 remains same, fixed. Suddenly 70 becomes 71, variable. 71 to 90 again fixed. 90 above it becomes variable. There's a fixed component, there's also a variable component. There's a fixed component, also a variable component. Ideally, I should split the fixed and variable. I would have done that if you have given me information. What information do I need? Two levels you give: change in cost by change in units. Change in cost by change in units. We haven't tried doing any of that. You have given us the numbers, we have noted down the numbers, and then now we are analyzing it further. Any doubts first on the numbers here? Any doubts on the calculation done till this? Clear? Understood? Okay. Now, whenever you are going to do revision, what I keep saying, students, because in the first chapter alone, I'll have to keep explaining this multiple times. If a student wanted to do the labor cost testing, that labor cost is a minimum expenditure of 12,500 per month, that is tested in this MCQ. In this MCQ, your knowledge will be tested here. Your knowledge of that adjustment, minimum expenses, how you do. I'm like this, I would have created for different adjustments. Everything I wouldn't be in a position to do. Some you may still find it more. Those, if at all you find anything more, that is why in every question you need to note down. In this question, if you found anything unique, note it down, note it down. As you keep noting down, whenever we do revision, it will become very easy for you. Else, you will have to keep struggling with the question. So that adjustment which is there is tested here. Semi-variable cost adjustment is tested in example 5. The semi-variable cost adjustment tested in example 5. You have understood the concept. Now, there's no concept as such. There's just an application of it. Scenario given. You want to test the scenario understanding? Solve example 5. Solve example 5. That's why I said initial MCQs I didn't want you to touch at that time, because I wanted to complete some question. And now once everything is over, you solve all the MCQs. If you're getting it correctly, because students think MCQ is not covered in the class. No, MCQs are covered. I cover it at different places. You have to cover it at different places. Clear? Understood the part? Every important adjustment, many important adjustment I would have converted either as a separate concept or as a concept MCQ. Some obviously I wouldn't have done because at different times, or I wouldn't have thought it to be important. Those and all, if you mark, it will become extremely easy for you to revise the entire chapter. Now going back to the question, any doubts on the numbers here? Let us go up. First 3 months, what is the capacity utilization? 50%, 1,08,000 as per the table. 1,08,000 3 by 12. 1,08,000 into 3 by 12. 3 by 12. 108 into 3 by 12. How much? 27,000. Next 9 months, what is the capacity utilization? 80%. As per the table, what is the cost for 80%? 2,01,600 into 9 by 12. 201,600 into 9 by 12. 9 by 12. 151 total of this. 178, 200 in the column total. That is the row wise total, and then I put a total here. Any doubts on this? Only two important adjustments were there. One I felt was on that labor part. Second, the semi-variable cost, how we are estimating. Both of it I have converted as an MCQ for you to refer and test your understanding again. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Understood till this? Total is called factory cost. Do you have any of those 5 line items? Any 5 line items you see here? Administration overhead is there, but I'll treat it as general and administrative. I'll treat it as general and administrative / cost of production. Or I go a step further, cost of goods sold. Everything is same. COP, COGS, factory cost. All the three are same. No point in writing those 5 line items and all. Directly write factory cost / COP. Tell me the value. Black 63,500. 4,000 total of this. Outer column is 25. Okay. Then the inner one, 51. Okay, 20, 41, 200. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Admin over it. Something is given in the question. Thereafter, now it's a formality. What's admin over it figure? 18,400 per annum. I18,400 P by 12. E18,400 9 by 12. P by 12 9 by 12. P by 12 and 9 by 12. 1,29,600. E88 800. E18 400. P by 12 9 by 12. Was the next item. Selling overheads. Selling overheads. Selling and distribution overhead. How much they have given? 8 per unit. 8 per unit means 8 per unit sold. 8 per unit is 8 per unit sold. Production sales all are same here. 8 per unit. How many units in the first 3 months? Into 8. 21,600 units into 8. Into 8. 172. 208 800. 208 800. 208 800. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? We get what? Cost of sales, profit and sales. Cost of sales, profit and sales. 463 500, 129 600, 36,000. 629 100, 26 lakh, 2602 800, total 32 lakh. Any doubts till this? Can we proceed? Okay. First 3 months they have given the selling price in the question. Selling price for the first 3 months is given how much? 140, 4,500 units into 145. Into 145. How much? 6 lakh. 23. First 3 months profit is 23 400. First 3 months profit is 23 400. Any doubts on that number? Can you proceed? Done till this? Okay. Now one reverse working element. What is the overall profit given in the question? Right. 876 600. Overall this is. They want us to fix the price. Overall is 876 600. The total and tell me the sales. Overall sales. 1 lakh. Overall cost plus overall profit. Overall cost plus overall profit. Overall cost plus overall profit 4108 500. 4108 500. The overall profit is given. Overall cost is computed. Requirement of the question is to find the selling price for the next 9 months, which I'll understand, which I'll get it. Any doubts till this? Any doubts on 41,08,500? The overall cost is known, the profit is known, overall sales is 41,08,500. Any doubts in this? In the reverse order, 41,08,500 minus 652 minus 652. Sales for the first 3 months is 652. Overall is 4108. Overall 4108. First 3 months, you know, balancing figure. Balancing figure is the sales. Sales for the next 9 months. Balancing figure is the sales for the next 9 months. What is that figure? 34 lakh. Profit balancing figure. This is one way, or the other way is overall 876 minus 23,400 first 3 months, whichever way you want to call. 876 minus 23 or 3456 minus 2602 800, whichever way you want to call. That's the profit for the next 9 months. Profit for the next 9 months. What's the number you get? 853. Any doubts on this? Any doubts till this? We normally give selling price and calculate profit. Here profit was given, we got the sales number. With the sales, I'm going to get the selling price. Any doubts on this? Any doubts till this? Below this, selling price per unit, SP per unit for next 9 months. Selling price per unit for next 9 months. Selling price for the remaining 9 months, 456, 3456, 3456. Give me the 9 months units. 21,600. 3456 divided by 21,600. 160 per unit. 160 per unit. 3456, 21,600. 160 per unit is the selling price. 160 per unit. Per unit is the selling price. 160 per unit. 160 per unit is the selling price. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand this? 160 per unit is the selling price for the remaining 9 months. They wanted a sheet which is done, and specifically the selling price was asked. Specifically the selling price was asked. Any doubts on this? Do your marking easy, moderate, difficult. In between, if any question you have missed marking, please complete that also, except for the practice question, because I would have not told for few questions. Even if I say not say, you have to do the marking. Easy, moderate, difficult. You can go back to any non-practice question if marking is not done, whichever we have completed in class. Do the marking. If at all you have missed today's session, we did some 4-5 questions. Anything missed out, please do the marking. Clear? Can we proceed? Ideally, a revision of this was not needed. Whenever you revise those 2-3 MCQs which are there, that will kind of cover the concept again. You'll have to keep practicing the MCQs, keep practicing the concepts. That will give you the clarity from an exam point of view. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Done. Let's come to question 18. This question has come multiple times in exams. November 20, November 22, May 2025, and not there in ICA study material. They don't have this question in the study material, but frequently tested in exam. Let's go through the question. Electronica Limited manufactures two types of cables: USB Type-C cable, USB Lightning cable. As the market is currently dominated by Type-C cable, it is produced three times the USB Lightning cable. Combined cost data for both the cables is given: material cost, wage cost, production overhead, admin overhead relating to production, selling cost. Combined means together they have given the cost. For which two product? There's a type C cable and a lightning cable. Until now one information I know is type C is what? 3 times of the lightning cable. This is the information. Cost is given combined. Material cost per unit of lightning cable. Lightning cable material cost is double that of the type C cable. I don't know the type C cable cost. I also don't know the lightning cable cost, but they have said direct material cost per unit of what? Lightning cable is double that of the type C cable. Wages per unit. Wages per unit for lightning cable is 5 by 3. 5 by 3 of the type C cable. How we analyze and all, we'll see. Production overhead, admin overhead, selling cost were at the same rate. At the same rate means per unit is same for both the types of cable. 75,000 units of lightning cable was produced. 75,000 units of lightning cable was produced. If we read this line, 75,000 of lightning cable was produced, and you read this along, can you tell me how many USB cable would have been manufactured? Read that and read this together. 2,25,000. USB cable is 3 times of the lightning cable. In that 90% were produced and sold, which means there is a finished stock also. There is an FG also. Opening I don't see, but closing at least is there. Because production 100, sales is only 90%. Selling prices 385 for which cable? Lightning cable. They want a cost sheet for lightning cable showing what? Cost per unit and total sales value. Cost per unit and total sales value for which one? Only the lightning cable. Only the lightning cable they want cost per unit and total sales value. Cost is given for both together. They have given type C cost also. They have given lightning cable cost also. We'll be doing this question in some time. For your practice, I have left one question which is Jan 26 MTP question. Almost the same thing. Material cost is there, wages is there, production overhead is there. Material cost per unit is double that of the standard bag. There's a premium bag, there's a standard bag. Labor cost per unit is 60% of the premium bag. Rate of production overhead is identical. Administration overhead, selling cost and some penalty related. Well, almost same question. This one is a practice question for you, and the other one which I'm doing in the class. I'll discuss something about this question later, but I've just kept one more question because of the importance of the problem. This is frequently tested, else only one is also sufficient. Okay, coming back to the question, the crux of the question is how will you split the material cost? How will you split the material cost into the type C cost and the lightning cable cost? How will we split the wages into type C, lightning cable? How will we do production overhead? Type C, lightning cable. Administration overhead? Type C, lightning cable. Selling cost? Type C, lightning cable. Once I get answer to this, my cost sheet is over. My cost sheet is over. Cost sheet doesn't have anything. Cost sheet is just putting numbers. But how much is the cost for lightning cable? How much is the cost for type C cable? Type C we are not doing because not required in the question. If needed, I can do a type C cost sheet also, where lightning cost you identify, balance is type C cost. Clear? They want a cost sheet showing per unit and total. So we'll have a per unit column as well as a total column. Working note 1, cost sheet of USB lightning cable. USB lightning cable, particulars per unit and total. Per unit and total. Per unit and total. Direct material. First write the full format. Nothing much is there anyway. Direct material. I'll have to split that cost. They have given it together. Our work is to say out of the 2 crore, maybe 1 crore is for lightning, 1 crore is for type C. I don't know. I'll have to analyze it. Direct labor. Again, we'll do a separate working on all of this. Do you have any direct expense? Prime cost. Prime cost. Split we will see. Prime cost. Direct material is there. Direct labor is there. Prime cost is there. After that, what is the item we have? Production overhead, which is nothing but factory overheads. Total is called what? Gross works cost, or you call it as factory cost. When opening, closing, WIP is not there, just call it as factory cost. GWC, NWC, other name is factory cost. Any of those 5 line items there? Admin overhead relating to production. Admin overhead relating to production. What is this total called? Cost of production. Bracket. Give me the number of units of produced. Lightning cable units. 75,000. 75,000 units. They ask for type C cable, 3 times of that. 75,000 units. Cost of production 75,000 units. If they had not mentioned 90% sold, then I will not bring opening and closing also. But there's an opening stock and closing stock. Only 90% is sold, which means 10% is unsold. Add opening FG 0. Opening FG 0. There's no opening stock data. I cannot assume any opening stock data and all. Less closing FG. Closing FG. How much is sold by the company? 10% is closing stock. 10% is closing stock. So 10% of 75,000, 7,500. Value and all will come in some time. I'll get to all that analysis in some time. Cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold. 67,500 units. 67,500 units. 90% sold. 90% sold. Clear? Do we have general and administrative overhead? We are relating to production, we have taken it up. Selling and distribution overhead. Cost of sales, profit, sales. Not a very lengthy question and all. Only thing is, how will I split the cost? I'll have to analyze the splitting of the cost part. Once that is done, there is very basic type of a question. They given any selling price in the question? 67,500 into 385 per unit. 385 per unit. 2 crore 59 lakh 87,500. Clear? Somehow we'll have to get this data done. They could have asked even for the other one, type C cable also. I would have had 2 columns, lightning cable per unit total, type C cable per unit total. They have not asked for it, so we are not getting into that calculation. Any doubts till this? Can you proceed? Come down. Note 1. Breakup of material cost. Breakup of material cost. Particulars, lightning, type C, total. Lightning, type C and total. Somehow I have to break that cost. How we break, you will understand here. Lightning, type C and total. lightning, type C, and total. Number of units. Number of units produced. Units produced. Number of units produced. Tell me how many units of lightning cable we have produced. 75,000. Type C is what? 3 times. Put together 3 lakh. Material cost per unit. Total material cost. 75,000 to 25. Material cost per unit, and then total material cost. Material cost per unit, and then total material cost. Now listen. Question says material cost unit for lightning cable. Lightning cable is double that of the type C cable. Material cost per unit for lightning cable. Lightning cable is twice that of the USB type C cable. I don't know both. Listen, do only one thing. Type C, let's call it as A. Lightning is double that of one. I have assumed as A, another one is 2A. Which one we assumed as A? Type C. Can I assume lightning as A? You can do, then the other one will become half A. Then other one will become 0.5. Type C A, lightning as per the wordings of the question. Direct material cost of the lightning cable is twice that of the type C cable. Twice that of the type C cable. Type C A, lightning is 2A. 2A. Any doubts on this? Write this now. 2A and A. 75,000 into 2A multiplication into 2A, 1 lakh 50,000 A, 75,000 units into what? 2A into 2A, 1 lakh 50,000, 2 lakh 25 into A, 225A, 225A. Any doubts on this? Put together how much? Equal to the value is given in the question, 2 crore 6 lakh 25,000. Equal to 2 crore 6 lakh 25,000. 2 crore 6 lakh 25,000 is what? Is the material cost together. 2 crore 6 lakh. I'll repeat again. Lightning 75,000 units. Type C 2 lakh 25,000 units. I don't know how much per unit and all. Only thing question has told me is material cost for lightning is what? Double that of type C. Double that of type C. Type C I called it as A. Lightning I have called it as 2A. Lightning I have called it as 2A. Type C, A, lightning, 2A, multiplication, total is 20625. 20625. This will give you answer to A, and then I'll get 2A. 2A is for the lightning cable. I need for lightning cable 2A. Lightning cable is 2A. We have defined 2A and A. You can define anything your wish. A and 0.5A also is possible. In the end, answer is going to remain same. Any doubts on this? Tell me what is the answer you get for A. A equal to, right? Cost, material cost. Material cost per unit of lightning cable. Per unit of lightning cable to A 110. Lightning cable will take 110. We will take 110. 2 into 55. 2 into 55, 110. If you want to do a type C cable cost sheet, we will take 55. Type C cable cost sheet also you want, do 55. Lightning cable cost sheet, 2 into 55, 110. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on 110? Can we proceed? Go up, write 110 in material cost. 110 in bracket note 1. Into 75,000 units. 110 into 75,000. 82 lakh 50,000. Need outs on material cost. 110 into 75,000. 80 to 50. 110 into 75,000. 80 to 50. Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? We're going to do a similar table for labor cost. Any doubts till this? In labor cost, the definition is wages for the lightning. Lightning is 5 by 3. 5 by 3 of the type C. 5 by 3 of the type C. Next, working note 2. Note 2. Any doubts on material cost breakup? Note 2. Breakup of labor cost. Breakup of labor cost. Right, same story. 75,000 to 25 labor cost per unit, total labor cost. Labor cost per unit, total labor cost. Labor cost per unit, total labor cost. 75,000 to 25, 3 lakh. Same story continues. Like we broke the material cost, now we are splitting the labor cost. 75 to 25. What is the definition here in labor cost? What did they mention? Guys, labor cost is what? Lightning cable is 5 by 3 times of the type C cable. Lightning is 5 by 3. 5 by 3 times of the type C cable. Let's call this as B. 5 by 3B. 5 by 3B. B and 5 by 3B. 5 by 3B. 5 by 3B. 75,000 into 5 by 3B you have to do and write the number like the previous one. 75,000 into 5 by 3. 75,000 into 5 by 3 into 5 by 3. How much you get? 120 into 5 by 3. 225 into B. 225B into 5 by 3. 5 by 3. See, they may even say type C is 5 by 3 of lightning. Doesn't matter. Lightning called as B. Other one called as 5 by 3. Directly I'll get the answer to B, which is what I want for lightning. If at all lightning was B. It can be either ways. Put together how much? Equal to what? 1 crore. Solve the answer to B. Per unit. This is for type C. We are not doing type C calculation. Per unit for type C. This is a frequently tested question. 3-4 times it has come. 33 per unit. 33 per unit. Any doubts on this? And what is the lightning cable cost we have decided? 5 by labor cost per unit of lightning cable 5 by 3 into 33. 5 by 3 into 33. 5 by 3 into 33. How much? Guys, participate please. 55 per unit. 55 per unit. 5 by 3 of 33. 5 by 3 of 33. 55 per unit. 55 per unit. Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Done. I take it up to 5 per unit. Note 2. Note 2. Into 75,000. 31 lakh. 25,000. Total 165. 123.75. Straightforward, simple computation. 165, 123, 75. 123, 75. 165, 123, 75. Can we proceed? Production overhead. They said production overhead, admin overhead, selling cost per unit, where at the same rate. Same rate means both you incur the same amount at a per unit level, where at the same rate for both the type of cable. Production overhead, admin overhead, selling cost per unit where at the same rate. No need to do any separate calculation. Listen, whatever cost you have, we will divide by 3 lakh. We will divide by 3 lakh. That will give me cost per unit. That cost per unit is same for type C, same for lightning, same for type C, same for lightning, where at the same rate, where at the same rate. So no need to do any extra analysis. Get the number, divide by how many units? 3 lakh unit, divide by 3 lakh unit. This is till COP, till COP 3 lakh. Below COP, if you go, divide by 2 lakh 70. Why divide by 2 lakh 70? 90% of the units produced were sold. Both cable. 90% of both the cables were produced and sold. Both 90% only. If that was something else, then there's a problem. I'll divide by what? Units produced and multiply with my units. Multiply with my units. Divide by units sold. Multiply with my units sold. Good part is both same 90%. If they give different, then get the different number and then put a total. Get the different number and then put a total. Again, understood this? Because they have said production overhead, admin overhead, selling cost were at what? At the same rate. Even if you do this calculation, you'll say labor overhead cost per unit, AA. You will multiply with only A and A because it's same only, no? If you multiply with A and A, you will get 3 lakh A. You're going to get 3 lakh A. Multiply with A and A, get 3 lakh A, divide by this, and then you'll end up getting the same number. So here, good part, after my labor cost, I'll just divide by the number of unit. But above COP, divide by 3 lakh. Below COGS, divide by units sold. Divide by units sold. Above, divide by units produced. Below, divide by units sold. Above, divide by units produced. Below, divide by units sold. So production overhead in bracket. What is the production overhead given? Divided by 3 lakh units. Divide by 3 lakh units. 22. Now multiply 75,000. Sorry, 16 lakh 50. 16 lakh 50. 187. 187. 1 crore 40 lakh 25,000. 140 25. 140 25. 140 25. Clear? Able to understand this? We just divided by. Why I did not do that for material cost? Because they gave some extra information. If they had not given anything, divide by 3 lakh and multiply, assuming same material cost for both. assuming same labor cost for both, which is a not a very good assumption, but if no other choice is there. Admin overhead relating to production is how much in the question? 3 lakh. Divide by how much? 3 lakh. 11. 11 into 75,000. The most important ones were the original two things: material cost and labor cost. Material and labor was the most important part. 198 and 1 crore. Clear? Any doubts on this? Opening FG not applicable. Per unit is, or you can say 0 0. Basically 0. Per unit not applicable. Overall value 0. Come down. Do closing FG valuation. Should I follow FIFO method or weighted average? Nothing matters. Both are same only because there's no opening stock. There is no opening stock. Whether you call it as FIFO method or you call it as weighted average cost method, both are same only. Come down. Closing FG. I can do without this working note also, but let me do working note and then I tell you the shorter way. Closing FG. Valuation of closing stock. Value of closing FG. Note 3. Valuation of closing stock. Whether you call it as FIFO method or weighted average cost method, both are same only here. Valuation of closing FG. Value of closing FG equal to, what's the formula? Cost of production divided by units produced into closing stock units. And then tell you why this formula is not needed in the question. Because directly if I tell, some may get, some may not get it. What is the cost of production figure? 1 crore 48 lakh divided by into 14 lakh 85,000. This note is not needed. Why not needed? I'll explain. But I've done it so that when I explain directly, you understand it. First, we have done the calculation. 148 by 75 into what? 7,500 into 7,500. This note is not needed. Why not needed? I'll explain. Any doubts first on 1485? Got the number? Understood? Clear? Okay, now listen. We already know it is 198 per unit. So you can directly do 198 into 7,500 units. No need to do this calculation at all. 198 into 7,500 units. Why 198? Because that is the cost per unit. Why 198? Why not opening FG? It's not there because opening FG can also come. That time it can change, which is weighted average cost method. Opening FG not there. Listen, we did in one question where I said COGS per unit will match for closing stock per unit, will match for cost of production per unit. This is a forward working same logic. 198 will be per unit for COP, 198 per unit will be for closing stock, 198 will also be for COGS, That question for COGS we calculated per unit and I said copy paste. If you remember, this is the question we did where we calculated the per unit for COGS and I told copy paste for COP, copy paste for closing stock. Now COP per unit we have calculated. I am saying copy paste for closing stock, copy paste for COGS provided no opening stock. Provided no opening stock. Opening stock not there. Whether you call COP per unit, COGS per unit, closing stock per unit, all are same. All are same. COP per unit, COGS per unit, value of closing stock per unit, all are same. All are same. Provided no opening stock. No opening stock. Clear? Any doubts on this? We go back here. 198. Again 198. It's not subtraction per se. Everything is 198. Everything is 198. Multiply 198 is 14 lakh 85,000. 198 into 67,500 or whichever way you see 1 crore 3365. 13365. Any doubts on this? Should I do closing FG valuation? I don't feel a need in this question. I've done it and then I'm showing it. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Understood till this? Clear? Selling and distribution over it. Selling and distribution over it. Selling and distribution over it. 5940. How many units has the company sold? 90% of 3 lakh. 90% of 3 lakh. If they give different percentages, then you'll have to do separately type C total, lightning total, get the number of units, then divide by, after that it is same, divided by 90% of 3 lakh, get the per unit number. 22 and now multiply with 67,500. 220, 220, 22 into 67,500. 22 into, again I'm repeating, divided by number of units sold multiplied with the units sold of type C or lightning, whatever you are doing. But number of units sold, they have said 90% for both. If they said 80 for one, 90 for one, you have to do 80 into 75,000, 90 into 2,25,000, get the overall units, divide by the overall units and multiply with your own units sold. Your own units sold. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Understood till this? Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? What's the total? 1 crore profit balancing figure. 1 crore 37. Any doubts on this? Basic type of a question which is frequently tested. Only thing is you have to break the cost into two parts. Break the cost into two parts and thereafter we keep doing the same thing again and again. Same thing again and again, again and again. There's no end to it. 111 37 500. 111 37 500. Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts in this? Understood the question? Any doubts in this? They could have asked even for the other cable. No problem. I'll do it the other one also because I already have the per unit numbers of other one. We'll prepare a cost sheet for the other one. Any doubts in this? Understood? Clear? Okay. Please do the marking. Easy, moderate, difficult. Do whatever marking you want to do. Do the marking. Can you proceed? Okay. Now this question also, if you see, you may find an MCQ like this. A company produced 40,000 of product A, 120 of product B. Wages per unit for product B was 60% of those of product A. 60% of those of product A. One you take A, another one you take 0.6 A. 0.6 A. Overall labor cost is 4,48,000. How much is the labor cost per unit of product A? Labor cost per unit of product A. Now you solve this MCQ at home, you'll get clarity. Earlier I didn't want you to do because I've not done the question. So the question which we have solved, exactly this MCQ alone you had to understand. Everything else was just a formality. We were just wasting time. I could have done this in 2-3 minutes also. Only this adjustment. But with only doing adjustment may not give you that grip. So which is where you had to do a little lengthier calculation. Little lengthier calculation was to be done. Any doubts on this? Clear? Understood this? Clear? Okay. Now at home, when you practice, there are few extra things which I have to discuss here. Priyank Limited, you're going to practice, no solving now, okay? Priyank Limited produces two types of bag, premium, standard, summarized cost data is given, material cost is given, wages is given, production overhead is given, nothing for you to note down now. Material cost per unit for premium bag is double that of standard bag. One you will take as A, another one will become double. Double is 2A. 2A. 2% cash discount is given. Now listen. Cash discount is basically a payment for, or is a discount which you get for early payment. Early payment. Like interest is a financing cost, cash discount is a financing income. It's a financing income. Why it's a financing income is I will get it if I make early payment. If I make early payment, I'll get cash discount. If you don't make early payment, you will not get discount. How can I make early payment? Maybe by taking a loan. Maybe by taking a loan, I will make early payment. Maybe by taking a loan, I will make early payment. Interest on loan is ignored in cost accounting. Cash discount is also ignored in cost accounting. Cash discount is also ignored. We have a quantity discount or trade discount which is considered. I'll explain later. Cash discount is basically a discount given for prompt payment. How did I make prompt payment? Maybe by taking a loan or by bringing in equity or by bringing in preference. By bringing in equity or by bringing in preference. Equity dividend is ignored in cost accounting. Preference dividend is ignored in cost accounting. Interest on long-term funds is ignored in cost accounting. Costing says cash discount also ignored. To put it very simple, this item will be ignored in your analysis. Whenever you do at home, cash discount is an item which is going to be ignored in the analysis. Direct labor cost is 60% those that of premium bag. Premium will be A, another one will be 0.6. A, B, C, whatever name you want to call. Rate of production overhead per unit. Per unit is identical. Identical means same cost per unit. Same cost per unit. Administration overhead is 200% of direct labor for each product type. Administration overhead is 200% of direct labor cost. I'll explain that in some time. Selling cost is 1 per premium bag. They are saying don't divide by number of units and all. It is directly 1. It is directly 1. Details of production, selling price. During the year, company had to pay a penalty for copyright infringement. Penalty. What should I do with the penalty? Ignore. Penalty, ignore. Cash discount, ignore. Only two things they added. Cash discount also ignore. Penalty also ignore. Only thing I have to explain this. Penalty also ignore. Cash discount also ignore. One more thing. Admin overhead is what? 200% of direct labor. 200% of direct labor. Is it admin overhead relating to production or is it general and administrative overhead? What should I do here? They've just said 200% of direct labor. Have they mentioned general and administrative overhead? Participate. Have they mentioned admin overhead relating to production? No. I have to take assumption. I'm okay with that. But which assumption will you take? Is it general and admin overhead or admin overhead relating to production? I want participation. I want participation. General and administrative overhead. Wait. General and administrative overhead. Will you incur labor cost? Will you incur labor cost on units produced or on units sold? Participate. I want participation. On units produced or units sold? Okay. Production overhead. Units produced, units sold. Admin overhead relating to production. Relating to production. Units produced, units sold. Below COGS. Below COGS. General admin overhead. General admin overhead on units produced or on units sold? Units sold. Below is on units sold. Above is on units produced. Problem is this is 200% of what? Direct labor. 200% of direct labor. Labor is incurred on units produced, units sold. Units participate. Labor is incurred on units produced, units sold. Units produced. So let me make an assumption in such a manner that admin overhead is also on units produced. Let me make an assumption on such a manner that what? Admin overhead is also on what? Units produced. You can take other assumption also, but it will become illogical. It's an assumption only, but it will become illogical. If you see previous question, they very crystal clear mention what? Related to production. Related to production. If they had not mentioned this, I would have told you to take any assumption. Reason is they have given me amount. They have not given any percentage and all. But here if they give admin overhead as a percentage of material cost, labor cost, prime cost, factory overhead, factory cost, any of the item they give, better to take it as admin overhead relating to production. Better to take it as admin overhead relating to production. If they say on units sold, if they say on units sold, or if they say it is a percentage of COGS, percentage of COGS, COGS is for units sold, till COP is a percentage of units produced, till COP is a percentage of, it's assumption only, I have no doubt in that. But if you take the other assumption, it may become slightly tricky. It may become slightly tricky and your per unit numbers and all will become little odd. For example, see here, this number was 2 lakh 40. At home you are going to do 2 lakh 40. If you take 200%, it becomes 4 lakh 80. It becomes 4 lakh 80. Now, if you write this 4 lakh 80 below COGS, you will divide by 54,000. And above COP, you will divide by 60,000. Above COP, you will divide by 60,000. If you divide by 60,000, 4 will double as 8. If you divide below 4 will not become 8, it may become 8 point something, because you are dividing now by 54,000. Assumption only, admin overhead is specific as it's directly related to what? Direct labor. Better to take it as above COP. Better to take it as above COP. Some student says, no, I will take it below COGS. It will become little odd. What is the difference? Above COP, closing stock changes. Below COP, closing stock will not have effect. Closing stock will not. That admin overhead, if you add it in the COP, different closing stock figure. If you don't add it, different closing stock figure. Understood the example? Understood? See, same question only we did, but there I did not talk about all of this because it said admin overhead related to production. Admin overhead related to production. In fact, if you give me this number, I will take it as general and admin overhead. If silent, I'll take it as what? General and admin overhead, and take it what? Below COP. Below COP. Where is the difference? Difference is inventory valuation. Difference is inventory valuation. Because if you take above, because we took above here, closing stock was 198. If you take it below, closing stock is 187. Closing stock value would have been 187 per unit. Can be taken above, can be taken below. The question which we did, no confusion. There was no confusion. I could not find any confusion there. I did not find any confusion there. Able to understand this? In this question 19, I have a problem. It only said administration overhead so much, but it is part of what? It is a percentage of direct labor. Anything which is a percentage of an item above COP, any item can be, material can be, labor can be, direct expense can be, prime cost can be, factory overheads can be, gross works cost can be, net factory cost can be, or any item you see, better to take it as what? Admin overhead related to production. Reason is all this is incurred for units produced. Let admin overhead be also for units produced. If they say it is on units sold, on COGS, or on something else, or nothing is given and directly figure is given. Take assumption. I have no problem. Can the answer change based on assumption? Yes, it can change. But I can't do anything. I will take an assumption and proceed. In this case, it is percentage of direct labor. Direct labor is incurred for units produced. Admin overhead is also for units produced. Admin overhead is also for units. If it's a percentage of direct material is for units produced. Admin overhead is also for units produced. Admin overhead is also for units produced. It's on COP. COP is for units produced. This one also for units produced. This one also for units. It's on factory cost. Factory cost is for units produced. This is also for units produced. Any doubts on this? Able to understand this? I don't have any extra adjustment there. It's a practice question only, but I've discussed those extra items for you so that at home, when you do, you don't get confused with these items. If you still have extra confusion, then you'll have to message me. Any doubts on this? Clear? Understood the practice question? Clear? Just give me a time. Okay. 20 as well as 21 will take time. I can't do it at a faster pace now. I still have only 20 minutes. Maybe I practice some MCQs. I'm not getting into anything else as of now. Extra question will take us time. I will go to, just give me a minute. We may do some MCQs as of now. This is the question. Write in your notebook whatever you want to do. I'll wait for 2-3 minutes and then I'll explain the answer. Question 1. 2-3 minutes. Write something in your notebook. I want direct wages to be calculated. You may prepare a cost sheet, without a cost sheet, all your wish. 2-3 minutes for you. With cost sheet, without cost sheet, I leave it to you. Two, 3 minutes for you. Example 1. You have to practice. You'll have to give me the answer. Then I'll do it in 2-3 minutes. Write. Start writing. Unless you write in your notebook, nothing will happen. Example 1. In the cost sheet format, outside the cost sheet format, that's up to you. Unless you write, you may not get to the answer. You give it a try. I will anyway explain. It's a slightly trickier MCQ. If such question come, it will be a 2-mark question. They'll ask a 2-mark MCQ. There are 5 2 marks MCQ ICA asks, and balance are case scenario. What is case scenario? You will understand as we proceed. Individual 2 marks 5 MCQ will be asked, and balance 20 marks is case scenario based. In 1 minute, I will start showing in the screen. I'll start doing it in the screen. I give you this time. See how you want to do it. It's a very good MCQ. Ideally, you will have to do at your end MCQs. I may do some MCQs. Can we discuss it? Okay, I'll wait for a minute and then I start doing it. See what you want to do, how you get to the answer. Even if you don't get to the answer also, it's okay. But at least give it a try. Without giving a try, doesn't help. Okay, I will start writing it in the form of a cost sheet. Maybe that is what easy for me to explain. Solving, if I do in an exam scenario, I may do without a cost sheet also, but a class easy for me to explain with the cost sheet. Direct material, how much they have given? 2 lakh 40,000. Direct labor, we don't know. Direct labor is not known, but there is a direct labor, which is what is the requirement. Prime cost, I don't know, question mark. Factory overheads. Factory overheads, what did the question say? 0.75 direct wages. 0.75 direct wages. This is direct wages, I don't know. Whether 2 lakh 40 plus direct wages. Put together is 2 lakh 40 plus direct wages. Factory cost 240 1.75 DW. Factory cost is 1.75 DW. Factory overheads is 75% of direct wages, 1.75. Quality control and R&D. What did the question say? 0.2 20% is 48,000. 0.35 20% of the earlier number. 20% of the earlier number. What is the earlier number? I don't know. 2,40,000 plus what? 1.75 DW. 20% of that 48,000 plus 0.35 DW. COP. COP is total 2,88,000 plus 2.10 DW equal to 7 lakh 50. Equal to 7 lakh. 7 lakh 50 is given in the question. Material cost given. Direct labor, I call it as direct labor itself. DW. Prime cost 2 lakh 40 plus DW. 2 lakh 40 plus DW. Factory overhead, what did the question say? 3 by 4. 3 by 4 of what? Direct wages. 3 by 4 of direct wages. I call it as 0.75. I call it as 0.75. Factory cost 2 lakh 40 plus 1.75. Quality control and research and development is 20% of factory cost. 20% of factory cost. So this is 0.2 into 2 lakh 40 plus 1.75. 2 lakh 40 plus 1.75 all put together 2 lakh 88,000 and 2.10 DW. All put together how much? 2 lakh 88,000 and what? 2.10 DW equal to what? 7 lakh 50,000. The direct wages figure. Lakh? Any doubts on this? It may look like a very tricky part unless you practice. The problem is this adjustment will be a part of a very big problem. Will be a part of very big problem where you have a lot of other things and all. COP may not be given. COP 750 reverse working you get. After that you do all of this, which is what maybe I say I would have tested it at some point of time. I just picked that adjustment and kept it here. That's all. Maybe the problem is also removed. I would have removed that problem also. Some I would have retained, some I would have, because you cannot do so many descriptive questions. If I give so many descriptive questions, you will start struggling with the chapter. Any doubts on this? 2,20,000. Any doubts on the calculation here? I don't even want you to do anything, write anything. If you have got the answer, okay. If not, no point in copying at all, because it's not a very tricky thing. If you look at the solution, same thing I would have done. 2,20,000. Any doubts on this? Understood? Next example, 2 minutes for you. Read carefully and then try to get the answer. Don't look at the choices also. Choices is of no use. MCQ answers, options are of no use. Let's focus on the concept. This is relatively easier one. Try writing. Relatively easier one. The MCQ questions are almost like a big descriptive problem, but removed those bigger adjustments. Only the important one is kept here. This is relatively easier one. You can pick it up. Shouldn't take much time. Only request is whatever MCQ questions are there, don't tick the answer in the concept book because you will have to practice them again. No point in putting a tick there. A bigger problem takes me some 20-25 minutes of discussion. MCQ takes 5 minutes. Same learning through an MCQ as compared to a learning through a bigger problem. 2 minutes over. Can we discuss? Anybody needs more time? I'll wait. This is relatively easier one. The previous one, at least some challenges were there. Can we discuss it? How much is the material cost? 1/4 of this. 1/4 is how much? 80 minus 20 is 60 is the labor and factory overhead. In that 60, 45% is labor. In that 60, 45% is what? Direct labor is 45% of the labor and factory overhead. Only labor and factory overhead. 80 overall, 20 material cost, 60 is balance. In that 60, 45%. 45% is the labor cost, which is 27. Balance 33. Balance is 33. If that's it, 45% of the overall cost, 80 into 45%. 80 into 45%. Like 1/4 was material cost on the overall. On the overall. This is only on what? Labor and factory overhead. Labor and factory overhead. Able to understand this? Any doubts on the adjustment here? This is relatively simpler one. Any doubts on this? First chapter, at least I do some MCQs. Next chapter onwards and all, I don't even touch MCQs because MCQ is not my work. MCQ and practice question are, because some part of the learning will only happen in the class. Unless you practice on your own, unless you do it on your own, that learning is not going to come. I cannot tell you to do 200 descriptive questions at home, but I can tell you to do 200 MCQs at home, which is why we have created the MCQ. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Do this question like that example which we did. Write per unit A1, 2A, whatever you want to do. Please read the example and then start writing. Particulars, 2 products and total. Particulars A, B, total. Units, labor cost per unit. Listen for a minute. Exactly like this you have to write. Particulars, 1 product, 2nd product, total. Units, labor cost per unit, total labor cost. Do example 3. If you get stuck, go back to that exam, the question, see how we have done and try doing it. Exactly same thing. Just note it in the same table and you'll get to the answer. The problem which we did had labor adjustment and material adjustment. Here only one. Ideally, this is something you need to do at your end. I'm doing it in the class only for one reason. I have some more time. That's all. Else, I would have ended the session also. Anyway, time is there. I didn't want to touch the new problem because I'll break in between. Concepts already done. Practice is what is happening now. Chapter got over the moment I did that eighth concept. After that, I'm just doing some or the other question so that you get grip on the chapter. So go back to the format. Particulars. What are the two products we have here? A, B, total. How many units of A are manufactured? E, whether 1 lakh. Labor costs per unit, let's call it as X here rather than A and B because of the product. Ages per unit of B is what? 60% of those of A is X. This is 0.6x. A and X and 0.6x are A, whatever way, that is okay. Multiplication is what? 40,000 x, 72,000 x. 40,000 plus 72,000 is 1 lakh. 12,000 x. 1 lakh 12,000 x is equal to what? 4 lakh 48,000. X is equal to, they are asking for product A, answer is directly over. They're asking for product B, 0.6 of that. 0.6 of that. Not sure what they've asked. For product A. Product A directly 4 rupees. Product A is directly 4 rupees. Else we would have done 0.6 or something. Any doubts on this? Now, this is nothing new. That's why I keep saying students that MCQs you have to do. Unless you do, you will not be able to test your understanding of the chapter. I can only keep saying that this is done, this is done, this is done. When you sit on your own, a lot of things will go in your mind. You will find it difficult also. But unless you practice, any doubts on this? This fourth one you'll not be able to touch. Let's do the fifth MCQ and then end the session. Let's do the fifth one. Go through this and do. Fifth one. Fourth one you'll not be able to touch as of now. Already done in today's session. You are just trying to see your understanding again. Again, this is a very simple one because I've just done today that question. If that question was not done today, this may also look little bit challenging initially, unless you practice. So, question done. We are doing that MCQ now. Every chapter will have around 20-25 MCQs. Some may have more, some may have less. Those are basically 20 descriptive question. We have done, we do around 400 descriptive question. Along with that, maybe 400 MCQ. So 800 questions you are doing indirectly. So I don't make it as a descriptive question, but basically that's what is happening here. This enables me to discuss the adjustment in very faster time, because a bigger question takes away huge amount of time of us. Here, 5 lakh per annum at what capacity? 51 to 65. 51 to 65 will be 6 lakh. 66 to 80. 80 will be 7 lakh. 81 to 95. 95 will be 8 lakh per annum. 8 lakh per annum. We are doing only for 3 months. So 8 lakh into 3 by 12. 8 lakh into 3 by 12. Clear? Now, in your concept book, you can put a tick to example 1. Tick to the example alone, not to the this one. Okay, example 1 is closed. Example 2, you can put a tick, not the answer. Don't tick any of the answer. Example 3, you can put a tick. Example 5, you can put a tick. Other examples, if needed, I'll be doing. If not needed, I'll tell you, please do it at your end. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 5 is done. And maybe some other examples are also done. I don't know which we have done. But anyway, once the chapter is over, I'll broadly see and let you know in case I have to do something. Otherwise, MCQs are mostly yours. Mostly yours. That will only give you the grip. Other things will not give you the grip. MCQs are the best and safest, easiest way to test your clarity of the concept. Clear? Any doubts in this? We're done with today's session. I'm not even revising this part because we did at the beginning of the session. But at home, as I keep saying, just go through the MCQs multiple time. MCQs, the concept, MCQ example. Descriptive, you can do it, but there are always a time limitation, because descriptive doing so many questions takes time. Practice questions are given in the practice question also. Now itself, I'm making it very clear. After doing, you'll do easy, moderate, difficult marking, and note down if you find anything difficult. If you find anything difficult, please note it down. Just no need to note down in depth also. What you can do is, for example, when we did today, we did this question. If you found anything good or anything which you want to revise, just note it down. Just mention direct labor and semi-variable overhead. Check what we have done, so that whenever you do your revision, you'll only focus on those smaller points. Doing everything again will become very difficult. Why I keep saying this? Initially, I keep repeating this for the initial 10 classes. After that, I stopped telling this. You should have got a habit, and you have made your notes very clear. Strong notes are needed initially. If these notes are not there, when you revise, you have to spend again 150 hours on costing. I mean, with the class, you're spending 150, outside the class 50. Then again, you have to spend 200 hours. You don't have time. You will not have time to spend 200 hours. I want the time to be brought down to 50 hours. That is only possible if you make your notes very, very strong. You don't make notes and then say, I have to see it again, then you have to see it again only. Clear? Done? Clear? Let's end it then. Thank you, friends. Good morning, friends. Good morning, friends. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. We were doing Cauchy chapter. I'll quickly discuss the 3-4 questions which I told you to do at home. Question 9, which was a reverse working question, where they have given almost all the data points. Only thing is, units sold will be computed as selling expense divided by the selling expense per unit, and then you multiply with the units into COGS per unit will give you cost of goods sold, and that will somewhere help us in getting all the information. Units into the COGS per unit will give us the overall COGS, and using that you will be in a position to complete the entire question. Any doubts on question 9? Any doubts on 9? Okay. Question 13. When you did you find any issue with question 13? One student did highlight. If you have done, which is the issue you found? There was one issue in the question. One student highlighted me. If others have done, they should have found the same issue. Any issue you found in question 13? You should have ideally found that issue. There is one typing error in the question. Yeah, expenses paid for utility. This is a mistake from my side. This is 145,600, whereas it should be 180. Okay, sorry. This should be 145,600. Question is right, answer is wrong. calculation is right. There's a typing error. There is a typing error. Expenses paid for utility should be 145,600. Total everything is fine. I think there is only one typing error which is there. 145,600. Other numbers are fine. Total fine. Everything is fine. This 145,600 you should have found in case you have checked line by line. Otherwise, the numbers everything is going to match. Either there was an error with one of them. So I think there is an error with the typing part alone. Question in you have to practice at home. I don't see any major challenges in this. It was a Jan 25 exam question. They have given opening raw material, opening WIP, closing. Various expenses are given. It's a pure classification and inventory valuation. Inventory valuation will be done under the FIFO method. Reason for FIFO method I had explained in the previous session, because it said the opening stock is 80,000 units. Entire stock is sold during the year. So whatever closing stock we see, that is from the current year production. So valuing the closing stock, cost of production divided by units produced into the closing stock units. Any doubts on this question? Practice the question along with the classes. It will be very easy, else things will get accumulated. Question 16 was very similar to the question 14 which we did in the class. In 16, they directly start with works cost. Directly start with works cost. Here, you are operating either at 30% capacity or at 100% capacity. 30% is 30,000 units into 380 or 1 lakh into 310. Add the administration expense, marketing expense, distribution expense, and all of these, that lucky draw and other things will come, and we calculate the profit. I don't see again a very big challenge in this question. So ultimately, the profit is 38 lakh, increases to 1 crore 4 lakh. Obviously, 1 crore 4 lakh is on the higher side. That is better. Any doubts on this? Question 19, which was very similar to 18, where you have to do a distribution of the material cost and wages cost among the two products using either X and Y or A and B. You have to do the distribution of the cost, and two extra items which I said ignore them. One is your cash discount and the second part was your penalty. Any doubts on this? Yep. Should be clear. Most of the questions, the practice questions, you'll have to do at home. Unless you practice at your end, things will not become clearer. Can we proceed? We're almost done with the chapter. I'll quickly close out the balance set of questions and maybe revise the entire chapter once again after all these are done. Let's come to question 20. Now, in your paper pattern, let's just discuss the paper pattern. 30 marks is multiple choice question. So listen, your paper pattern is 30 marks MCQ and descriptive part is 70 marks. In the descriptive part, 14 marks mandatory. The first question will be a mandatory question. It's a mandatory, and then you will have 4 out of 4 out of 5, again 14 marks. 4 out of 5 marks. The 14 mark question mostly practical. The first question only practical means problem solving. 2, 3, 4, 5 mostly problem solving. 6 is full theory. Mostly this is the paper pattern. 6 will be full theory. 2, 3, 4, 5 will be problem. 1 will be problem. If ICI wishes to, maybe in 2, 3, 4, 5 they may add a small theory question. Very rare. If a student is very confident with problem solving, then theory is ignored by that student in the exam. In the exam, during preparation phase, theory we have to prepare, but during the exam phase, you may end up ignoring the entire theory part from an exam point of view. Reason is very simple, because in the exam what will happen is your question 2 practical, question 3 practical, question 4 practical, question 5 practical. Only scenario I will answer a theory question. I'll answer a theory question if I am not confident with problem solving or I find some very difficult question in exam. Otherwise, if the paper is standard paper without major difficult type of question, we will kind of ignore the theory and proceed ahead. This is one part, which is your descriptive part, which is purely practical problem solving. Coming to the MCQ part, ideally what ICA will do is two case scenarios. Two case scenario. What is case scenario and all I'll explain, of 10 marks, and a individual MCQ of 2 marks. The individual MCQ can be like the one which we see in concept book. They can be like that. That is what an individual MCQ will do. What will a case scenario MCQ do? We will see now. But this is your broad paper pattern. 30 marks MCQ is there. One thing, let us be very clear, is you cannot prepare separately for MCQ. Student think I have to prepare separately for MCQ. None of the subject you can do a separate preparation. MCQ is a subpart of your practical problem solving. How does it become a subpart? For example, this is a cost sheet question. This ideally is a proper descriptive question. After the question is read, I made to read, ICA may ask something like this, saying that what is the prime cost, one MCQ, what is the administrative cost, second MCQ, what is the selling and distribution cost, third MCQ, what is the cost of sales, fourth MCQ, what is the cost of production, fifth MCQ. So instead of telling you to prepare a cost sheet, I may tell you to prepare the cost sheet but not present it. Prepare it but not present the cost sheet. Why are we not presenting the cost sheet? Because I may not need it, or I'll do rough working of the cost sheet, and ultimately I want prime cost, total cost, per shift cost, administrative cost, selling cost, distribution cost, some EMS, OMS, some new names are there, but basically these are have to be calculated, which is what we do in a cost sheet. So every descriptive question or every question which we have solved, ICA may convert into an MCQ case scenario. There cannot be a separate preparation for MCQ in none of the subjects, because students have a mindset that I have to separately prepare for MCQ. How will you separately prepare for this question? This is what we have been doing in and out till now. Whatever I have done, exactly this is what I have done. Same question I can say last line, prepare the cost sheet. Then you will say it's a descriptive question. If they ask 5 requirements, then you say it's an MCQ based question. So I cannot have a separate preparation for multiple choice question. Let's be very clear, because some students think that separately we have to prepare for MCQ. No, you cannot prepare separately. There can't be anything which I prepare separately for the MCQ based question. So just wanted to discuss the paper pattern and tell you this. In your paper, you will have 2 case scenario, 10 marks. These 10 mark question could be a cost sheet question or could be any other chapter question. They give you the question, they ask you 5 questions, and choices are also there. So makes it little easier. A descriptive question, if you do any calculation error, you may not be sure what mistake you have done, whether made or not. Here, because choices are there, if you have made any calculation error, it may get caught and you will correct it. But separate preparation can't be done as far as multiple choice questions are concerned. Nobody can do separate preparation because it is a subpart. It is a subpart of your descriptive area only. Clear? Can we proceed? Now let's read the question. M Limited is producing a single product, may expand into product diversification in next 1 to 2 years. M Limited is amongst a labor intensive company. Majority of processes are done manually. Employee cost is a major cost element in the total cost of the company. Company conventionally uses performance parameter, earning per man shift, EMS, to measure cost paid to an employee for a shift of 8 hours, and output per man shift, OMS, to measure an employee's output in a shift of 8 hours. They have given 2 names. They measure something called as earnings per man shift, which is to measure what is the cost paid to an employee for a shift of 8 hours, that is labor cost per employee. Output per man shift, to measure an employee's output in a shift of 8 hours. Chief manager has emailed you the following information related to the last month. During the last month, we produced 2,34,000 tons of output. That is the units we have manufactured, measured in ton. Raw material consumed will go to which area in the cost sheet? Participate. Direct material. Power consumed, mostly direct expenses. Power consumed, direct expenses. Diesel consumed, power and fuel. Power is there, diesel is fuel. Wages and salary, direct labor. Gratuity and leave encashment, direct labor. Hiring charges paid for HEMM. HEM is a machine name. Hiring charges paid. HEM is somebody has unmuted. Guys, if there are doubts, you'll have to tell or please go on mute. Please be on mute. Okay. HEM is directly used in production. Some hiring charges of machinery. Where will we classify? Participate. Direct expenses, because it is directly used in production. Direct expenses. Hiring charges paid for car. General and administrative expense. What is that reimbursement of diesel cost and hiring attracts RCM? All that I'll explain later. Maintenance cost paid for weighing bridge. Weighing bridge used for weighing the final goods at the time of dispatch. Selling and distribution overhead. AMC cost of CCTV installed at weighing bridge used for weighing final goods at the time of dispatch and factory premises. AMC for CCTV at weighing bridge will be what? Selling and participate guys. Selling and distribution overhead. For factory premises, factory overheads. TA or DA, traveling allowance or dearness allowance, and hotel bill for sales manager. Selling and distribution overhead. Company has 1800 employee, works for 26 days in a month. So we have to first prepare a cost sheet. Once I'm done with the cost sheet, I will see what they have asked here. Most of the parts will get over with the cost sheet itself. In the cost sheet, I don't have opening stock, closing stock. So little shorter cost sheet will happen. No opening WIP, closing WIP, no opening RM, no closing RM, no opening FG, no closing FG. We'll just prepare a cost sheet. We'll get some basic information here in the cost sheet and then see what are the MCQ requirements. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can we start? Working note 1. Cost sheet of M Limited. Of M Limited. Particulars amount. Cost sheet of M Limited. Particulars amount. Particulars and amount. Direct material. Direct material. Only one item is there directly in the outer column. How much the direct material expense? 50 lakh. Direct material 50 lakh. Direct labor. Direct labor. Underline that. Material 50 lakhs. Direct labor. What are the item you see in direct labor? Wages and salary. Inner column how much? 6 crore. 6 crore 40 lakh. Wages and salary 6 crore 40 lakhs. We have one more item. What is that? Activity and leave encashment. There's no new concept here. Just I wanted to show one MCQ based question. Gratuity and leave encashment. How much is the gratuity and leave encashment? 6420. Outer column. 7 crore 4 lakh 20,000. 7 crore 4 lakh 20,000. Direct labor was the next item. Direct expenses. Someone has unmuted. Can you please be on mute? Kodishwari, you will have to go on mute, please. Unmute when you have a doubt. Direct expenses. Power cost. Power cost. Units of power. kWh is the unit of power. 13,000 kilowatt hour at what? 8 per kWh. 13,000 into 8 into 8. 13,000 into 8. 1 lakh 1,000. 1 lakh 4,000. Power cost. Then diesel cost. Diesel is fuel. Power and fuel. Power and fuel. Power and fuel. Diesel cost. How many liters? 2,000 into 93. 186. 2,000 into 93. 186. What else is there? Okay. Hiring charges. Hiring charges for him. How much? 30 lakhs. Once we complete the entire cost sheet, we'll see what are the requirements. 30 lakh was the total. 32 lakh 90,000 prime cost. This is one of the requirement of the question. Anyway, we'll see in the end. Prime cost. Live on, guys, type the answers. Prime cost was a total 87 lakh 787 10,000. Prime cost 787 10,000. Any doubts on the prime cost figure? Clear? Can you proceed? After this, factory overheads. Factory overheads. Which item will come under factory overhead? AMC cost of factory premises. There's an AMC cost on the factory premises. AMC cost of factory premises. Only one item is there. Only one item. Okay, outer column directly 18,000. Yeah, but we are doing calculation for a month only. During the last month, the company produced 2,34,000. So the entire cost sheet is for a month only. We are doing the calculation for a single month. The cost sheet is for a single month. AMC cost 18,000. Outer column was the total called PWC, NWC, or we call it as cost. I've got the answer in live online. 787.28. Any of the 5 line items there? No. So then call it as COP, COGS. All are same. COP, COGS. Gross works cost or gross factory cost, net factory cost, cost of production, cost of goods sold. All are same here. All the items are same. There is no major learning. I just wanted to do an MCQ based type question. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? After this, we have general and administrative overhead. In that, I have to explain one adjustment. General and admin overhead. Okay, now listen. We are done with first item, second item, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Hiring charges paid for cars used for official purpose 66,000. I am hiring the car for my official purpose. When I hire a car, I have to pay someone 66,000. Reimbursement of diesel cost for the car. I also need to pay him 22,000. I have to pay 66,000 for the car. I use his car. He's saying you also reimburse the diesel cost. Maybe he comes with driver, without driver, whatever it is. I have to pay 66,000 for the car, 22,000 for the diesel used in the car, and hiring of car attract GST under reverse charge mechanism. RCM means reverse charge mechanism. You need not worry much about it as of now. You learn it in indirect tax. But the point is, when I hire this car, I have to pay 66,000 to the other guy. I have to pay 22,000 to the other guy, which is 88,000. Also pay GST at the rate of 5%. Also pay GST at the rate of 5%, and what? Without credit. Without credit. I have to pay what? I have to pay hiring charges. I have to pay diesel reimbursement. On this together, I also need to pay GST under reverse charge mechanism. What is reverse charge mechanism? Nothing critical as of now for you. You will learn this in indirect tax. But the point which you need to be aware is you will have to pay 66,000. You have to pay 22,000. Also pay what? 5% of 88,000. 5% of 88,000. When you come to Bharadwaj Institute, you pay fees. You also pay GST. Similarly, here I have to pay the hiring charges. I have to pay the reimbursement of diesel cost. Also pay GST. GST will be directly paid to the government under RCM mechanism. Doesn't really matter for you as of now. You have to pay all the three. You have to pay what? You have to pay 66,000 on your hiring, 22,000 on your reimbursement part, and 5% on your reverse charge mechanism GST. All the three are part of your expenses. Clear? Write it. I've got the answer in live online. You write here. uh, Reimbursement, hiring of cars, hiring of cars, 66,000 plus 22,000 plus 5% of 88,000, all put together 92,400. If this is the only item, outer column. If you have any other item, then inner column. Is there any other item in the question on admin, on the administration expense? Any doubts first on this? 66,000 plus 22,000 plus 5% under reverse charge mechanism. What is reverse charge mechanism? Nothing your worry as of now, because there is a lengthy discussion you will have in under indirect tax on the same. Doesn't really matter. Only thing is, if it was with credit, 5% of 88 is not an expense. With the credit, not an expense. So I am paying 66, I am paying 22,000, I am paying 5%. Any doubts on this? Next, selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. We do see multiple items there. What are the items we have for selling and distribution overhead? Maintenance cost of weighing bridge. Maintenance cost of weighing bridge. 12,000. Maintenance cost of weighing bridge 12,000. What else is there? AMC cost of CCTV at weighing bridge. AMC cost of CCTV. How much? 8,000. And one more item. Sales manager E&DA. Traveling allowance, bill, all put together. Sales manager expenses. How much? 36,000. 36,000. Any doubts on this? Here, put a total of all of this. 56,000. Cost of sales. Cost of sales. 7 crore 88 lakh. 788 76 400. I'll look at the MCQ requirements in some time. 788 76 400. Any doubts on this? This is a normal cost sheet. Nothing new here. It's a normal cost sheet which you prepare. Along with that, we will do some extra calculation. They have asked for a term called earning per man shift, output per man shift. What is earnings per man shift is from an employee point of view, what he earns by working 1 day per shift per day. Per man shift means per shift per man, per shift per man. What does one employee earn in working 1 man shift? Output is how much does he produce. Last line says company has how many employees? 1800 employees working for 26 days in a month. So 1800 people work for 26 days. When you multiply this two, this is the number of man shift which is happening. What is number of man shift or man days? What is number of man days is number of men into number of days. Number of employees into number of days of working is called number of man days. Every person, if 10 people work for 10 days, I have to pay 100 days salary. 10 people working for 10 days, indirectly I'll have to pay 100 days salary. And production will happen for 100 days because 10 people are working for 10 days. Next line. Is there any data on sales information here? No. So the cost sheet ends with cost of sale. Number of man shift. Number of man shift. 1800 employees. 1800 employees into 26 days. Into 26 days. Into 26 days. 46,800 man shifts. 46,800 man shifts. 46,800 man shift or 46,800 main day. Two things they've asked: OMS, EMS. EMS means earnings per man shift. What is earning is this is the earning of the employee. He will say earning, we will say expenses. Employee will say we are earning 7 crore in totally 46,800 man days. We are earning 7 crore in 46,800 man days. I may call it as cost per man shift, but employee will call it as earning per man shift. From an employee point of view, it is earning. From my point of view, it is cost. And they have defined earning per man shift. They have said earning per man shift is used to measure cost paid to an employee. Cost paid to an employee for a shift of 8 hours. Cost paid to an employee for a shift of 8 hours. So come down. Right. Output per man shift. Earnings per man shift. How much we are paying for the entire month? 7 crore 4 lakh 20,000. 7 crore 4 lakh 20,000. This is what my employee is earning. Indirectly, this is what I'm paying. Employee earning are my payment. This is my payment. What is my payment? 7 crore 4 lakh 20,000. 7 crore 4 lakh 20,000 divided by 46,800. Divided by 46,800. 1504. Every 1 day a person comes to the factory, I have to pay 1,504.70. Clear? whatever number you have in the calculator, if I multiply this number with 1800 employees, this is my daily cost. Multiply with 1800 employee, every day I have to pay some 27 lakh rupees. Multiply with 26 days, I incur 7 crore 4 lakh 20,000. 1800 people are there in the factory and I have to pay them. Any doubts on this? Next, output per man shift. The question would have told how much they produced. 2 lakh divided by 46,800. Per employee per day is producing so much. Per employee per day, 8 tons. Output per man shift is 5 tons. Output per man shift is 5 tons. Clear? Solution is done. We are not going to write the MCQ answer and all. I'll only discuss it. Any doubts till this? Done? Understood? In a normal problem, I stop at this stage. Specifically, they've asked EMS, OMS, I calculate and stop it. If they don't even ask that, we stop even at cost of sales. Now let us see the requirement here. Prime cost. Look at your answer and tell me what is the prime cost. D, 7 crore 87 lakh 10,000. What is the total and per shift cost of production? First tell me cost of production. 7 crore 87 lakh. A and C is eliminated. 7, 87, 28. Then they've asked per shift. Divide by 46,800. Divide by 46,800. 1682.22. Divide by 46,800. Divided by 46,800. They've specifically asked that I'm doing the calculation. Else I'll not do that also. 787.10, 787.20. Admin cost total 92,400. Selling and distribution cost and cost of sales figure 56,000 and 788, 76, 400. 56,000 and 788, 76, 400. EMS, what is the EMS number? And OMS number? 1504 and 5 ton. This will be a 10 mark MCQ question. If this comes in exam, they'll ask this as a case scenario based MCQ. I used to call this as proper descriptive problem. So even MCQ is only descriptive only. MCQ is also descriptive only. So ideally, whether it is MCQ based question or a descriptive based question doesn't really matter. Only benefit of an MCQ based question is one, I need not follow the format properly. I can do rough working. Second, if any calculation errors happen, somewhere we get to know those errors and correct it. Because you calculated prime cost, it's not there in the option, then you have to correct it. Or we calculated the prime cost assuming power and fuel as a other expense. That is, instead of taking it as direct expense, you took factory over it. Not there in the answer. Change your assumption. Change your assumption. That is the only benefit of an MCQ based question. Any doubts on this? Our concept book MCQ will not help in exactly this. Your students think I'll practice concept MCQ. By now you would have learnt that concept MCQ is only to revise your full concepts, and they will help not the MCQ, they'll help your descriptive also. They are indirectly going to help the descriptive as well as the MCQ based area. Any doubts on this? This is how ICI asks the case scenario based question. Can we proceed? Understood? Let's come to 21. This is a September 25 MTP question. Again, an LDR question. A relatively one challenge is there in this question. As you go through, you'll understand. SpeedX Automotive Private Limited is a well-known manufacturer of automotive components focusing on producing high-quality, fuel-efficient engine part and transmission system for both commercial and passenger vehicle. With a strong presence in the Indian market and an expanding footprint in the Southeast Asia, SpeedX Automotive has established itself as a reliable supplier in the automotive industry. Headquartered in Pune, Maharashtra, company is dedicated to meticulous cost management and strategic financial oversight ensuring efficiency and profitability. Zero use till this. Whatever I read has zero utility to problem solving. They unnecessarily added a para here. ICA keeps doing it. This para has zero utility to my problem solving. Second para has some information, which is what we have to focus on. PDEX Automotive allocates significant investment to direct cost, lifeblood of their manufacturing process. Again, irrelevant words they keep giving. Company spends 1 lakh 30 on purchasing direct material. Where will this go? Purchases figure 1 lakh 30,000. Only relevant item. Only relevant item. Such a big story they gave, but only relevant item. Then 90,000 direct labor, a critical component, accounts for 90,000, reflecting the commitment to a skilled workforce. What is this? Direct labor. Additionally, direct expense are managed at 30,000, covering essential items that directly impact their manufacturing operation. Direct expense 30,000. Ideally, they could have given a single table, but they gave a big story. In that, the important point is purchases is 1 lakh 30, labor cost is 90,000, direct expenses 30,000. Overhead cost, another crucial aspect. Factory overheads is 60,000, covering all indirect manufacturing expenses. So this is factory overhead. Administration expenses 20,000. I'm not reading the story. I'm just reading the words. Okay. Value selling and distribution overhead 10,000. Quality control 5,000. Quality control 5,000. There's a big story they have given for everything. 10,000 is research and development. 10,000 is research and development. Quality control 5,000. Everything given directly, but big story. Inventory management is key. Opening stock 50,000. Opening stock of raw material is 50,000. WIP starts at 15, increases to 35. What is starts at 15 called? Opening. Increases to 35, closing. Opening WIP, closing WIP. For finished goods, opening stock 30,000, closing stock 25,000. Throughout the period, the company manufactured 4,000 units. 3,000 units were sold at a price of 100 per unit. In the question, there is opening stock already given, closing stock also already given. FG, opening stock also given, closing stock is also given. If they had not given, I would have tried valuation. But they are saying, no, don't struggle with all of this. You directly take it. Additional information, this alone I will help you out. This is the important part. You open a cost sheet, there will be closing stock of raw material which you will not be able to calculate, which alone I'll take you through. Opening stock, add purchases, less closing stock, direct labor, direct expense, all that you write. Ignore the closing stock, leave it blank. You write in your notebook, I'm writing into the screen. Except for closing stock of raw material. Everything else you can fill. You'll obviously not get the values for most of it because closing stock of raw material is not known. That alone I'll take you through. You start doing in your notebook. You keep doing it. Only thing I want to explain is the closing stock part, raw material, not even the others. We normally do FG valuation. Here, raw material, something has to be done. This is how your notebook should look. Opening raw material, purchases, closing stock, we don't know. Let's leave it blank. Direct labor, is there anything wrong? Which one is 50? 50,000. Okay, sorry. Opening stock 50,000. Purchases 130. Closing stock, I don't know. Direct labor 90,000. Direct expenses 30,000. Prime cost, we don't know. Factory overhead 60,000. Cross works cost, we don't know. Opening WIP, closing WIP 1535. Net works cost or factory cost, I don't know. Quality control R&D 5 and 10. Cost of production 4,000 units. Value, I don't know. Opening FG, closing FG, they have not given the number of units. I cannot calculate also, and I don't want it also because valuation is not required. If they ask us to value, maybe they'll give the stock for opening or closing, something will happen. COGS, units we know, value we don't know. Uh, Cost of sales, again a question mark. Profit, a question mark, and sales is there. Any doubts? Okay, sorry. 25,000. Okay. Any doubts on this? Yep. Numbers are fine. Can we discuss now the valuation part? These are broad numbers. After this, we had to get to the inventory valuation of closing stock. What happens? I'll explain. Any doubts till this? Okay. During the period, price of raw material fluctuated. At the beginning of the period, price was 10 per unit. Midway through the period, price increased to 12. Company could purchase only 10,000 unit at the lower price of 10 per unit. Raw material consumed is 14,000. Company follows FIFO method for inventory valuation. Have to follow FIFO method for inventory valuation. You would have done this maybe in your foundation or maybe in your college. Now come down. Price stores ledger. Price stores ledger for valuation of raw material. 10 columns. Particulars, receipt with 3 subcolumn, quantity, rate, amount. Receipt, quantity, rate amount, issue quantity rate amount. I'll explain this, but this we separately learn again in the second chapter. But maybe you would have seen this earlier also. Quantity rate amount, balance, quantity rate amount, receipt quantity rate amount, issue quantity rate amount, balance quantity rate amount. This is a format you could have seen maybe in foundation or in your BCom, but still we will discuss it in depth. Can we start? Particulars, receipt 3 subcolumns, issues 3 subcolumn, balance 3 subcolumn. What was the opening value of the raw material given in the question? Opening balance. Amount is 50,000. Amount is 50,000. Any rate given specifically for opening stock? It said that during the period at the beginning price was what? 10 per unit. So 10 quantity I had at the beginning is 50,000 by 10. I had 5,000. I had 5,000. Then I made purchases. Some purchases happened at 10 rupees and balance happened at some higher price, something they have mentioned. Some purchases happened at 10, balance would have happened at a higher price. I had an opening balance of how many units? 5,000 units at what rate? 10 per unit, at the rate of 10 per unit. Purchases. Purchases at purchases first lot. Let's call it as first lot. How many units we could purchase at 10 rupees? 10,000. What is the total purchases we have done value? 1,30,000. In that 1,30,000, right? 10,000 units, 10 rupees, 1 lakh. 10,000 units, 10 rupees, 1 lakh. This is one lot of purchases we have done. Under FIFO, I have to write every lot separately. 5,000 separately, 10,000 separately. This you can club also because rate is same. If you want to club, you can club it or write separately. 5,000 separately, 10,000 separately. 5,000 at the rate of 10, 10,000 at the rate of 10. You can club it also, write 15,000. Rate is same. This I could purchase at lower price. Balance I had to purchase it at a higher price. Balance I had to purchase it under a higher price. Weighted average cost method, different analysis. FIFO method, different analysis. Purchase a second lot. Balance I had to purchase at higher rate. How much is the balance value of, what is the overall purchases value? So 50,000 is balance. What is the rate at which we purchased? 30,000 by 12. 2,500. 2,500. Second lot my purchase happened at the rate of 12 rupees and I got how many units? 2,500 units. We got 2,500 units in the second lot. Okay. Now 5,000 there, 10,000 there, 2,500 there. 3 lots. 10, 10, 12. 10 rupee lot, again a 10 rupee lot and a 12 rupee lot. FIFO needs separate tracking. You could have seen this earlier. Still you need clarification. You'll have to ask me. Separate lot I track. Now under FIFO method we consume it. Under consumption, first 5,000 will be used. Next 10,000 will be used. Still you consume more, then 2,500 will be used. Consumption, how many units we have consumed? 14,000. Okay, first 5,000, next 9,000. First 5,000, next 9,000. Only 14,000 we have consumed. rupees, 10 rupees. Leftover 1000, 1500. 1000 units is leftover of 10,000 units purchase, and 2500 units leftover. 1000 units leftover, 2500 units leftover. Any doubts on this? The entire question just focused on this adjustment. Everything else was just a formality. 1000 into 10, 2500 into 12. Two lots are there. We have been focusing on valuing FG, but ICI tested the raw material valuation. This is separately learnt in the material cost chapter. But anyway, I wanted to discuss it here. Any doubts on this? Understood the calculation? Can we proceed? The raw material closing stock is rupees 40,000. It is rupees 40,000. Instead of giving it as directly, they have given information. We have to do the calculation and then get to the answer. Any doubts on 40,000 figure? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts in this? Understood? Done? Go back now. Now it's a formality. Any doubts on this 40,000 figure? Minus 40,000. Give me the outer column figure. 1,40,000. Now it will become a formality. 1,40,000. Using the calculator. Prime cost 260. GWC 320. Factory cost 3 lakh. 315. 20. 350. 380 minus 350. 380 minus 350. 380 minus 350. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand this? We'll now see the MCQ requirements, but once that closing stock of raw material was done, it's more of a formality. Any doubts on the cost sheet here? Can we proceed? Done? Okay. What is the value of closing stock of raw material? Tell me the figure. 40,000. Cost of production, tell me the figure. 3,15,000. Cost of goods sold. 3 lakh. Cost of sales. Cost per unit of goods sold. COGS per unit. COGS per unit. Calculate. COGS per unit. 3,20,000. 84.21. Clear? Able to understand this? Any doubts on this? This is how MCQ based questions will come in exam. I may not separately do MCQ. Some question I would have copied here. Else I say may convert any of the question into an MCQ based question. Any doubts on this? Clear? Done? Can we proceed? Clear? Okay. 22 is a practice question. I'll quickly discuss if any important adjustment is there. This is a September 25 exam question. Most of the exam question I would have left it as practice question for you, just to get a feel of the type of question ICI asks. They have given various expenses. Initial part is focus on classification. A sub part of that bigger question, we saw so many items. They cut down the number of items, asked lesser. Raw material purchase is there. Freight inwards is given. 4% of the cost of raw material consumed. So you will have raw material consumed purchase, 4% of raw material purchase, freight inward. Wages is 30% of direct material, 30% of direct material. Any idea How will this help? This is only the important, not an important adjustment, but how will you use this? This alone I want to discuss. How will you calculate closing and opening stock with this? Okay. Closing plus opening by 2. Closing plus opening by 2 is equal to what? 11 lakh 55,000. Opening, let's call it as A or X, whatever. Opening is X. Closing is 990 more than opening. 990 more than opening. So X plus 990 divided by 2, 1155. This will give you answer to opening stock. Closing stock is 990 more. I cannot separately discuss, but some things I see I will keep adding like this. Any doubts on the adjustment here? Closing plus what? Closing plus 990 divided by 2 is 1155. Balance part are routine adjustment. This came as MCQ based question in exam. They asked this as MCQ based case scenario, September 25 exam. Any doubts on this? I don't see anything else very critical in the question. Only this adjustment is there. Question 23, which is a September 25 RTP question. Again, a practice question. If I find something critical, I will discuss it. Else, maybe you will do at home. Carriage in word, administration. Just give me. Okay, only one item I want to discuss. Bad debt written off. Bad debt written off. Is bad debt a normal expense? Is it normally going to happen to every company? Is it mandatory that it has to happen? No. So bad debt costing normally considers as abnormal kind of an expense. Bad debt is considered to be an abnormal expense. For example, we collect fees from 20 students. 2 students are not paying. Can I recover that 2 student fees from the balance 18 student? If I, what is recovery? I add that to my cost. If I add that to the cost, fees will increase. And who will pay the fees? Balance 18 student. Balance 18 student will have to pay the fees for what? 2 students did not make the payment. So bad debt is normally treated like an abnormal expense. So in cost accounting, we don't consider bad debt, we don't consider cash discount. All these are considered to be, one cash discount is finance charge, but bad debt is more like an abnormal expense. Not mandatory every company has to have. Maybe it is there. You can say that it will be there. You may consider your fees accordingly and all. But it is not that just because in one batch 10 students did not pay the fees, high bad debt. Now I cannot say next batch I will increase the fees just because 10 students did not make the payment in the earlier batch. So bad debt we normally treat it as abnormal. Carriage outwards will go where? Outwards. Selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. GST, ITC allowed? Ignore. Thereafter, nothing critical. Balance you can do at home. It's more of a classification oriented question, not a computation oriented question also. It's only a classification. No, I don't see any valuation, anything. Nothing is there. Nothing is there. Basically, items are there. You just need to keep writing it. Clear? So this question you will practice at home. The previous question at least had something extra. Now we are done with the chapter. I'll only quickly tell you an extremely important chapter one because a 10-mark question keeps coming. A 10-mark question will keep coming from this chapter if it comes in MCQ. Descriptive they ask, maybe a 7 or a 8-mark question they will ask. Very simple, becomes the base for balance lot of chapters which we do. We have certain formats, certain questions. At home, your work is somehow make those notes, very important notes. Today, I did not say mark it easy, moderate, difficult. Did you mark or no? How many students marked easy, moderate, difficult? 2 questions we did. Others have to do it, no? Because if you don't mark, you will get stuck. Complete the marking. Easy, moderate, difficult. Complete. I forgot. I really forgot. And suddenly I remember now. You please do the marking for those 2 questions which we did in the class. In the class, we did 2 questions. 2021. You do your marking, whatever is your marking. I'm not saying it has to be only easy, moderate, whatever you feel, please do the marking. Easy, moderate, difficult. Practice question which you do at home, again easy, moderate, difficult. In the question, if you can write some important adjustment, write it. You cannot write, at least highlight those adjustments. At least keep a highlighter and just mark it. This area alone I have to focus. So when you do your revision, at least you'll focus on that area, because you can't be doing questions again and again, again and again, again and again, not possible. Clear? Any doubts on this? I'll quickly revise from my concept book the entire chapter now, may take 15 minutes, and then we move to the next chapter. We started with a format for the cost sheet. I want participation. What does the cost sheet format say? Direct material. In that, what? Opening stock of raw material, add purchases, add incidental expense, less closing stock, then direct labor, direct expense, prime cost, add factory overheads, gross works cost, add opening WIP, less closing WIP, net works cost. After that, quality control, primary packing, research and development, admin overhead relating to production, credit for recoveries or scrap. You get cost of production, add opening FG, less closing FG, cost of goods sold, general and administration overhead, selling and distribution overhead, cost of sales, profit and sales. GP is equal to, don't see anything there, sales minus COGS, NP is equal to sales minus CO of S, cost of goods available for sale, opening stock plus cost of production, closing stock plus cost of goods sold. Labor two types, productive labor, non-productive labor. Productive labor will go to direct labor, non-productive labor will go to factory overheads, non-productive will go to factory overheads. Units computation, we have done this in many places. Opening stock plus production is equal to sales plus closing stock. Packing two types, primary packing, secondary packing. Primary packing is to preserve the quality, secondary packing is to attract the customer. Preserve quality, separate line item, attract customers, what? Selling and distribution overhead, selling and distribution overhead. Then reward to providers of capital, we provide to equity guys, equity dividend, ignore. Preference guys, preference dividend, ignore. Debt guys, we pay interest, ignore if it's related to what? Long term funds. If it's related to non long term funds, it will be considered in the calculation. Freight inwards related to raw material, where will it go? Direct material. Outwards related to finished product, selling and distribution overhead. Income taxes, ignore. Income taxes, ignore. Now in this place, somewhere you can write later, cash discount ignored, bad debt is also ignored. You keep noting down extra points. I did not mention separately here. So some place you note down cash discount is ignored, bad debt is also ignored, so that you may come here and write here itself in next to income tax, right? Cash discount ignored, bad debt ignored. Like this, if you find anything extra also, please write. Penalty ignored. We saw one penalty that is anyway covered in the book. Cash discount ignored and bad debt ignored. You can write in concept 1, you can write in concept 8 also. 8 after that you have a space, you can write there also. Cash discount is ignored and bad debt. In fact, better after concept 8. Cash discount and bad debt, both are ignored. After the concept 8, you'll have some small space. In other items, you can add one more item called cash discount, bad debt ignored. Cash discount is ignored, bad debt is ignored. Clear? Okay. In concept 2, we learned that there are two ways of valuing the closing stock. FIFO method, weighted average cost method. What is the formula under FIFO method? Cost of production divided by units produced into closing stock units. Weighted average, cost of production plus the opening FG, units produced plus the opening stock units multiplied with the closing stock units, multiplied with the closing stock units. Third concept, scrap of material. Scrap of material or scrap of raw material alone is deducted from material. Everything else is a separate line item. Fourth concept was GST, input tax credit available, ignore it. Not available, it will be considered as a cost in the respective cost category. We saw that the GST under reverse charge mechanism, we added to the admin overhead. Variable cost, fixed cost. If problem is silent, what are variable costs? Direct material, direct labor, direct expense, selling and distribution. Which is fixed? Admin overhead. And assumption based areas, factory overheads. Any change in variable cost means a change in variable cost per unit. Any change in fixed cost means a change in total fixed cost. How do we split the cost? Change in cost by change in units. If you want to split the semi variable cost, profit margin can be on sales, can be on cost. If it's on sales, sales is 100, profit is 20, cost is 80. If it is on cost, cost is 100, profit is 20, sales is 120, sales is 120. Then these were a lot of ambiguous item. You can add to your list if you wish to. And abnormal item, penalty, fine, damages, in that bad debt, interest, all of this is ignored. And subsidy, grant or incentive, if you have, it will be deducted from the respective cost category. Took me exactly 6 minutes to revise this. This much time only one chapter will take if you want to revise. Because people say, how will I revise so much? If you know the concept, revision is very easy. So at home, you're going to revise this multiple times, complete your practice questions and do the marking of easy, moderate, difficult, easy, moderate, difficult, and every question. If you can note down something in the site, note it down. You cannot note down, at least highlight that important adjustment. For example, last question we did that FIFO method, highlight that entire line so that when you revise, you just at least focus on that. You focus on that because that question, doing everything else is waste of time. Everything else is just waste of time. What is use of time is just doing that extra adjustment. Clear? Able to understand this? Some of those extra adjustment have come as MCQ. Everything I have not converted. Some have been converted, some have not been converted. So to complete this chapter at home, you need to complete all MCQs, complete practice question and make those markings. With that, the chapter will be over. You're going to have a test on this chapter in 2 or 3 days. I'll announce the time. It will be during my class only. Whenever I keep my class, if I have 2 sessions, around 11 o'clock, I will end the session. 11:15 to 12, you will write the test. It will be a 45 minutes test. I'll let you know the time alone, but it will be during the class only. My class will get over little early and then you write the test. We will not keep it beyond 12 o'clock. Mandatory for everyone to write the test. You'll write the test. Evaluation will happen in few days and then I'll give you the paper. In the test, it will be MCQ also will be there. Descriptive will also be there. Theory may also be there. Okay, theory I'm not going to keep as of now because theory I'm yet to discuss for you. Theory, what happens, we'll see in the end. But as of now, in the test, we will keep descriptive question as well as MCQ based question. Clear? Any doubts on this? With this, the chapter is over. We'll take a break of 10 minutes and then I proceed to the next chapter. Any doubts on the chapter? Again, I'm repeating, I have spent around 6th class or the 7th class on this. If I want, I can complete this entire chapter in 20 minutes. That is what you need to do. 20 minutes, can you complete a chapter or not with full clarity? I'm not just saying doing time pass. 20 minutes with clarity, revising concept, revising MCQ, revising descriptive question also. Everything has to happen. Maybe if you want to do descriptive, 20 minutes can become 1 hour. In 1 hour, can we revise this chapter or not is the most important question. If you can revise in 1 hour, you have understood the chapter. You cannot revise in 1 hour, you have wasted your time during the session. That's what will happen. So ultimately, make your notes because today if I tell you to revise cost sheet, 1 hour it is possible. After 4 months, when you open this chapter again and tell you to revise in 1 hour, you will not be able to do. You will not be able to do after because you are not writing exams now. Exam has a gap. It's not that you immediately write cost sheet when you write test, okay, no problem. But when you write exam after a gap, you will start forgetting. That time, only thing which will help you is your own notes, So make them very, very strong such that can you revise cost sheet chapter maximum in 1 hour, You still want to do more time, you can practice few questions. That will happen in first revision. Day before exam, only 1 hour is available for this chapter. In 1 hour, you have to complete this chapter, then move to the next set of chapter. 15 chapters, some chapter less than 1 hour, some chapter more than 1 hour will also happen. So ultimately in 15 hours or maximum 20 hours, I have to complete all chapters. Clear? Done? Okay, let's take a break now. Okay, we have understood till now what is cost sheet and how costs are computed using a cost sheet. Now I'll do an extension of this discussion. In the cost sheet chapter, we learnt various categories of expenses. The main expenses were direct material, direct labor, we had direct expense, and then overheads. Direct material is chapter 2, labor and direct expenses chapter 3, overheads is chapter 4 and 5. So now we are going to focus more on each of the item. That is, you'll focus on material cost, you will focus on labor cost, you will focus on direct expenses, overheads, which are two in nature. One is called traditional method and another method called activity based costing method. So I will now start discussing about material cost. Why is it critical? What happens? And what are we doing in the material cost chapter? Now, okay, let us just first spend why are we learning material cost? Listen, material cost is one of the most important cost for many manufacturing company. In every manufacturing company, the main category of the cost is going to be material cost, and it is essential that I have adequate control. Control means keeping it under check for the material cost. Now, what is material control? You need not write anything, just be in listen mode. Material control in simple words, ensuring few things happen properly. If we are able to ensure these things, we will be in a position to control the material cost or technically reduce the material cost. Material control basically means you need to ensure right quantity. Whenever I buy any product, I need to buy the right quantity. I cannot buy, for example, I'm buying fruits. I cannot buy 50 kg of fruits for my home. Buying 50 kg of fruits will lead to a lot of wastage. I consume in the next 3 months 10 kgs of fruits. I cannot single day buy 10 kgs and say that let us consume it over the next 3 months, because there is a limited life which is available. So one is right quantity, right quality. This is subjective, which we are not going to analyze. We will not be analyzing the quality part. We will analyze how do I ensure right quantity, right time. Right time means when should I buy the material? There is a timing at which I need to buy the material. Should I buy it today? Should I buy it little later? Should I buy afterwards? So right quantity, right quality, right time. Right time we are going to analyze whether it is the right time to buy the material or not. Right cost or price. I need to pay the right cost for buying any product. The right cost needs to be paid, and maybe right place. Place means a company may have multiple location. Which location needs the raw material? In the practical world, material purchases is handled by a separate department called purchase department. The purchase department will ensure they buy right quantity, right quality, right time, right cost, right place. At my home, my mother is the purchase manager. She takes care of all of these things, but she may not know that these are technical terms related to material control. For example, on Tuesday, on Tuesday, she will buy 1 kg of apple. One is the right quantity according to her. According to her, 1 kg is the right quantity for our home. Maybe some other place they may buy 2 kg. For our home, 1 kg is the right quantity she has decided by doing some analysis. What analysis and all, let's not get into it. But she has decided 1 kg of apple will be purchased. She has decided it has to be on Tuesday, not Monday, not Wednesday, not Thursday. Tuesday is the right time. Rupees 200 per kg. He has decided right price for buying the apple is 200 per kg. Place there is nothing like that because it is just for our home. So this is an example of a material control, ensuring I buy right quantity, right quality. Quality is subjective in nature. Right time, right cost, and right place. We do have certain techniques in helping us with the right quantity, right timing, right price. These three we are going to analyze using certain techniques. So in the chapter, we are going to first learn how can I cut down the material cost. Second, we will learn how do I account for the material cost. Accounting is technically journal entry and ledger posting. We don't prepare any journal entry and all. We prepare a ledger called price stores ledger. We prepare a direct ledger called price stores ledger, which I saw in that last cost sheet question. So first we are going to learn about how do I cut down the material cost. There are a lot of techniques to cut down the material cost, and later I'll get into an area called how do I account for the material cost. This is the broad chapter breakup. Clear? Now we will get into why this is critical, because this is the most important cost for most of the manufacturing company. Now at my home, I now go to first technique. At my home, we regular consume wheat. Wheat is a regular consumption at my home. Now my home, maybe for a year we consume some 100 kg, 200 kg, 300 kg, I don't know the number, but some number is there. Let's assume a hotel is there. Hotel will consume 5,000 kg of wheat in a year. Now they can decide to buy 50 kg at a time, 100 kg at a time, 200 kg at a time, 500 kg at a time, or 5,000 kg at a time. In a year, this is the consumption. If I buy 5,000 at a time, what can be the problem hotel can face? If you buy 5,000 at a time, quality may get deteriorated. Okay, what else? I want participation. 5,000 kg you need in a year, you buy 5,000 at a time. Storage problem. Okay, what else? Storage quality problem. Any other problem do you feel? Okay, price may drop. Okay, price may drop. I've got an answer in live online. Wastage may be there. What else? Need participation. What else can be the problem? There's one big problem which you have not told me. Demand is there. 5,000 kg I consume. It's a hotel. So demand is not an issue. We could have bought. That is what. So your purchased more assumption is 5,000 will get used. 5,000 will get used. Quality issues are there. A student has said upgraded packing or material may come. Upgrade can happen. All that is there. Still one more problem is there. Perishes quality issues, wastage, storage, all that is fine. Another issue can be there. Finance problem. I need 5,000 kg means I have to pay at least some 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, whatever number. The bigger issue can also be this. I need money, no? 5,000 kg is not a small thing to buy. So I need money to buy. All of these are technically called as one cost. I'll explain in some time. 5,000 kg if you buy at a stretch. Storage problem can be there, quality problem can be there, upgraded material may come, under usage can happen, wastage can be there, price may drop, finance problem can be there. All these are issues. Company decided we will buy kg or not even 50, 10 kg at a time. 10 kg at a time. What can be the problem if you buy 10 kg at a time? Okay, so what is the problem? Keep buying frequently means price fluctuation. Okay, what else? Assuming price fluctuation issue is not there, what else can be the problem? I have to keep buying. I understood. What is the problem of keep buying then? Transport cost. There could be a transport cost or freight cost or transport. So what else can be a problem? Money is needed is lesser now only. No, I'm buying 10 kg at a time. When I buy 10 at a time, problem is transport cost. I understood. Any other issue you face? We may run out of stock. Out of Run out of stock. Quality may differ. Run out of stock is one big issue which I may face. I am running out of the stock itself. You go to the hotel asking for the product, saying that give us 2 chapatis, and the answer comes wheat is not there. Answer comes is wheat is not there. Run out of stock is one big issue, but the other issue is also transport cost. The transport cost is there. Now, ignoring this run out of stock issue, let's just focus on transport cost. Every time we place an order, we incur something called as ordering cost. Every time you place an order, there will be an ordering cost. Nowadays, if you order in Flipkart or Amazon, they'll charge you 10 rupees per order, 20 rupees per order. Some order charges they have started bringing in now. Earlier it was not there. So if somebody tells me Flipkart will charge 20 rupees per order, if I keep ordering 10 kg, 500 times in a year, I have to pay this 20 rupees. 500 times in a year, I have to pay 20 rupees because that is technically like a transport cost. Let's assume I'm buying it from Flipkart, assuming price does not change, quality does not change, all those issues are not there. Because those issues I can't forecast. The issue I have in hand is if I order 10 kg at a time, be ready to pay 20 rupees 500 times a year. 500 times a year, and you may also run out of stock. That is also separate analysis. Run out of stock is also subjective in nature. We may not. But the bigger issues, I'll have to pay transport cost 500 times in a year. If I order 5,000 at a time, if I order 5,000 at a time, I may incur all of this. Ultimately, I can say that if I order very high quantity, we may suffer a loss of 10%, 15%, 12%, 13%, some number they may give. These all are called carrying cost. There are two types of cost you incur. When you buy a material and keep it in your godown, you have to incur storage cost, you have to incur some quality deterioration cost, you may have an obsolescence cost, you may also have a wastage cost, and you may also have to pay finance cost. Finances, money doesn't come. You cannot just have, see, understand one thing very clearly. Whenever you look at any asset in a balance sheet, along with the asset, some liability has to be there. Asset doesn't come on its own. If somebody says, at my home, I have 20 kg of a product, it means along with that, some liability would have been there. Liability means your own money, loan money, whatever it is. So, any asset I create, along with that, a liability is also there. So, if you keep 5,000 kg of wheat, 5,000, then it becomes 3,000, then it becomes 1,000. By the end of the year, it may reach zero. Again, you may buy. If you buy a very high quantity, there is a problem of carrying cost. Carrying cost means insurance cost, interest cost, storage cost, obsolescence cost, everything. If you keep buy a very low quantity, you have to incur ordering cost. Unfortunately, these two costs are inversely proportional. Inversely means ordering cost goes up, carrying cost will go down. Carrying cost goes up, ordering cost will go down. Assuming at my home this happens and my mother tells me that you have to go to the shop and buy. Every time I have to go to the shop, there's a petrol cost, diesel cost, whatever name you want to call, go there, buy and come back. If she tells me to do this every 2-3 days, I'll get irritated saying that this is not doing. I can't keep doing this. We are spending a lot of money on this. Let us order at one stretch. If I order at one stretch, space may be there at home, space may not be there at home. Money may be there, money may not be there because money also is very critical. So somewhere we need to balance. That is where the first technique comes. What is the right quantity to buy of a regularly used material? Regularly used material. Irregular use and all, I'm not bothered. Regularly you are buying something, then what is the right quantity? At my home, my mother has already decided EOQ for rice, wheat and all. EOQ is the technical name, but she doesn't know what is EOQ. She doesn't understand all of this. But she has done her own analysis and decided that we will buy 50 kg of rice every time we run out of stock or every time we come closer to the stock. At my home, she has decided if we are buying potatoes, tomatoes, 1 kg, 2 kg is the EOQ. Why 1 kg, 2 kg, she only knows, but she has decided the quantity. Every time she buys the same quantity almost. She may not fluctuate that quantity also. At your home, you speak to your parents, ask them, we regularly consume rice. How many kgs of rice we will buy every time we run out of stock or every time we come closer to the stock out situation? She will say maybe 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever number. She has her own reasons for it. And all those reasons will incline or will analyze, will be in line with what EOQ is trying to say. Economic order quantity, best quantity to order at which the overall cost is lowest. What is overall cost? We incur three cost when we buy. So EOQ focuses on only one in a area, right quantity. We have right quantity, right quality, everything. In that, EOQ focuses on only one thing, right quantity. What is the right quantity to order? For the right quantity to order, EOQ goes through some analysis. I'll come to analysis in some time. Ordering cost I incur. What is the ordering cost? Every time you place an order in Flipkart, there are platform fees or something, they say 10 rupees, 15 rupees, 20 rupees, whatever number you have. Every time I place an order, I incur this. So my objective is to minimize the number of orders. But if I minimize the number of order, quantity per order will go up. If you minimize the number of order, quantity per order will go up, and there the problem is carrying cost. The problem is with carrying cost. So somewhere I need to balance both. Ordering cost I have to balance, carrying cost I have to balance. How we balance, what happens and all, we'll discuss as we proceed. There's a ordering cost I incur. There's also a carrying cost I incur. Somewhere need to balance both. Need to balance the both type of cost. How we balance, what we do is our analysis here. Okay. Ordering cost incurred to place an order. Example, they're saying documentation cost. Every time you place an order in the practical world, maybe I need to send a document to the other party. For that, a person has to be there. He has to send this document. We may incur some freight cost. Lot of costs will be incurred. All these costs are inversely proportional with quantity per order. What is inversely proportional? Is quantity per order goes up, number of orders go down. Quantity per order goes up, number of order goes down, ordering cost goes down. If I pay too much focus on ordering cost, I will suffer at the carrying cost. If I pay too much focus on carrying cost, I'll suffer at the ordering cost. EOQ says let us add them together and try to balance both and have the lowest cost. Try to balance both and have the lowest cost. Carrying cost is incurred for storing the raw material in stock. For storing the raw material in stock. Storage cost, interest cost, insurance cost, wastage cost, obsolescence cost. This is directly proportional with quantity per order. If at my home, if they order 5000 kg at a time, be mentally prepared to incur a high carrying cost, low ordering cost. If you order 10 kg at a time, low carrying cost, high ordering cost. If I balance it at maybe 300, 400, 500, both may get balanced out. How that happens and all, we'll see in some time. This is the concept. EOQ comes into picture only because I have two types of cost. There's a ordering cost and there is a carrying cost. Ordering cost is incurred for every order I place. Today, you place an order in Zomato, in Swiggy or anywhere, you incur a cost at every order level. Also, if I order too much and keep it at home, I incur a carrying cost. Somewhere I need to balance both. I need to balance both. How are we balancing? Formula and all in some time as we proceed. This is the first concept. The focus of the concept is to ensure only one thing. Out of this, I am trying to ensure right quantity. The focus of this concept is to ensure right quantity we buy. At my home, my mother is already doing this. She is already doing EOQ. At your home, maybe your mother does, your father does, but somebody is using the concept of EOQ regularly used. Only when thing is regular use. Maybe rice could be regularly consumed at your home. There could be a EOQ for that. Vegetables are consumed regularly. There could be a EOQ for that. Fruits are consumed regularly. They may not know the terms EOQ, but practical world, corporate, they deal in crores and crores. Maybe they want to fix this. They want to fix the right quantity to buy. Right quantity to buy. Every time they buy, they will buy only this quantity. They will not alter it. Formula in some time you will get to know. Understood the concept? EOQ is basically the right quantity to buy, right quantity to buy. Any doubts on the concept till this? Okay. Come to formula everything as we proceed. Let's come to question 1. G Limited produces a product which has a monthly demand. Question 1, page 4. Produces a product which has a monthly demand of 4000 units. Product requires a component which is purchased at rupees 20. For every finished product, 1 unit of component is required. Ordering cost 120, holding cost 10% per annum. Calculate the EOQ, number of orders, frequency of ordering. Minimum lot size is 4,000. What is the extra cost? What is the minimum carrying cost? When should the next order be placed? Certain requirements are there. Let's not focus too much as of now on the requirements. Let's understand the concept again from the beginning. G Limited produces a product which has a monthly demand of how much? So in a year, how many units we are going to produce? Participate. 48,000 units. I'm going to produce 48,000 units. EOQ is the best quantity to order. Order means it's a raw material. G Limited produces a product. Produces a product, is it raw material or finished product? Finished product. So demand is given for the finished product. I'll have to convert this to demand for the raw material. For example, let's take an example of a hotel. The hotel says that annual demand of meals, the annual demand of meals which they or annual demand of Italy is 10 lakh units of Italy would be sold over a period of 1 year. Now, for manufacturing Italy, they need rice. Now you can say one Italy will need 10 grams of rice, 20 gram of rice, 50 gram of rice, 100 gram of rice. Some ratio will be there. So if you are selling 10 lakh, how much you need per unit, multiply, then you will know the demand for rice. I need the demand for rice because I have to buy rice. I cannot buy the finished product. I buy the raw material. I buy the raw material. So they'll give two things. They'll give the demand for the raw material. They may also give the demand for the finished product. Then they're saying product requires a component X which is purchased at 20. For every finished product, how much? 1 unit of component is required. So we will decide for 48,000 units of finished product, how many units of raw material is needed, and that is what we are buying in a year. That is what we are buying in a year. And there is some ordering cost given, which is how much? 120 per order, and holding cost. Holding is carrying cost is 10% per annum. Some basic information is given. We will understand how EOQ is calculated with all of this. Working note 1, computation of EOQ. Computation of EOQ. Computation of EOQ. Economic order quantity. Computation of EOQ. Basic information. Basic information. Annual demand of FG. FG means finished product. Annual demand of FG. Annual demand of FG. What's the monthly demand of the finished product in the question? I want participation. 4,000. So annual demand is 4,000 into 12 months. 48,000. Annual demand of FG 48,000. This doesn't help us in our calculation. What I need to know is how much raw material I have to manufacture or how much raw material I have to purchase. Annual demand of raw material. Annual demand of raw material. Right. Production into input by output. Production into input by output. Production into input by output. Input by output. Now, what is this production into input by output? Why is it coming? I go back to my hotel example. In a year, we're going to sell 10 lakh idlis. So 10 lakh into 100 gram of input, output is 2 idlis. It could be 2, 3, whatever. 100 gram of input, 2 idlis is the output. So what we are doing here is production is basically, listen, output. Production is basically output. Output into input by output. Output cancel. So much input I need. Output is cancel. Production is the final output. Production is the final output, multiply with what? Input by output. The input by output can be anything. The question may say 20 grams of input for 10 units of output. 20 grams divided by 10 units. 20 gram divided by 10 units. Or they can say 200 grams of rice for 4 idlis. 200 by 4. 200 by 4. Or they may say 1 unit for 1 unit of finished product. 1 by 1. 1 by 1. It could be anything. What we are doing? Output into input by output. Output into input by output. Why are we doing this? Because I need to know how many units I want to buy. What I want to produce is not. EOQ is the best quantity to purchase. EOQ is the best quantity to purchase. Best quantity to purchase. So I am trying to find out what is the best quantity to purchase. What is the best quantity to purchase? Clear? Any doubts on this? How many units we are going to produce? Finished product demand is 48,000. Production will also be 48,000. Later, as we proceed, you will understand opening stock, closing stock, all that later. 48,000 I will produce. Some input output would have been given in the question. Some ratio they would have mentioned. They have said what? For every finished product, 1 unit of component is needed. 1 component, 1 finished product. 1:1. 1 component, 1 finished product. 1 component, 1 finished product. So into what? 1 by 1. 48,000 units. Both are in units. Some could be in kgs also. If it's in kgs, write in kgs. Liters, write liters. 48,000 units. Any doubts on this? So what are we trying to do here now? I am going to buy 48,000 units in a year. Should I buy 10 units at a time, 20 units at a time, 50 units at a time, 100 units at a time, 200 at a time, 400 at a time, 4,000 at a time, 5,000 at a time? What is the best quantity to order? What is the best quantity to order? In the end, I need how many? 48,000. In my earlier example, 5,000 kgs. What should I order at a time? I showed this to my mother. She said, no, we order 2,000 at a time. That is the best quantity. How did she decide? Maybe some analysis. We are now doing that proper analysis and trying to get a number. Any doubts till this? 48,000 units we are going to buy in a year. We are going to buy in a year. Next, ordering cost per order. Ordering cost per order. Somewhere it would have been given in the question. 120 per order. Purchase price. Purchase price per unit. How much? Rupees 20 per unit. 20 per unit. Holding cost or carrying cost per unit. Per annum. Per unit per annum. For a year, what is the carrying cost we calculate? Why per annum? As we proceed, you will get clarity on some of the points. Holding cost or carrying cost per unit per annum. Per unit per annum. What is the holding cost they have given? 10% per annum. Now listen. Whenever they give percentage, the rule is it is a percentage of purchase price. Why is this rule? Let's understand. My holding cost is 10%. It means whatever I am buying, 10% may get wasted. 10% may get wasted. One example I am giving. If 10% get wasted, every unit I buy for 20 rupees, 2 rupees will be my loss on every unit. 2 rupees will be my loss on every unit. R. 10% could be interest cost. 10% could be interest cost. 20 rupees inventory in the asset side, 20 rupees loan in the liability side. 20 rupees is the inventory in the asset side, 20 rupees is the loan in the liability side. I have to pay interest on 20 rupees. I have to pay interest on 20 rupees. 10% could be insurance. 20 rupees is the inventory value, 10% is the insurance premium. 10% is the insurance premium. So carrying cost, if it's given as a percentage, it is a percentage of purchase price. It's a percentage of purchase price. Why is it so? because higher the purchase price, more is the carrying cost. Lower the purchase price, lower is the carrying cost. At my home, low value item, my mother will say, let us buy for one full year at a stretch also. High value item, she has to think a lot. Reason, high carrying cost. High value item will have high carrying cost. Low value items will have lower carrying cost. At my home, let's assume we are using toothpaste for the entire year. She said some offer is there for one full year. She bought it at one stretch itself because the cost is not that high. She did not bother about carrying cost, everything, because the value is less. She said at a stretch, let us buy it and keep consuming it over the entire year. Maybe she may do that because it's a low value item. Carrying cost is never my worry there. High value item, if I have to buy something, I have to think a lot. A high value item or perishable item, all that I'll have to think a lot and then accordingly buy it. So if they give us a percentage, what they mentioned in the question is holding cost is how much? 10% per annum. This 10% will be applied on purchase price. For logic, inventory in the asset side, loan in the liability side, pay 10% interest on the inventory value, 10% interest on the inventory value. Insurance taken, pay 10% of the inventory value as insurance premium. Obsolescence happen, 10% of the value will get lost. 10% of the value of the inventory, 10% of the value of the inventory will get lost. Any doubts in this? Right, 10% into purchase price, rupees 2 per unit. Rupees 2 per unit. Okay. Now, my mother has to take a conscious call and decide, should we focus on saving 120 rupees per order or should we focus on saving 2 rupees per unit? 120 per order or what? 2 rupees per unit. One of them only I can save. 120 per order or what? 2 rupees per unit. One of them I have to save. I cannot save both and all. So I'll have to balance it. I'll have to balance. Either try saving 120 rupees. I will try saving 120 rupees if the cost looks very high. If the 120 per order becomes 1000 per order, 2000 per order, I may start ordering a very high quantity and have very less number of orders, very less number of orders in a year. If the carrying cost is on the higher side, I may order very low quantity and save on the carrying cost. Very low quantity, you save on carrying cost. Very high quantity, you save on ordering cost. Somewhere I'll have to balance both. I'll have to balance both. Any doubts on the concept here? Now write EOQ equal to EOQ equal to EOQ equal to square root of you first wait for a minute. Let me write the formula here properly. Then you write it. Square root of, you wait for a minute. 2 into annual demand of raw material. 2 into, you wait for a minute, then write 2 into annual demand of raw material. What is annual demand of raw materials? How many units I'm going to buy? More the number of units, the EOQ will keep going up. Because if you're ordering 10,000 at a time, EOQ 100. If you order 20,000 in a year, EOQ will increase. If you order 5 lakh in a year, EOQ for Reliance Industries will be higher. EOQ for my home will be lower. Because my home we are buying very less quantity. They are buying very high quantity. So first thing which is dependent is what? Annual demand. If you order lot, if you order a very high quantity, that is in a year, a hotel EOQ could be 500 kg at a time rice. At my home, the EOQ could be only 50 kg at a time because we consume less, hotel consumes a lot. 2 into annual demand into ordering cost per order. Higher ordering cost, higher EOQ. Higher ordering cost, higher quantity. If you are spending more on per order, please increase the quantity. Please increase the quantity. You're spending more on per order. Increase what? Quantity per order. Increase quantity per order. All this is divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. All this is divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Carrying cost per unit. All of this is in square root. Entire part is square root. The formula hasn't come properly there. Entire part is in square root. 2 into annual demand of raw material into what? Ordering cost per order whole divided by carrying cost. If your carrying cost is very high, automatically EOQ will come down because it's in the denominator. Automatically EOQ will come down. If your ordering cost is very high, automatically EOQ will go up. Automatically EOQ will go up. So it is trying to balance both ordering cost and carrying cost. Ordering cost and carrying cost. Write the formula now. Into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. This is the proper formula. The entire part is in square root. Into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Okay, listen. Why carrying cost is per annum is the numerator demand is for a year. If you take monthly demand, carrying cost in the denominator can be per month also. Carrying cost can be per month also if you take monthly demand. As a rule, we normally take annual demand and divide by annual carrying cost. Divide by annual carrying cost. What the formula is going to do is it is going to balance both. How does it balance? You'll understand in some time. So at my home, my mother indirectly should ideally use this formula and get the quantity. She may not know all this formula and all, but somewhere all this goes in her mind. She thinks about ordering cost. She thinks about carrying cost and ultimately decide what quantity to buy. Ultimately decide what quantity to buy. Any doubts on the formula? 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Let's write the numbers. You already have the numbers now. What is the annual demand of raw material? 30,000. 48, sorry, 48,000. Ordering cost per order 120. Carrying cost per unit per annum 2. Divide this, take a square root and tell me the final answer. The best quantity to order is 2,400 at a time. 2,400 at a time. This will balance the ordering cost and the carrying cost. This will balance what? Ordering cost and the carrying cost. Any doubts on this? 2,400 at a time. 2,400 at a time will balance what? Ordering cost and the carrying cost. Ordering cost and the carrying cost. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? 2,400 units at a time. 2,400 units at a time. Clear? If need not do this. Example, this increases to 480. If this increases to 480, tell me the revised answer. Ordering cost goes up, EOQ will go up. Ordering cost goes up, EOQ will go up. Why does it happen? EOQ goes up, number of orders go down, total ordering cost will go down. Total ordering cost will go down. The denominator was 8 rupees. Tell me the answer. Denominator was 8 rupees. If carrying cost is on the higher side, I will have lower EOQ. I'll have lower EOQ. Any doubts on this? Clear? Done. This is first part of the calculation. EOQ is basically going to tell what is the best quantity to order. What is the best quantity to order? In this case, the best quantity to order is 2,400 units. Be very clear, we are using annual demand of raw material. Some question will give you annual demand of finished product. You have to do into input by output, get the annual demand of raw material, then apply the formula. Any doubts till this? Understood till this? Can we proceed? Working note 2. Comparison of EOQ and minimum lot size. EOQ and minimum lot size. Particulars in 2 columns. There are a lot of requirements in the question. I'll be explaining them as we proceed. Minimum lot size. Minimum lot size. What is the EOQ we calculated? Participate. What is the EOQ we calculated? 2400. After calculating, all this will understand in some time. I went to my supplier, told him supply 2400. He is adamant he will supply only 4000. He will supply only 4000. If you deviate from EOQ, you will have to incur extra cost. EOQ is the best item because at EOQ, total of 3 things will be lowest. Ordering cost, carrying cost and purchase cost. Total of the 3 put together. I will have the lowest cost of ordering plus carrying plus purchase. All the 3 together. Ordering could be higher or carrying could be higher when you compare. But put together the lowest will happen at economic order quantity. Ordering plus carrying plus what? Purchase cost. Ordering plus carrying plus purchase cost. Now question is saying the supplier is ready to supply how many units? 4000 units at a time. I asked him supply me 2400 because our EOQ is what? 2400. The supplier is saying nothing doing. We will supply only how many units? 4000 at a time. If I deviate, what is the extra cost I have to incur? What is the extra cost I have to incur? I don't have a choice also. I have to follow this. If I follow this, be mentally prepared to spend extra money. Be ready to spend extra money. Let's do this calculation. I have to calculate total ordering cost, total carrying cost, total purchase cost, and then total cost, and then see the difference, Right? Annual demand. Annual demand. Annual demand. What is the EOQ answer? What is the annual demand in the question? 48,000. Quantity per order. Quantity per order. Annual demand 48,000. Quantity per order. Listen, if I follow EOQ, I will order 2400 at a time. I'll order 2400 at a time. One participation, guys. You'll have to participate, then only you'll understand. If EOQ what? 2400. If I follow minimum lot size, how much is the supplier asking me to order? 4000. Annual demand 3848, quantity per order 24 and 2400 and 4000. Once I use the item 1 and 2 and I divide, I'll get to know how many orders I'll place in a year. This is part one requirement. I'll answer that in the end. How many orders in a year? How many orders in a year? 2400 one order. 48,000 will get ordered in maybe 20 orders. In 20 orders. How many orders are we going to place in a year? Number of orders. Number of orders per annum. Annual demand A. Quantity per order B. Number of orders is A by B. Number of orders per annum. Number of orders per annum. How many orders? 20 and 12. 20 orders and 12 orders. Minimum lot size is beneficial for me in the number of orders, but the problem will come later on the carrying cost part. 48,000, 2,400, 48,000, 4,000. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand this? Okay. Next happens ordering cost per order. Read the question and tell me what is the ordering cost per order. 120. Ordering cost per order. Total ordering cost. Total ordering cost. Number of orders into ordering cost per order. Every time I place an order, I have to incur 120 rupees. 20 orders means how much we incur, and 12 orders means how much we are incurring. Every time we place an order, 20 orders into the cost per order, 12 orders into the cost per order. 20 and 12. Any doubts on this? So 20 into 120. What's the value? 1000, 2400. 12 into 120, 1440. I directly save money as of now in the minimum lot size. But the problem is going to be of the carrying cost. When you order high quantity at a stretch, the problem is storage, problem is interest cost, problem is insurance cost. Any doubts first till this? 2400 and what? 1440. Any doubts on ordering cost? Okay, listen. In the EOQ, what is the quantity we are ordering? 2400. An imaginary sake, okay? 2400, every day 400 units we consume. Imaginary number. It goes to 2000. Then it will go to 1600. Then it will go to 1200. Then it will go to 800. Then it will go to 400. Then it will go to 0. Again, I'll buy. Again, this is the continuous cycle. Carrying cost is first day incurred on 2400. Second day you'll incur on 2000 because inventory is lower, no? Third day you'll incur on 1600. Fourth day you'll incur on 1200. Fifth day you'll incur on 800. Sixth day you'll incur on 400. Seventh day you'll incur on 0. Again the cycle continues. So there's no end to this. You will incur carrying cost. What is the carrying cost? Listen, practically 2400 into what is the carrying cost per unit? 2 into 1 by 365. 2 rupees is for a year. 2 rupees is for a year. One day I will incur, the first day I'll incur on 2400. Next day I'll incur on 2000. Next day I'll incur on 1600. Next day I'll incur on 1200. Next 800, 400. Then again the cycle continues for one full year. This will happen. Impossible for us to do calculation like this. Saying that every day you do the calculation and then add a total and then give me the number. Impossible. You can't do. In Excel I can do, but yours is not possible. I start with 2400, then reaches 2000, imaginary number, then reaches 1600, then reaches 1200, then reaches 800, then reaches 400, then reaches 0. Now what they say is don't try doing all this every day and all is not possible. Like this the cycle will continue for 365 days. There's no end to the cycle. So this cycle keep continuing. They say just do an average of this. Just do a average of this. On an average I have 1200. On an average I have 1200. On this 1200 you incur 2 rupees for all 365 days. For all 365 days you incur the same 2 rupees for how many units? Average unit. Average. What is average? 2400 is there, 2000 is there, 1600 is there, 1200 is there, 800 is there, 400 is there, 0. Again, impossible for us to do all this calculation. So they say whatever quantity you order, half of that is called average quantity. Whatever we order, half is called average. Why half is called average? Some days you will be more than average, some days you will be lower than average. On an average, mathematically, on an average, 2400 plus 0 or 2400 by 2. 2000, whatever you are ordering divided by 2 is called average inventory. Can it be more? Can it be less? Yes, possible. But every day not possible for you to calculate. And you cannot assume all this. So they say don't get into all of this. Just take the average and incur 2 rupees on that for one full year. Incur 2 rupees on that for one full year. What is the other option available? Every day into 2 into 1 by 365. Next day into 2 by 1 by 365. Next day into 2 by 1 by 365. Not possible for you to do all this calculation. So they say, now I'll give you a shortcut. This is just to complete the calculation from an exam point of view also. And practical world also, I may assume that way only. What are we going to do? Average. We ordered how many units here? 2400. I got 2400. Reached 2000. 1600, 1400, 1200, 1000, 800, 600, 400, 0, and again the next lot comes. So some days we will be more than 1200. Some days we will be lower than 1200. How many every day? I don't know. Can I calculate? Very lengthy calculation. So what ICI says or what the concept says is on an average, we don't have 2400 in the godown. On an average, we have only half of 2400. Some days above half, some days below half, some days above half and some days below half. On an average, we have how many units? 1200 units. You will incur carrying cost on this 1200 units for the entire year. For the entire year, let's assume it is there. For the entire year, let us assume it is there. No, I don't want to do this. Then you have to do everyday calculation, which is not possible. Which is not possible for us to do. Able to understand the concept. Next, write average inventory. Average inventory. Quantity per order by 2. Average inventory. Quantity per order by 2. Quantity per order by 2. Whatever you are ordering, half will be on an average on stock. Some days lower than half, some days more than half, some days lower, some days more. What is the quantity we ordered? 2400. We will have a stock of how much? 1200. And this side we will have a stock of 2000 only. 2000. We'll have a stock of 2000. More stock, more carrying cost. Less stock, less carrying cost. More stock, more carrying cost. Less stock, less carrying cost. 1200 and what? 2000. 1200 and 2000. Able to understand this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Any doubts on this? Next. Carrying cost per unit per annum. Carrying cost per unit per annum. Per unit per annum. How much was the carrying cost per unit per annum? I will incur, again listen, I will incur this 2 rupees for 1 full year on 1200 units. What should be the ideal calculation? Everyday calculation into 2 into 1 by 365. Again 1 by 365. Again 1 by 365. Again 1 by 365. Not possible. So let us take an average of the entire year and just do into 2. No need to do 1 by 365 per year, per unit, per annum. Any doubts on the concept here? Any doubts on the concept here? Every day will I incur 2 rupees? No. Every day I'll incur 1 by 365 of 2 rupees. 1 by 365 of 2 rupees. Any doubts on this? Total carrying cost. Multiply the 2. Total carrying cost into G. Multiply the 2. Total carrying cost. Though I saved money on the ordering cost, I have equally spent a higher number on the carrying cost. At EOQ, the formula is in such a manner that total ordering cost will match total carrying cost. It tries to balance both. Total ordering cost will match total carrying cost. If it does not match, we have done some calculation error. Somewhere calculation error or rounding off okay. But otherwise some calculation mistakes have happened. Total ordering cost will match what? Total carrying cost, because I'm trying to balance both. I'm trying to balance both. Any doubts on this? No priority for ordering, no priority for carrying. Both are prioritized. Whereas if you go with something else, either you pay too much focus on ordering cost or too much focus on carrying cost. 2400 plus 2400, 4800. 1440 plus 4000 is 5440. I'm spending more there. I'm spending more on the non-EOQ, more on the non-EOQ, and that is what will happen every time. If you deviate from EOQ, be ready to spend more. Be ready to spend more. Any doubts on this? Understood? Next line. Again annual demand. Again repeat annual demand. Again repeat annual demand. What's annual demand? Sorry, 8,000. Purchase price. Purchase price. What are the purchase price per unit? 20. Total purchase cost. Total purchase cost. Total purchase cost. 48,000 into 20. Once this is done, I'll be able to explain the concept again. 48,000 into 20. 9 lakh 60. Listen, what is EOQ trying to do is, EOQ is trying to balance three things: ordering, carrying, purchase is of no use in most of the question. Total of the three has to be lowest. Total ordering, total carrying, total purchase cost. Is the total purchase cost same in both the alternative? Participate, is it same in both the alternative? Some question, if it is same, ICI says no need to even write this. No need to even write the purchase cost. It is same. When will it be different? If they say, if you order 4,000 at a time, if you order 4,000 at a time, we will give you 1% discount. We'll give you 1% discount. Then it may deviate. 20 may become 19.8 also. 20 may become 19.8. Those questions we will understand as we proceed. As of now, whether you write this 960 or you don't write 960, both are technically same. Both are technically same. Reason is, these are same because ultimately I want to know what is the difference in the cost. What is the difference in the cost? Whether you consider 960 or you ignore 960, the logic, the difference is going to remain same. Ultimately add all of this. Total inventory cost. Total inventory cost. Ordering cost E, carrying cost H, K, E plus H plus K. E plus H plus K. E plus H plus K. Ordering cost, carrying cost and purchase cost. Put a total of all of that. 9 lakh 64,800. Other side is how much? 965,440. If you don't write purchase cost, 4,800 and 5440. 4,800 and 5440. Any doubts till this? Understood the computation till this? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts on the table here? Understood the table? What is the focus of the EOQ? Let's understand that again. EOQ is the best quantity to order at which total of ordering plus carrying plus purchase is the lowest. What is ordering cost? Ordering cost per order into number of orders. What is carrying cost? Average inventory. It should not be average. You should do daily inventory. But how will I do daily calculation? Very difficult. So average inventory into what? Carrying cost per unit per annum. Purchase cost, annual purchase into purchase price. Ordering cost is inversely proportional with quantity per order. Carrying cost is directly proportional 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Carrying cost per unit per annum. Any doubts on this? Participate. Again the formula. What is the formula for EOQ? Square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. In order to calculate the cost, we started with what? Annual demand. Second item, quantity per order. When you divide, you will get number of orders. Multiply with ordering cost per order. That will give you total ordering cost. One stretch is over. Again, from the original number, average inventory, carrying cost per unit per annum, total carrying cost, second stretch over. Then from the beginning again, annual demand, purchase price, purchase cost, add all the three: total ordering, total carrying, total purchase. Total ordering, total carrying, total purchase. You will get total inventory cost. Total inventory cost. Able to understand this? Any doubts on this part? Clear? Now going back to the question, I don't think we'll be able to complete the entire question, but we'll see whatever is possible. EOQ is done. Number of orders per annum. Number of orders per annum. If I follow EOQ, what was the number of orders you have? 20. Now below the table, right? below the table. Let's start answering the requirements. EOQ equal to EOQ equal to EOQ equal to what is the EOQ number? 2000 2400 will not give you marks. 2400 units, kgs, liters, whatever it is. EOQ 2400 units. Second requirement was number of orders per annum along with EOQ. At EOQ, what is the number of orders? 20 orders. 20 orders. Any doubts on this? Third requirement, frequency of ordering. Frequency of ordering. Listen, what is frequency of ordering is very simple. 20 orders is placed in a year. 20 orders is placed in 1 year. In how many days will I keep placing one order? 20 orders in a year. A year consists of how many days? 365 days. Read the question. They have given something else in this problem. 365 is right, but something else is given in this question. Sorry? A year is how many days? 360 days. A year can be 360 days as per the question. If not given, 365. If not given, 365. Some question will say a year consists of 250 days also. They may mention something else also. Listen, 360 days equal to 20 orders. 360 days equal to 20 orders. Question mark days equal to 1 order. Tell me in how many days will I place an order? 360 days, 20 orders. 360 days equal to, I'm not giving a formula as of now. 360 days equal to what? 20 orders. 360 days equal to 20 orders. Question mark days equal to 1 order. Can be 360, can be 365. 365 is right. But here I'm taking 360 because question has mentioned 360. How many days? 18 days. Frequency of ordering. 18 days per order. Every order will be placed within 18 days. 18 days, one order. In 18 days, so I will tell my company January 1 will place first order, January 19 second order, keep adding 18 days and we'll keep placing an order. Every 18 days, one order we have to place. Any doubts on this? Next thing is, if the lot size is 4000, if the lot size is 4000, what is the extra cost I have to incur? Difference in the cost. Extra cost next. Extra cost due to minimum lot size. Extra cost due to minimum lot size. I want to follow EOQ, but I'm not able to follow it. I want to follow EOQ, but not able to follow it. Not able to follow it. Want to follow it, not able to follow it. Then you have to incur extra cost. Then you have to incur extra cost. 965 minus 964. 965 minus 964. How much extra cost? 640. Amount is insignificant, but this is the extra cost. Listen, I can remove 960 in the calculation and then do the difference also. Same you will get. ICI sometimes adds 960, sometimes doesn't add 960. That's okay, perfectly fine. Both are right. Reason is both are same. 960 is same. Any doubts on this? Third part, what is the minimum carrying cost company has to incur? Next, minimum carrying cost equal to. Fourth part will not do in today's session. I need some time for that. Minimum carrying cost. Minimum carrying cost is very simple. Assuming these two options exist, ICI assumes these two exist, lower of the two number. Minimum carrying cost is lower, assuming both exist. If somebody says EOQ not possible, then minimum you have to incur 4000. Assuming both are possible, ICI answers. Minimum is lower of the two number. Lower of the two number. Minimum of what? 2400 and 2000 rupees 2400. If EOQ is not possible, then my minimum will become 4000 itself. But ICI assumes that both possible and then does the calculation. Any doubts on this? The last part will take time. I don't want to do it now. I need some 5-7 minutes to discuss that. We are done with today's session. We have learned material control. Material control basically focuses on reducing the cost. The objective of material control is to have right quantity, right quality, right place, right time, everything. In that right quantity is EOQ. Right quantity is EOQ. Ordering cost, carrying cost, purchase cost is the lowest. Ordering cost, carrying cost, purchase cost is the lowest. Ordering cost is incurred for every order. Carrying cost is incurred for storing the material. Ideally, you incur this on every unit 1 by 365. Not possible for you to calculate, not possible for me also to do it. So I say simplify. What is simplify? Take a average. What is average? Is quantity per order by 2. Because some days you are above average, some days you are below average. Quantity per order by 2. Multiply that with carrying cost per unit per annum. If you multiply with per annum, directly the yearly cost. Directly the yearly cost. We have we have covered this concept also. Concept 3, how do I calculate material cost? Annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total carrying cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit, total carrying cost, again annual demand, purchase price, purchase cost, and total inventory cost. Total inventory cost. There are a lot other things to be explained, but basic broad structure we have started with. Any doubts on this? Clear? I'm done with the session. Keep revising concept book and be done with your cost sheet fully today. Clear? Done. We'll end with this. Thank you, friends.
Good morning, friends. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. We had started with material cost in the earlier class. I'll first quickly discuss the 2 questions which I gave you in the cost sheet chapter. There were 2 homework questions for you there. Kind of simple question. Let's quickly discuss them. So the first question was on this cost sheet preparation, where classification was the main focus, with one extra adjustment, that closing stock and opening stock equation you have to form and then do the calculation. That asks for COGS, which will come from the cost sheet, profit, labor cost, prime cost, factory cost. Most of these items will directly come from the cost sheet. In this power and fuel, we have taken it as direct expense. Alternatively, you take, answer can change, but based on the ICI suggested answer, they have taken this to be a direct expense. Any doubts on this question? And question 23, this was purely classification. Carriage invoices direct material, administration office, general and administrative overhead, bad debt return off ignored, carriage outward, selling and distribution overhead, GST ITC allowed ignored, salaries factory office will go to factory overheads, production wages is direct wages, repairs plant and machinery is factory overheads, factory rent is factory overheads, office rent is general and administrative overhead, sales is a separate line item, opening stock, closing stock will go to your materials column, material purchase will go to material column, traveling expenses can go anywhere, but we'll take it as general and administrative overhead. It could be traveling expense related to factory, it could be traveling expense related to your corporate office, it could be related to the sales office. We will take it as general and administrative overhead, but can go anywhere. This is an item which could have gone anywhere else also. Then manager salary, 1/4 will go to general and administrative, 3/4 will go to factory overheads. Depreciation on plant and machinery will go to your factory overheads. Office furniture, general and administrative. Director fees, general and administrative. Gas and water, factory will go to factory overheads. Office will go to general and administrative. General expense will go to general and administrative. Any doubts on this? With that, the cost sheet part was fully over, including the practice questions. Now we had started with materials chapter. We learned that material cost is one of the most important cost for most of the manufacturing companies, and it is critical that we control or reduce the material cost. For controlling the material cost or reducing it, we had 5 things which you need to do. Right quantity, right quality, right price, right time, right place. These 5 I want to ensure. Quality is out of our analysis because we cannot comment on the quality part, but other parts we are going to ensure. In that, the first thing we learned is what is the right quantity to buy. That is called economic order quantity. EOQ is the best quantity to order. It is that level at which total of ordering cost, carrying cost and the purchase cost, overall total is the lowest. If you order a very low quantity, we will have low carrying cost but high ordering cost. If you order a very high quantity, you will have low ordering cost, high carrying cost. Objective was somewhere to balance both, which comes through EOQ. EOQ formula was what? Square root of what? 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. If the carrying cost is expressed as percentage, it's always a percentage of purchase price. Then we learnt that we have to calculate total ordering cost, total carrying cost and total purchase cost. Total ordering cost, number of orders into ordering cost per order, number of orders into ordering cost per order. Total carrying cost is average inventory into carrying cost per unit per annum. Average inventory is quantity per order divided by 2. Whatever we are ordering divided by 2 is called as your average inventory. We saw that as well. And then we saw purchase cost is equal to annual demand into the purchase price. In case the purchase cost is same for two alternative, that is EOQ versus something else, then you can ignore that also in the analysis. Any doubts to this? Can we proceed? Done? Okay. We were doing this question which we had left, the last part was left for us to do. We had done part 1, part 2 and part 3. Part 4, determine when the next order should be placed, when is timing of the next order. Assuming company does not maintain a safety stock. What is safety stock you'll understand later, but it's basically an extra cushion which I have. Does not maintain a safety stock. Present inventory is 960 units with a year of 360 working days. Lead time for the supply of material is 2 days. So they have given something on lead time. Any idea what is lead time? Time difference between the ordering and receipt of the material. There are certain items which you receive in 10 minutes. And there are certain items when you order in Amazon, you may get it in 2 days, 1 day, 3, 4, 5, 6. It can be any time period. So there's always a time gap between when I order and when I receive. Today I have how many units as per the question? 960 units. These 960 units will help me in surviving for few days. I don't know what is the number of days. We'll do the calculation. With the 960 units, I may survive for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. If you can survive for 10 days, then you should place an order on the 8th day. On the 8th day, because if I place it on 8th day, 9th, 10th day I have inventory. By the end of 10th day, next lot of inventory comes in. The next lot comes in. So how many days can we survive with the available inventory? With the available inventory, it is what we have to first identify. From there, I'll deduct 2 days. Why 2 days? That's the lead time taken to deliver the material. We will deduct the 2-day period and balance we will get. This is what the concept says. Now write. Timing of next order. Timing of next order. Timing of next order. In a year, how many units of inventory we are consuming? Annual demand or annual 48,000 units equal to 360 days. I can survive with 48,000 units 360 days. 360 days survival possible with 48,000 units. How many units we have in hand? 960 units equal to question mark days. Do cross multiplication. with 960 units, how many days can we survive? Not 18,000. It has to be, it can't be 18,000 and all. No? How will it be? Cross multiplication. 48,000. 960 divided by 48,000 into 360 days. How many days? 7.2 days. 960 by 48,000 into 360. 960 by 48,000 into 360. I can survive for 7.2 days with the available inventory, which means my next lot, whatever I'm ordering, should reach my factory by the end of the 7th day or on the 8th day. 8th day, I need the next lot of material. So I will plan my order in such a way that I place the order and I get my material on which day? 7.2 days. I have to get to the material on 7.2 days. Any doubts first on the calculation here? 7.2 days we can survive with the available inventory. Timing of next order equal to current inventory level in days minus lead time for purchases. Current inventory level in days minus the lead time. Current inventory is how many days? 7.2 days. Lead time is how many days? On the 5th day or by the end of 5th day, we will place another order. By the 7th day, I receive the material and I start consuming it after that. So planning in done such a way that when we come closer to zero stock, I get my next lot of material. How many units we will order? EOQ. The quantity to be ordered is the right quantity is EOQ. Right time we have analyzed here. The right time is in how many days? 5.2 days. In 5.2 days, we will place an order. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Understood this? So we have done concept 1. I go back to concept 2 book. EOQ, best quantity to order, at which total cost is lowest. What is total cost? Participate. Ordering cost, carrying cost and purchase cost. How is ordering cost calculated? Ordering cost per order into number of orders. Carrying cost, average inventory into CC per unit per annum. Purchase cost, annual demand into the purchase price. Then we learned there are two types of cost. Ordering cost is cost incurred to place an order. Freight cost, documentation cost, all that will come. It is inversely proportional with the quantity per order. Carrying cost is directly proportional with the quantity per order. If the carrying cost is given in percentage, it would be a percentage of purchase price. Clear? Any doubts on this? Someone has unmuted. Can you please go on mute, friends? You have a doubt, you unmute and ask. Hussein, you will have to be on mute, please. Then we learned this format: annual demand of raw material, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, multiplication will give you total ordering cost, then average inventory, carrying cost per unit per annum, total carrying cost. Again we repeat the annual demand, purchase price, purchase cost, and then we finally get the total cost. This is what we learn. Frequency of ordering. What is frequency of ordering? Is how frequently are we going to place an order. That is, in a year, how many orders we are placing. We'll calculate in a year how many orders we are placing, and if we are placing 20 orders in a year, number of days in a year divided by 20 orders in a year. Number of days in a year, which could be 360 or 365 or any other number. We saw this question, it was 360, and divided by the number of orders. timing of next order, current inventory minus the lead time for supply. Any doubts till this? Clear? Understood? Okay. Okay, let's take this example 3. This is a September 2024 MCQ question, 2-mark question. In the automotive machine manufacturing sector, a component is manufactured. EOQ is 1500. Cost of placing an order is 100. Carrying cost is 10%. Cost per unit of component is rupees 20. Example 3. Calculate the annual demand. What they've asked us to compute is the annual demand, and what they've given is the EOQ. What they've given is the EOQ, and what we have to calculate is the annual demand. Can we start? This is an 2-mark exam question, right? EOQ equal to square root of, what's the formula? Participate. Annual demand into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Carrying cost per unit per annum. Per unit per annum. Example 3 we are doing carrying cost per unit per annum. What's the annual demand given in, sorry, what is the EOQ given? 1500. I take a square this side, okay? 1500 square equal to 2 into, I'm removing the square root, okay? Removing the square root by taking a square on the other side. 1500 square equal to 2 into annual demand is what we have to calculate. What's the ordering cost per order? Guys, participate please. 100. Carrying cost per unit per annum is 10%. If they give percentage, it's a percentage of what? Purchase price. ₹2 in the end. Take it to the other side, you will get the answer. 22,500. Any doubts on this? Clear? Just give me. Okay. Any doubts on the number? What's the answer you got? 22,500. Clear? Able to understand this? Any doubts on this? This was a 2-mark exam question. Individual MCQs may come like this, or they may end up asking a case scenario based MCQ. Any doubts on this? Okay. Let us look at example 2. Quarterly consumption of raw material, purchase price, ordering cost per order, carrying cost per unit per month. Per unit per month. What is the EOQ? I'll repeat. Quarterly consumption given. You'll have to convert to annual. Purchase price okay. Ordering cost okay. Carrying cost per month given. We have to convert to per annum. Per month given is per annum. I have just altered the question a little bit. This is question which I have created. But we have to ensure what? Annual demand and carrying cost per unit per annum. Per unit per annum. Write the formula. EOQ equal to 2 into annual demand, ordering cost per order, carrying cost per unit per annum. Per unit per annum. 2 into, they have given quarterly consumption of raw material. Quarterly consumption is given. We'll have to convert to what? Annual. Annual is how much? 2 into 8 lakh. Yeah. Purchase price. Sorry, ordering cost 1200. Carrying cost is 10% per month. I have to make it first yearly, which is 120% of purchase price. 120% of purchase price. Carrying cost is always on the purchase price. 120% of 100. 120% of 100. 2 into 8 lakh into 1200 divided by 120 square root 4000 units. Any doubts on this? We need to ensure that annual demand as well the carrying cost is for a year. Carrying cost is for a year. Any doubts on this? Live online guys, you will have to type the answer, participate along with the classes. 4000 units. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Anybody has any doubts on this? I'll not be touching most of the MCQs. Few MCQs I'll touch. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Done. Let's come to question 2. This again is an LDR question. A company manufactures a special product which requires a component alpha. Following particulars are collected for the year 2013. Annual demand of alpha, cost of placing an order, cost per unit of alpha, carrying cost percentage per annum. Company has been offered a quantity discount of 4% on the purchase of alpha. Quantity discount of 4% provided the order size is 4000 components at a time. First is EOQ. Second, should I accept a discount? Third is indifferent level of discount. What is that? You will understand. So there are 3 requirements to the question. First, they have asked for economic order quantity. Second is, should you accept the quantity discount or not? And third is the indifferent level of discount. For EOQ, what is the formula? Participate. Square root of participate. Everyone has to say 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Wait. They have given annual demand of alpha. Read it carefully and tell me, is alpha raw material or finished product? Is alpha raw material or finished product? It is a raw material. Directly we will take it. If it is a finished product, then we'll have to do input by output. We'll have to do input by output. It says manufactures a special product which requires a component alpha. Ordering cost per order is how much? Carrying cost per annum is how much? Percent. Percent means on purchase price. On purchase price. Working note 1, computation of EOQ. Computation of EOQ. Let's start with basic information. Basic information. Every question we will try writing this, okay? Basic information. Annual demand of FG. Annual demand of raw material. Ordering cost per order. Purchase price per unit. Holding or carrying cost per unit per annum. Some of the items we may not have, that's okay. This is the usual thing I try to capture. Annual demand of FG. Raw material. Ordering cost per order. Purchase price per unit. Carrying cost per unit per annum. You have, write it. You don't have, it's okay. We will ignore some data. First write the format. Every problem we will try to capture this information. Okay, the question has said we manufacture a special product. We manufacture a special product. Have they given the demand for that special product? Saying in a year how many units we will sell, produce for the special product. I'm not asking for the alpha. For the special product, have they given the demand in the question? No. Not available, and I don't need it also. With FG we calculate raw material. But FG is not given, raw material directly given, no problem. If they give FG, with FG we will calculate the raw material if needed. So not available, it's okay. I don't want it. They have not given. Last question, if you see, we wrote the FG and then did into 1 by 1. Into 1 by 1. So something like that could have happened in the question. But they are saying, no, I am not giving you the demand of the FG. I said, okay, no problem. Raw material, what's the demand? 8,000 units. It can be kgs, liters, whatever they say. 8,000 units. Ordering cost per order 200. Purchase price per unit 400. Carrying cost percentage, how much they've said? 20% of 400. 20% of 400. 80. 20% of purchase price. Apply the formula. Write the formula, apply. Don't refer the screen, you apply and then see the screen. Live online guys, type the answer. Here, let me know the answer. What's the answer you got? 200 units. We have got the answer is 200 units. Any doubts on the EOQ number? Any doubts on the EOQ? Can we proceed? Part 2 is saying, should you take up discount if they give a discount of how much? 4%, provided you order how many units? 4,000 units at a time. EOQ is always the best quantity. But I may deviate from EOQ if you give me lot of discounts. If you give me lot of discounts, maybe the other option is better. So ordering plus carrying only, you see, EOQ is always the best. Only ordering and carrying. With that you add the purchase cost, maybe something else becomes better only because they are given discount. There is a discount. So I need to see whether that discount of 4% is okay or not. How will we evaluate this? Is we will prepare a table like this: particulars, EOQ, quantity discount, and one more column is needed. What is that other column? I'll explain later. So particulars and 3 columns. Evaluation of quantity discount. Evaluation of quantity discount. Particulars, EOQ, quantity discount, and one more column. What is that? I'll explain later. I need one more column and write the same table. We'll fill it in a minute. You first complete writing the table. EOQ and quantity discount. Annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit, total carrying cost, annual demand, purchase price, purchase cost, inventory cost. Try writing this without seeing as much as possible. Without seeing as much as possible. So your learning process gets over in the class itself. As much as possible, whatever you do, you should not see the screen and keep writing. Obviously you are not knowing what to write, then keep seeing it. As much as possible, try writing without looking at the screen. Okay, we'll start now. Annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, CC per unit, total carrying, annual demand, purchase price, purchase cost, and inventory cost. Can we start? Clear? Proceed. Was annual demand, right? 8,000, 8,000. 8 and 8. 8 and 8 was a quantity per order in EOQ. Participate, everyone has to see 200. Everyone has to participate in the class. It is very easy for me to keep writing the answer. I will get discount if I order how many units at a time? 4,000. Number of orders we will divide. We will get very less orders in the second part. 40 orders and 2 orders. 40 and 2 orders. Any doubts on this? Ordering cost per order 200, 200. 40 into 200, 8,000. 40 into 200, 8,000. 2 into 200. So there is a good saving in the ordering cost. The problem will be the carrying cost. Any doubts on this? 2 into 200, 400. 8,000 is the ordering cost under EOQ. 400 is the cost under quantity discount model. Quantity discount model. Any doubts on this? I don't want you to write the next 3 lines as of now. I'll come back to it in some time. Okay. Repeat the annual demand. 8,000. 8,000. What is the purchase price under EOQ? 400. If you go for quantity discount, you will be given a lower price. We will be given a lower price. What is the lower price we are given? 4% discount. We are given a discount of 4% if we opt for what? Quantity discount. 400 minus 4%. 8,000 into 400. 8,000 into 400. How much you get? 32 lakh. 8,000 into 384. This is the extraordinary saving I get in quantity discount, but maybe still I may not opt for it. I don't know. We'll see the calculation. Any doubts on 3072? Can we proceed? Okay. I go back here. Average inventory is quantity per order divided by 2. Whatever we are ordering, half of that will remain in stock. Sometimes more, sometimes less. On an average, half will remain in stock. Under EOQ, my quantity per order is 200. Half of that will remain in stock. 200 by 2. 100. Under quantity discount, I order a very high quantity. So that's the problem. We are ordering a very high quantity. We order what? 4,000 units at a time. So this will be 4,000 divided by 2. What's the carrying cost per unit per annum we wrote earlier? 80. Now little question. Okay. How did you calculate 80? We did one calculation for 80. How did you get 80? 20% of 400. 20% of 400. So listen now. Here, this is very important. Listen. 20% of 400 is fine. This side, 20% of 384. 20% of 384. Because if the purchase price comes down, automatically my interest, insurance, everything will also come down. So 20%. If they don't give percentage and they say 5 rupees, keep 5. I have no problem. But if they give percentage, it is a percentage of purchase price. So 20% of 400. Other side it's 20% of 384. Write the figures. My request always is in the class, you keep trying question even before I do it. Make mistakes in the class, correct it with a different pen so that you remember all of those when you do your revision. Total carrying cost is 100 into 80, 2000 into 76.8, 153,600. Put a total of the three: ordering, carrying, and purchase cost. Problem with the quantity discount is very high carrying cost. So I get a discount, but I still have a problem with that model. What's the total you get? 32 lakh 16,000. 32 lakh. I will reject the discount. I will reject the discount. You give 4% discount, 5% discount. I am not bothered. I am going to reject it. I am going to reject the given discount. Reject the given discount. It may look a very good discount and all, but still I am very clear. I don't want this discount. I don't want this discount. It is not a feasible number for us. At this number, I am going to reject the discount. I'm going to reject the discount. Clear? Can you proceed? Okay. So write below table. 4% discount is not to be accepted as the overall cost is higher. I am not going to accept for 4% discount. Okay. If the 4% becomes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe I'll start accepting the discount. I don't know. I don't know what number is right, but 4 is not acceptable. Third part of the question is asking, what is the level of discount at which company would be indifferent between purchase of 4,000 and EOQ? What is the meaning of indifferent? Same. Either ways, I am both okay with both. See, as of now, I am not okay with both because cost is on the higher side. I put a total of the quantity discount and I get 32.16. I get 32.16. This side also 32.16. Discount also 32.16. I am indifferent. I'm okay with both. I'm okay with both. But I did not get 32.16. I got what? 32.26. I got 32.26. But I want 32.16. I want the total to be 32.16. If somebody can give me the total of discount column as 32.16, I am okay with both. It can happen if 384 becomes 383, 82, 81, 80, 79, I don't know, some number. As you reduce the purchase price, maybe I start accepting the quantity discount. As of now, quantity discount is not acceptable. It will become acceptable if you can start offering me better discount. Any doubts till this? Last column, indifferent discount. Indifferent discount. Indifferent discount. In this, purchase price is A. X, A, B, C, whatever alphabet you want to write. Purchase price is A. I'll call the purchase price A and do the working in such a manner that total adds up to 32.16. Total adds up to 32.16, and I want the purchase price to be A. It may become 383, 82, 81, 80, 79, some number you will get in the end. I want the purchase price to be a figure which gives me the total as what? 32 lakh 16,000. 32 lakh 16,000. Why 32 lakh 16,000? Because EOQ 32.16. Indifferent level of discount should also give me 32.16. We go back here. Annual demand 8,000. For the discount, what is the quantity per order? 4,000, number of orders 2, ordering cost 200, total ordering cost 400, nothing changes. Nothing changes till this. 8,000, 4,000, 200, 400. Average inventory remains 2,000. Carrying cost, right, 20% of A. Carrying cost is 20% of A. Carrying cost will be taken as 20% of A. A is the purchase price, which we don't know. We are trying to calculate the purchase price. So what's the carrying cost per unit? 0.2A. Multiply now. 2,000 into 0.2A. 2,000 into 0.2A. How much? 400A. I don't know the purchase price as of now. Ultimately, I'll get the purchase price. 400A. Carrying cost is, see, if the question say carrying cost 5 rupees, copy 5, no problem. If they give percentage, it's a percentage of purchase price. What's the annual demand? 8,000 into A. 8,000 into A. Total of this is, what's the ordering cost figure in this last column? Ordering cost figure. 400 plus carrying cost 400 A, purchase cost A equal to 3216. Equal to 3216. I want the total to be equal to 32,16,000. What's the total? Ordering cost, carrying cost, purchase cost, all the three put together. I want 3216. I want 3216. Balancing figure, you may get some 381, 82, 83. I don't know, some number you will get. And then we will calculate the discount. Any doubts on this? 384 not okay. 384 strictly not okay. 383 or 82 or 81, some little lesser, maybe it becomes acceptable. It will start becoming acceptable if you reduce the price from 384 to 383 or 82 or 81. Any doubts on the calculation? The price I have got is, I have got the answer in live online. What's the answer you got? Yeah, 382.80. A in purchase price 382.80. So I will go to my supplier and tell him, can you give me at 382.80? 382.80. Any doubts on this? Sorry, 81 you will have to do. Round off properly. 8095. Please do rounding off properly. 382.81. 8095. Anything above 0.5, round it off to the higher number. 382.81. So I'll go to my supplier, tell him, can you give me a 382.81? He says, tell me what discount percentage that means. So we'll now calculate the discount percentage. 382.81 is the price. 384 not acceptable. 382.81 is acceptable. 0.81 is acceptable. Any doubts on this? Amount of discount. 400 minus 382.81. 400 minus 382.81. 400 minus 382.81. How much? Sorry. First amount 17.19, and then we calculate percentage. 17.19 is the amount I want. Amount of discount. I go to the shopkeeper and say, give me 17 rupees discount. Then percentage finally. 17 rupees, 17.19. I want this much discount. Any doubts on the calculation? Can we proceed? Understood this? Percentage of discount on 400. 17.19 divided by 400 into 100. Give me a 2 decimal final answer. 4.30%, 2975, 30%. I will ask for 4.3% discount. If you are ready to give, I will shift from EOQ to 4,000 at a time. Not ready to give, no problem. I'll continue with EOQ. I don't get any extra benefit of 4.3. More than 4.3, I will save money. At 4.3, I don't save any extra money and all. 4.3 is the minimum discount I expect. If you want me to shift from an EOQ to 4,000 units at a time, from the EOQ to 4,000 units at a time. Any doubts on this? Able to understand the concept? Can we proceed forward? Any doubts on this? Done? Okay. Okay, let's now spend some time on concept 2. What is annual demand? And there is a lengthy discussion which is needed. This is a very, very important discussion. I'll keep giving with some numbers so that you understand it better. Okay, I am required to calculate EOQ in a question. The question may start with something, any information it can start. First time, it says annual demand of raw material 80,000. Directly use this. If they give annual demand of raw material, directly use 80,000. Second scenario, they say quarterly demand of raw material 10,000. If they give quarterly demand of the raw material, we'll do what? Into 4 and proceed with the calculation. Third scenario, annual demand of FG. They give annual demand of FG and they say annual demand of FG is 10,000. If they give annual demand of FG, our raw material demand is equal to, just give me, raw material demand is output into input by output. Output is 10,000, input by output. Output is 10,000, input by output. What is input by output? Question may say, to produce 11 units of FG, I need 29 units of raw material. Some random number. 11 units of FG, 29 units of raw material. 29 input, 11 output. 29 input, 11 output. Or a question says, you will have a 10% waste in the raw material processing. 10% waste means input 100, output 90. Input 100, output 90. Something will be given. Input, they'll say there's a 10% wastage. 10% wastage means 100 units of input, 90 units of output. Or they say random number. Input 11 units, output 10 units. Some random number, 11 by 10. Or they may say input 1 unit, output 25 units. It could be anything. Or input 2 kgs, output 10 units. It can be kgs, units, kgs, something they give. They give this, I do this. So this is second part. Any doubts on this example? Then they do quarterly demand of FG. If they give quarterly demand, convert to annual demand of FG and then do output into input by output. Output into input by output. Clear? Any doubts till this? So the first segment is this. If they give you annual production, do input by output. If they give quarterly production, convert to annual and then do input by output. They give monthly, convert to annual, do input by output. Or they give normal consumption. Consumption means raw material. Consumption is of the raw material. If they give per week into 52 weeks, per month into 12 months, per day into 365 days, directly if they give raw material. Annual demand means annual demand of raw material. Annual demand of raw material, not annual demand of finished product. In our EOQ formula, annual demand means what? Annual demand of raw material, not the annual demand of finished product. There was one exam question where they did annual demand of FG, they gave 10,000. They did not give input output ratio and all, but then they said normal consumption per week. They did not give input output ratio. If they have not given, I don't use this formula. I will use the second formula. Normal consumption per week into what? 52 weeks into 52 weeks and get the answer. If they give me annual demand of the FG and they give input output, I'll use that formula. Not given, I don't want to break my head. This is a simple question. Then a scenario comes where in cost sheet, for units computation, I gave one formula. What was the formula I gave? Left side, right side. What was it? Opening stock plus production. Question gives you this: sales of the finished product. Sales of the finished product. Finished product sales is given. Sales plus closing stock is given. Earlier they did not give any stock information. No stock information, sales, production same. No stock information, sales and production is same. Do I consume raw material for producing a product or for selling a product? Producing a product. Our normal assumption is sales, production all are same. But now what will happen is I will give you stock data. If you give me stock data, first I will use this formula. Opening stock plus production is equal to sales plus closing stock. This is for finished product. This will give me production. This will give the production. I don't stop here. From production, which is my output, I do into input by output. This will give me raw material consumed. This will give me raw material consumed. With the production, I get the raw material consumed. Doesn't end here. Raw material consumed is equal to, you could have come across this formula, opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. This purchase is what we are buying and that is annual demand of raw material. Purchase is what we are buying and that is what? Annual demand of raw material. To get to that, I am forced to do so much of working. I am forced to do so much of working here. Clear? Any doubts on this? Raw material consumption is opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. There's a doubt which has come in live online. In this formula, if they give 360 days, you'll multiply with 360. If they say 250 days in a year, you'll multiply with 250 days. If they say 365, multiply with 365, whatever they mention. If they don't mention anything, 365. If they mention any other days, you multiply with that time period. Okay. Coming back to this discussion, I go back here. What question did is they gave sales. They gave closing stock. They gave opening stock of FG. I applied. Then this is raw material opening and closing stock. This is raw material opening and closing stock. Just to give a number, let's take an example. Opening stock 10,000 units plus production equal to sales 12,000 units, closing stock 1,000 units. You need not write, okay? Opening stock plus production is equal to sales plus closing stock. I got production equal to 3,000. Production is 3,000. From the production, I do 3,000 into input by output, 5 by 1, any number it can be. 5 by 1, I get 15,000 kgs. Let's assume this is in kgs, that is in units. Raw material is in kgs. Then I will do another extra calculation. Raw material consumed is equal to opening stock of raw material plus purchase minus closing stock of raw material. Closing stock of raw material. All our units calculation, nothing value calculation, no value computation. So straightforward question, demand is given, directly you close it. Lengthy problem, this is what will happen. Identify annual sales of FG. This could be given in the question. They may give quarterly demand, they may give monthly demand, they may give annual demand directly. Then do sales plus closing stock equal to opening stock plus production. This will give you what? Production quantity. Doesn't end there. Production will give you raw material consumed. Doesn't end there. Raw material consumed is equal to opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. This will give you purchases, and this is the purchases in EOQ formula. This is the purchases in the EOQ formula. Very lengthy calculation. I will start with sales, get production, get raw material consumption, get raw material purchases. This is second layer of the question. First part of the concept is very simple calculation. Gave production, I did input by output. R gave quarterly consumption, I did into 4 quarter. Monthly consumption into 12. Daily consumption into 360 or 365. Weekly consumption into 52. Story ended there. This was very simple part. Then came, no, I will give you sales. From the sales you get production. From the production you get the raw material consumed. From the raw material consumed you get the raw material purchase. Is this a new concept for us? I don't think so, because I did this when we were doing cost sheet. From there, this formula I have already explained in the top, and this is your 12th formula. You would have learnt in your 12th standard. Raw material consumed is equal to opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock, or even in the cost sheet, opening stock add purchases minus closing stock. Only thing is that is for rupees. We are doing everything in units here. We do everything in units. We don't bring rupee value here. Any doubts till this? Okay, this is second layer. Then comes the third layer, which I want to explain. Any doubts on the second layer? First part, annual demand of raw material directly given. Very happy, use it. If they don't give annual demand of raw material, they give quarterly demand, do into 4. If they don't give this, they give production, do input by output. Output into input by output. The formula is output into input by output. Output cancelled. Output into input by output, story over. After that, question says no, I will make it little complicated. I'll give you sales. From sales you calculate production. From production you calculate raw material consumption. From raw material consumption you calculate raw material purchase. This is next part. Then comes the next scenario. I calculated my annual consumption. Listen, 3,50,000. This is the consumption I'm going to have. No opening stock there. No closing stock there. Consumption 350. No opening, no closing. What will be purchases? Participate. Consumption 350. No opening stock of raw material. No closing stock of raw material. What should be the purchases figure? 3,50,000. Same 350. But consumption 350. No opening stock. No closing stock. I may still have higher purchase. May have a higher purchase. Why? I am going to explain. I want to consume 350 only. But purchases could be 4 lakh. Purchases could be 4 lakh without stock. Without stock. No opening stock. No closing stock. No opening stock. No closing stock. But still purchases can be higher. Annual demand for EOQ is the purchase quantity. Consumption 350. No doubts in that. That is given directly. Or you had sales. From that you got production. You got consumption. No opening stock. No closing stock. But still you want to purchase more. Why? Let's understand. Now listen. Purchase, let's assume is 100. Purchase is 100. When I purchase this 100 minus transit loss. What is transit losses? I bought 100. By the time it reached my factory, I get only 98 or 97. In the transit is in the movement. In the movement some loss can happen. In the movement some loss can happen. I purchased 100, but by the time it reached my factory, I'm not able to see 100. I'm not able to see 100. Classic example, petrol. When a company purchases petrol, evaporation loss happens. If you start with 100 and you keep it open or even in the closed, there can be some type of losses happen. 1%, 2%, 3%. So transit losses 5. This is what will happen. This is my expectation. I may have a higher loss, lower loss. Higher, lower, I can't analyze. When I do my planning, EOQ is done before. So 100 I buy. Transit, there is a loss of how much? 5. Transit, there is a loss of 5. I will receive how much? 95. I thought, okay, let us happily consume 95. Then I get to know, when I put the raw material in the process, or when I'm doing storage or something, some extra loss also happens. Some extra loss also happens after receiving the material. I received 95. I thought let's consume 95. But next second extra loss is also there. One is transit loss. Second, there's an extra loss also given in the question, which may be called as processing loss. It could be called as processing loss. They may give a percentage and they may say that can be on 95, that can be a percentage of 100. The ICA may give anything. So processing losses, let's assume 5% of units received. 5% of units received. It can be 5% of units purchased also, depending on the data given in the question. Again, I'm repeating, I purchased 100, thought happily I'll consume 100. But unfortunately, 100 when it reached my factory, I'm seeing only 95. I'm seeing only 95, quite possible because of certain losses. 5% of 95 is how much? 4 point units consumed. 90 point. This is equal to 3,50,000. 100 is equal to question mark. My purchase has to increase. 90.25 is equal to 3,50,000. 90.25 is equal to 3,50,000 and purchase will be more than 3,50,000. Purchase will be more than 3,50,000. No opening stock, no closing stock, but still I am buying more. Still I am buying more. In the calculator, 350 is divided by 90.25 multiplied with 100. Multiplied with 100, it could be 380, 390, some number. How much? 387. 8 1 2 387 812 387 812. 5% of this is how much? 387 812. 5%. 19. I'm rounding off, okay? 19,391. 19,391. Deduct this. 368. In this again I suffer a 5% loss on the units received. On the units received I suffer another 5% loss. See, that 5% can be on units purchased also or units received, whatever the question says. So another 5% loss. 18 and ultimately I consume 350. Ultimately I consume 350. EOQ will tell in your formula take 387. In the formula take what? 387. 387. I am buying 350. Sorry, I am consuming 350. No opening stock, no closing stock, nothing is there. But still you are forced to buy more. You are forced to buy more. You are forced to buy more. This is the third part which we have to understand. Any doubts till this? I explain the third part now. In case of processing loss or loss in transit, annual purchase has to be more than the annual consumption due to transit loss, processing loss. Transit loss and processing loss. Loss arising during receipt of material from the supplier. Loss arising during consumption of raw material in manufacturing. Example, understand. Quantity to be purchased, question mark. Loss in transit. Whatever I purchase, 10% is transit loss. 10% is transit loss. Whatever I receive, 10% is processing loss. Can be on purchased quantity, can be on the received quantity. Consumption finally 72,000. I start with 100, okay? 100 is the start. Any number you start with 100. 10% loss, 90 I receive. Another 10% loss, 81 I consume. 81 equal to 72,000. 81 equal to 72,000. What is 100? 81 equal to 72,000. What is 100? Cross multiplication we do and then we get to the answer. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the example here? 81 equal to 72,000. What is 100? What is 100? Any doubts on the concept here as of now? Clear? I'll repeat the concept again. First is annual demand, means annual demand of raw material. It is not the finished product. It is not the finished product. If they give you directly, very happy, write it directly. problem over, issue is over. If they don't give you directly, we'll have to calculate indirectly. We'll have to calculate it indirectly, which is using the production. What is directly? Consumption given into 4 months, into 12 months, into 52 weeks, something you do and then close it. Or cost sheet, with the cost sheet, annual demand with the stock information, start with sales, get the production, get the raw material consumption, get the raw material purchase. Sales, production, consumption, purchase. Sales, production, consumption, and then the purchase. Your thought has to be very clear. Sales, production, consumption, purchase. Sales, production, consumption, purchase. Sales, production, consumption, purchase. This is the second layer. Then the third part we understood is if there are any processing loss. What we do. Understood till this? Okay. Now write an example. I want to do one example on processing loss. Processing loss example. Processing loss example. Annual consumption of raw material. Consumption of raw material. Annual consumption of raw material. Consumption of raw material 1 lakh kgs. 1 lakh kgs. 1 lakh kgs. Transit loss 10% of quantity purchased. If they don't mention anything, transit losses on the purchase. Processing loss 10% of again quantity purchased. This is on the purchase quantity I give. Should be on the units received, but question gave it on purchase quantity. They can give on anything. Particulars and 2 amount columns. Particulars, 1 lot, overall. 1 lot and overall. 1 lot and overall. Quantity purchased, let's take it as 100. This is question mark. Any number you can take. 100 is the safer number we always work with. On the purchased quantity, I suffer the first loss. What is the first loss we suffer? Transit loss, less transit loss 10. This side we don't know. Overall number we don't know as of now. Transit loss. Transit is during the receipt of the material, I suffer some losses. Quantity received 90 question mark. Quantity received 90 and question mark. Transit loss is 10. Quantity received is 90 and question mark. Less processing loss. Processing loss. Ideally, this should be on quantity received. I gave it on quantity purchased. Can be on anything. If it's on quantity purchased, 10% of 100. If it's on quantity received, 10% of 90. 10% of 90 or 10% of 100. So 10% of 100 minus 10. Quantity consumed 80. Quantity consumed 80. 80 equal to 1 lakh. Tell me all other numbers. 80 is equal to 1 lakh. Cross multiplication. 1 lakh. That's all. Thereafter everything is formality. 1 lakh divided by 80 into 100. Thereafter, it's a formality. One lakh 25,000 in the EOQ formula. I will have to use this. Now, this concept you may use it even in cost sheet also. It can come anywhere also. Maybe they say quantity consumed is so much. Calculate the quantity purchased for the cost sheet purpose, which can be higher. Any doubts on this? Able to understand this? Can we proceed? Any doubts on the calculation here? Understood? Done? Can we proceed? We'll see application of this concept maybe at some time. Question 3, which is a May 24 exam question. It's a practice question for you to do at home. In that, there is one reorder level asked. You ignore that. You ignore the reorder level part, and balance part you compute at home. Just give me a minute. Yeah. Ignore the reorder level part and do the balance part at home. If needed, I'll discuss the question. Just give me a minute. I don't see any challenge here. What is the annual demand of raw material here? Read the question and tell me what's the annual demand of raw material. Annual demand of raw material. 3,60,000. The cycle lock is my raw material. The cycle lock is a raw material. It says uses. Uses means it's like a raw material. 3,60,000 is my raw material demand. Raw material demand. Ordering cost per order is how much? 1,200. Carrying cost is 10% of the annual inventory value. Let it be on inventory value. At a per unit, it is always on purchase price. Why they give on average inventory value? Because ultimately what you do, carrying cost per unit per annum multiplied with average inventory to calculate the total carrying cost. To calculate the total carrying cost, we multiply with what? Average inventory. So if there is nothing I am going to discuss in this question. At home you practice it. Reorder level you will not understand now. So ignore that element and you do the balance part. Clear? This is question 3, which is a practice question. Lot of practice questions will be there. Question 4. Calculate EOQ. State the number of orders to be placed in a year. I will wait for 2-3 minutes. It's a practice question only, but only 2-3 minutes for you. You do it in the class itself. Question 4. Exactly 3 minutes. Question 4. 3 minutes for you. Exact 3 minutes for you. Right. This chapter will have more practice question because a lot of illustrations IC has kept, very basic level illustrations. Extremely basic question. EOQ and number of orders. Two things are asked in the question. EOQ and number of orders. Start writing, automatically you will get the answer. Unless you write, nothing will happen. If you only keep seeing the question, doesn't help. EOQ, number of orders. Also in this chapter, we are done with question 1, 2, and now we are done with 4. Please do the marking. I keep forgetting telling you the marking. You please do the marking along with the class. Easy, moderate, difficult. Complete this and then go back to question 1, question 2, question 4. 3 when you do at home, you do the marking. Easy, moderate, difficult. One more minute and then I discuss the answer. I could have removed this question also from the material. I have not removed only because it's a study mat question. Student will say we want to practice all study mat questions. So that's why I've kept it. There's nothing there. The formula is what? Square root of 2 into what's the annual demand? Directly given 10,000. Ordering cost is 50. Carrying cost is 8% on average inventory, means again 8% of purchase price. 8% of purchase price. After that you multiply with the average inventory to calculate the total carrying cost. After that you multiply with average inventory to get total carrying cost. At a per unit 8% of purchase price, which is 0.16. Answer I got in live online is 2500 kg. And number of orders is 10,000 by 2,500, 4 orders. 10,000 by 2,500, 4 orders. Any doubts on this? Able to understand this? Can we proceed? Done. Okay. 5 again is a practice question. I'll quickly discuss it. You'll do more. There are good number of practice questions in this chapter. Most of the study mat question, which I don't find it to be that critical, kept it because with the class your entire SM will also get over. Anil and company buys its annual requirement of 36,000 units in 6 installments. 36,000 units in 6 installment. Buys its annual requirement. Buy means it is the raw material. Buy is the raw material. Each unit cost 1 rupee. Ordering cost is 25. Inventory carrying cost is 20% of unit value. 20% of unit value. 20% of unit value means 20% of the purchase price. Find the total annual cost of the existing inventory policy. Total annual cost means ordering cost plus carrying cost plus the purchase cost. If needed, you write. Without that also ICI does sometime. Then how much money can be saved by shifting to what? EOQ. So what is the, they have said find the annual cost of the existing inventory policy. Today we are buying 36,000 units in how many installment? 6 installment, which means every time I order 6,000 units. So I will do annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, then average inventory, carrying cost per unit, total carrying cost, then annual demand, purchase price, purchase cost, and total cost. That purchase cost, whether you write, you don't write, doesn't matter. Question wants how much money can be saved. We saw one question where how much additional cost we will incur by shifting from EOQ to a non-EOQ. Now from a non-EOQ we are shifting to a EOQ. From a non-EOQ we are shifting to a EOQ. So here we are going to save money. Any doubts on the question here? I'm not doing the question. It's a practice question. I normally discuss the question. You do at home. Next day I discuss the solution. Any doubts on the question here? Any doubts? Any number? Any idea? Any doubts here? Can we proceed? Another practice question. Complete gardener is deciding on EOQ for 2 brands of lawn fertilizer, Super Grow and Nature's Own. Following information is collected. Annual demand given directly, relevant ordering cost given directly, annual carrying cost given directly. Everything is given directly. What will I do? I'll just apply the formula. Everything is given. They have given annual demand, they have given ordering cost, they have also given what? Carrying cost. You don't have anything to be done. They are asking what is the EOQ. For the EOQ, what is the sum of ordering cost and carrying cost? Ordering cost and carrying cost. Purchase cost is not even asked because I don't even know the purchase price. I don't even know the purchase price in this question. They're asking total of what? Ordering cost and what? Carrying cost. Ordering cost and carrying cost. Can I write purchase cost in this question? Not even possible. Previous question, that which we saw some time back, you write, you don't write, doesn't matter. But here the writing also not possible. I cannot even write it. Able to understand the question? Again, very basic type of question. The reason why I have kept it as practice question is me doing it in the class will not serve any purpose. Any doubts on this? Understood? Can we proceed? Clear? Okay, 7 also is a practice question. There are reasons why these are practice questions. Compute EOQ and total variable cost. Total variable cost, annual demand given directly, unit price given, ordering cost. Storage cost is part of which category? Storage cost is what? Carrying cost. Interest cost? Carrying cost. Interest is also carrying. Storage is also carrying. Obsolescence cost is also carrying. All the three are carrying cost. There are three carrying costs: storage cost, interest cost, obsolescence cost. Storage cost, interest cost, obsolescence cost. Also determine the total variable cost that would result if an incorrect price of 12.80 is used. Okay, let us do this question. I don't want to keep so many practice questions, so let us do this problem. Compute EOQ and total variable cost, where they have given some information. They're saying what will be the total variable cost if an incorrect price of 12.80 is used. Any idea what is total variable cost? What will I calculate? What should I calculate here? We will do it together, but any idea what is total variable cost? Ordering plus carrying plus the purchase cost. Ordering plus carrying plus the purchase cost. Original, when you do, your purchase price is 20. In a rework, they are saying incorrect price is 12.8. Whatever be that. One, I will do it with price of 20 rupees. Another table, I'll do it with the price of 12.80. 12.80. If price changes, will EOQ change? If price changes, will EOQ change? Yes, if the carrying cost is a percentage of purchase price. If the carrying cost is a percentage of purchase price. So particulars, we will do one calculation for 20, another calculation for 12.8. One for 20, another for 12.8. This is purely practice question only. I have explained it. I'm doing it in the class. I don't want to increase the number of homework for you. That's the only reason. I will do it in the screen. You will do it in your notebook. You will do it in your notebook. Listen for a minute. 20 is the unit price. Carrying cost is 2 plus 12 plus 6, 20% of purchase price. One answer for 20 rupees price, another answer for 12.8. Once the EOQ is done, then a table for 20, another column for 12.8. Same 11 items we write: ordering cost, carrying cost, purchase cost, total cost. It is purely a homework question. I don't want to increase the number, so that is why we are doing it in the class. You will do it in your notebook. I'll do it in the screen. You are not going to look at the screen unless you have a doubt. Okay, I'll wait for a minute or two. You start. Question 7, you start. Once you're done, you can refer. These are the two EOQs. Then do the table starting from total variable cost is total of the three: ordering plus carrying plus the purchase cost. One is a correct price, second is an incorrect price. I don't know why they gave incorrect price, but we'll do both. One is a correct price of 20, second is an incorrect price of some 12.8. 200 units and 250 units. It is purely a homework question. If new concepts are there, we will do it. Because number of questions are on the higher side, some we are doing it in the class itself. Two hundred and 250 units. Total variable cost. You can confirm these numbers. 1,864,640. This is purely a homework kind of a question. We are doing it, but sometimes be mentally prepared. You may end up doing even 7-8 questions at home in a single session. So many homework may also come. Reason is very simple. I have arranged them in the order of difficulty. So in between, if so many easy questions are together, I don't have a choice rather than giving you homework. 1,864,640. And you can call this as not total inventory cost. In this question, maybe call it as total variable cost. Just change the name. Total variable cost. Total variable cost. The terminology is little different. Calculation, everything is same. In between, I've left few questions for you to do at home. Unless you practice on your own, you will not get grip on the subject. Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? Done. Any doubts? Can we proceed to the next part? Clear? Next is a very lengthy problem which I want to take you through. Any doubts on this? Done? Clear? Okay. Okay, let's now come to this concept. How to compute EOQ when order for multiple products is placed together. Order for multiple products is placed together. Till now, we did EOQ is equal to 2 into annual demand of a product into the ordering cost divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Got the answer. Everything is fine. No problem with this. If I have two products, then what will happen? One product, understood. But what will we do for two products? What are we going to do for two products? Because it is not necessary I have to order one at a time. No, I can club 2-3 items together. So concept is very simple. 2 into annual demand of A plus B plus C plus D plus E, whatever item you have, you keep adding them. You keep adding multiple items together. I have no problem. It's one product demand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 there. Add up all the demand. Annual demand of A plus B plus C plus D plus E plus F plus G plus H, I, J, it can be anything, into ordering cost per order is only once. I cannot have multiple ordering cost because ordering cost is at a order level. That is not at the raw material level. So 2 into annual demand of, let's assume two product A plus B into ordering cost per order. Is the carrying cost specifically for raw material A or is it at an order level? Carrying cost, how is it calculated? We calculate carrying cost for every product. So A can have a different carrying cost, B can have a different carrying cost. Just give me, net got disconnected. Okay, so we applied the formula. We got 2 into annual demand of A, B, C, all that we added, no problem. Ordering cost is at an order level, that is also not a problem. Carrying cost could be different for A, could be different for B, could be different for C. So what they say is very simple. You do a weighted average of the carrying cost. How will you do? Carrying cost of A into the demand of A, carrying cost of B into the demand of B, carrying cost of C into the demand of C, whole divided by A's demand, B's demand, C's demand. This is one option. What will you do? You will get the carrying cost of A, B, C, add them together with their demand and divide by demand of A, demand of B, demand of C. This will give me single carrying cost. Other option, instead of doing it at carrying cost, do it at purchase price. Get the weighted average purchase price and then apply the percentage. Some percentage would have been given, saying 10%, 12%, 15%. Get either the weighted average purchase price or directly the weighted average carrying cost. Both will give you same answer. Whether you do purchase price, understand the scenario here. When I have one material, no problem. Till now we have been doing one material. 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Suddenly not one material. We see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 material. Mostly 2 you may see in an exam question. 2 into what? A's demand plus what? B's demand into ordering cost per order, single number only. Carrying cost again differs for A, differs for B. So what we do? We do a weighted average carrying cost. How do I calculate weighted average? Carrying cost of A into the demand of A, carrying cost of B into the demand of B, carrying cost of C into the demand of C whole divided by A plus B plus C. Instead of taking simple average, we are doing weighted average. Simple average means just add the carrying cost and divide by 2, 3. Simple average will not work because different material we may buy different quantity. So when we have multiple products, our formula part is with square root of what? 2 into annual demand of A plus B plus C plus D into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum, which is weighted average. How we calculate carrying cost? Carrying cost of A into demand of A plus carrying cost of B into demand of B, carrying cost of C into demand of C whole divided by A plus B plus C. Any doubts on this? This is concept 5. Concept 4, we learn frequency of ordering. How do you calculate frequency of ordering? Number of days in a year divided by number of orders in a year. Number of days in a year divided by number of orders in a year. When should I place a next order? It's called timing of next order. How do you calculate timing of next order? Current inventory in days, 7 days, 8 days, 9 days, minus what? Lead time for the order. Lead time for the order. Then this is our format to calculate material cost. What is the format? We start with what? Annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit, total carrying cost, annual demand, purchase price, total material cost or total purchase cost, and total inventory cost. One question we call it as total variable cost. Before this, we learned this concept. If they give annual demand, it means annual demand of raw material. If they are given for FG, convert production output into input by output, output into input by output. They don't give production, they give sales. Go back to cost sheet. Sales plus closing stock is equal to opening stock plus production. Get the production number. Once you get the production number, output into input by output is raw material consumption. Raw material consumption is equal to opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. Get the purchases, use that. In case there are losses, transit losses there, units purchased less what? Transit loss, units received less the processing loss, units consumed. Compare this with the quantity you are consuming and get the purchases balancing figure. Get the purchases balancing figure. Any doubts on this? Then we learned concept 1 earlier, where we did very simple. EOQ is the best quantity to order. Total of what? Ordering cost, carrying cost, purchase cost is the lowest. EOQ will come through formula, but we may deviate from EOQ also if the total of the 3 is lowest. How will the total of 3 can be lower at the other place? If you give me discount. If you give me more discount, EOQ could be one number, but our final best quantity can be something else as well. EOQ formula is what? Square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. So whatever we have been doing in this chapter is kind of revised in some 2-3 minutes. And now we were doing this concept. I quickly again go back to the concept. What is the concept here? 2 into annual demand of A plus annual demand of B into ordering cost per order divided by weighted average carrying cost. What is weighted average? Carrying cost of A plus into the demand plus carrying cost of B into the demand divided by A plus B. Or you can do purchase price of A into the demand, purchase price of B into the demand, whole divided by demand of A, demand of B. This will give you weighted average purchase price. Multiply that number with the percentage. Clear? Any doubts on this? Able to understand till this? Clear? Let's take a break of 10 minutes. Okay, let's proceed ahead now. Let's do a question around that concept which we learned. Let's come to question 8. Arnav Limited manufactures product X which require 2 raw material A and B in a ratio of 1:4. Sales department has estimated a demand of 5 lakh units for the product. To produce 1 unit of finished product, 4 units of material A is required. Stock position is also given. So with the stock, this question is there. Product X 12,000 units, material A 24,000, material B 52,000. To place an order, company has to spend rupees 15,000. One order rupees 15,000. company has been financing its working capital using a cash credit at 13% per annum. X is sold at 1040. Material A and B is purchased at 150 and 200. Compute EOQ if purchase order for both material is placed separately. Separate order you place, separate computation, no problem. If you place purchase order for both is not placed separately. Not placed means separately means placed together. Placed together, whatever concept I explained will come into picture. First, let us understand placed separately. Here, this 5 lakh, they have given a 5 lakh. Sales department has estimated a demand of 5 lakh units for the product for the year. They have given sales. From sales, we will get production. From production, we will get consumption. From consumption, we will get purchase. This you will have to do it for X separate. That is A separately. There are two raw material, A and B. Two raw material, A and B. To produce 1 unit of finished product. To produce 1 unit of finished product, 4 units of material A is required. To produce 1 unit of finished product, 4 units of material A. Material A, 4 units. To produce 1 unit of finished product, 4 units of material A is needed. So when I do material A, it is output into input by output. That input by output is 4:1. Then they have also said these materials are used in what ratio? 1:4. 1:4 is the ratio between the material, and this is 4/1. This is 4/1. Indirectly, this will be 16/1. This will be 16/1. Two material are used in what ratio? 1:4. 1:4. In that first material itself, I need 4 units. Second material, I obviously need 4 times of this, because the ratio between these two material is what? 1:4. The ratio between usage of material A and material B is what? 1:4. So the first material I need 4:1. Second material I'll be needing 16:1. I'll be needing 16:1. First material is what? 4:1. Second material will become 16:1. Clear? Any doubts on this? First one is 4:1. Second one is 16:1. Any doubts on the concept here? Working note 1. Computation of annual demand of raw material. This itself will take longer calculation. Computation of annual demand of raw material. Annual demand of raw material. Particulars on 2 products. Particulars, material A, material B. A and B. Sales of finished product. Sales of FG. Sales of FG. For both it is same only. The FG is same. The consumption will be different for both of it. Sales of FG. What are the sales they have given for the finished product? 5 lakh. Is it annual? For the year. So 5 lakh units. Closing stock of FG. Opening stock of FG. Production of FG. Closing stock, opening stock, and production. FG, both column it is going to be same only. There's nothing which is going to change. Closing stock of FG, opening stock of FG. FG is material X, FG is product X. What is the opening stock of product X? 12,000. Both the side write 12,000. We are just repeating 2 times. 12,000. We are just repeating it twice. Have they given any closing stock for this product? Any closing stock, any information? Sometimes they may say closing stock is 10% more than opening, something they'll give. Nothing given. ICI took it as 0 units. The closing stock is taken as 0 units. I don't have any other choice here. I don't have any other choice. Sales plus closing stock is opening stock plus production. Get me the production. Sales plus closing stock is opening stock plus production. 5 lakh plus 0 is equal to 12,000 plus something. 5 lakh plus 0 is equal to what? 12,000 plus something else. 4 lakh. 5 lakh plus 0 minus 12,000 this side, 4 lakh 88. Till now every question, production given directly or demand given directly. Now from sales we have got till production. This is just one step. Then we will do input output ratio. We will get the consumption. Then do again opening stock, closing stock of raw material adjustment, and then get the purchase and then apply the formula. Thereafter it is very simple. So here we have to do a very lengthy kind of a computation. Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay. After this, input output ratio. Input output ratio. Input output ratio. For material A, the ratio is given in the question. To produce 1 unit of finished product, 4 units of material A is required. To produce 1 unit of finished product, 4 units of material A is required. 1 unit of finished product, 1 output, 4 input. 1 output, 4 input. So input output ratios 4:1. And listen, between A and B, there is a ratio. Between A and B, what is the ratio? 1:4. So this is like 1. Other one is like 4. 4:1 is like 1. Another one is 4. 4 times of what you are using here. Second product is 4 times of what we are using in the first product. Second product is 4 times. 4 times of the first one. Second product is 4 times of the first one. 4 times of the first one. First product is 4:1. Second product is 16:1. 16:1. First product is what? 4:1. Second product is 16:1. Clear? Any doubts on this? Why 1:4 among them? Between them there is a ratio also. So second product is 16:1. Any doubts on this? First product ratio is given directly 4:1. Second product is 4 times of the first product. Second product is 4 times of the first product. 4 times of the first product, which is 16:1. Next, annual consumption of raw material. Production into input by output. Production into input by output. Into input by output. How much? 19 lakh. And material B will be 4 times of this. Material B is going to be 4 times of this number, or 16/1. You can say 4 times of this number, or 16:1. How much? 78 lakh 8,000. 1952 78 08 000. 1952 78 08 000. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand till this? Doesn't end here. Then opening stock of raw material, closing stock of raw material. So your consumption is equal to opening stock plus purchase. Listen, consumption, listen, no need to write this. Opening stock plus, don't write this, okay, because I don't need this in the, minus closing stock, which mathematically mean purchase equal to consumption plus closing minus opening. Consumption plus what? Closing minus opening. Production also same thing. Sales plus closing minus opening. Sales plus closing minus opening. Plus closing minus opening. No need to remember the formula. But I now need closing stock of raw material, opening stock of raw material. Next, closing stock of raw material, opening stock of raw material, annual purchase of raw material. Annual purchase. This is what is used in the EOQ formula. EOQ uses the purchase quantity. Closing stock of raw material, opening stock of raw material. Opening stock is given in the question. What's the opening stock of raw material? 24,000 and 52,000. I'll be subtracting this. Less closing, less opening stock. Add closing, less opening. Add closing, less opening. 24 and 52. Any doubts on this? Able to understand this? Any closing stock data in the question for the raw material? Any data in the question not given, we ignore it, take it as 0, 0. This will give you annual purchase. Annual purchase. And this will be used in the EOQ formula. In the EOQ formula, we are going to use this number. Annual purchase. What's the purchase number? 19 lakh? 28,000 and any doubts in this? Clear? Able to understand this? It's a very lengthy calculation, but I have to do all this and then get to the annual purchase. Same format, I'll close the EOQ. Any doubts on this? So square root of 2 into annual demand is written. Annual demand is written. What is annual demand? 19, 28 and 77, 56. 19, 28 and 77, 56. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this number? To get to this, not like our previous set of questions where directly everything is given. Step by step, step by step, step by step, and we finally got the number. Ordering cost per order. Ordering cost per order. What is the ordering cost per order? 15,000. Other side also 15,000. Separate order you place, both incur 15,000. Together you place, what happens we'll see later. 15,000, 15,000. Purchase price. Tell me the purchase price of A and B. 150 and 200. Like previous questions only, but extra adjustments are there and lot of extra adjustments here. Carrying cost per unit per annum. Carrying cost per unit per annum. Question has mentioned something about carrying cost. What did it mention? There's something mentioned about carrying cost. Bank cash credit is 13%, which means interest is 13%, and interest is part of carrying cost. Interest is part of carrying cost. We are doing separate analysis. When we do club together, what happens we'll see. 13% is my carrying cost. So 13% into purchase price. 13% into purchase price. Into purchase price. 19.5, 26. 19.5 and 26. Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on 19.5 and 26? Understood? Carrying cost part is over. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Next is EOQ in the same thing. Square root of 2 into, you know the annual demand, you know the ordering cost per order, you know the carrying cost. Write first the formula, or even without the formula, it's okay. In class, without even the formula is okay. Square root of 2 into, square root of 2 into, tell me what number, 2 into what? 19 lakh 28,000 into what? Divided by, it's a very huge kind of a number. Do the calculation. 2 into 1928, 15,000, 19.5 square root. 54,000. I'll round it off. 54,462 units. It's a lengthy number, huge number, 54,462 units. If they ask extra calculation, it will become a lot of time consumption. Number of orders, all that if they ask, then it is a time consuming calculation. 54,462. Important part is annual demand means what you are buying. What you are buying. Any doubts on this? Other side square root of 2 into what? 77 into 15,000 divided by 26 was the answer. 600 units. This I did. After that, company said, no, all this will not work. Let us place a single order together. Because the ordering cost is huge, let us do a single order together. This is if you place it separately. Any doubts till this? Order placed separately. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Understood? Clear? Any doubts on this? EOQ, if the order is placed separately, the calculation was a lengthier one, but concept I have already explained. Concept was simple only, but the numbers are huge, so it takes away a little bit of extra time. 54,462, 94,600 units. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Any doubts on this? Next, EOQ. If order is not placed separately, or in other words, EOQ if order is placed together, you are just placing it together. Particulars A, B and total. A, B and total. Particulars, material A, material B and overall or total, whatever name you want to give. A, B and total. Directly copy the annual purchase. Annual purchase, we'll have to add them together now. Annual purchase. Annual purchase. Annual purchase. $1928 and what? 7756 put together what? 96 lakh. This many units we are going to buy. 96 lakh 84,000 units will be purchased by us. 96 lakh 84,000 units are going to be purchased by us. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Ordering cost per order. Not applicable, not applicable, 15,000. I place it together. I place it together, 15,000 overall cost. I place it together, 15,000 overall cost. Any doubts on this? Carrying cost per unit per annum. 19.5, 26. Both are of no use as such. I've written the numbers. Individual numbers we have written. But what we will do is we'll have to club them together and get a single carrying cost. How will I get 19.5 into the row 1 number annual purchase, 26 into the row 1 number annual purchase, whole divided by the annual purchase. It's a very lengthy calculation again. We don't have a choice here. 19.5, listen, I'll explain again. The carrying cost for A is known, B is also known. I need a weighted average of this, which could be in between 19.5 and 26. Come down, leave some 4-5 lines and come down. Weighted average carrying cost. Weighted average carrying cost. 4 lines gap. Weighted average carrying cost. Weighted average carrying cost. 19.5 into its demand. 26 into its demand. whole divided by A plus B demand. This is what I explained in the concept. 19.5 into the demand, 26 into the demand, whole divided by overall, whole divided 19.5 into 19 lakh 28,000 plus 26 into 7756 whole divided by 1928 7756. Whenever you do multiple calculation, now follow what I do in the calculator. Follow exactly. 19.5 into 19 lakh 28,000. Don't press any other button, okay? Equal to, after pressing equal to, then again do 26. No need to note down the number, okay? I'll repeat. 19.5 into 1928 equal to, then 26 into 7756 equal to, press a grand total button. This will give you the numerator total. No need to note down the number. Press a grand total 2 crore 39 lakh or 23 crore 92 lakh 52,000. 23 crore 92 lakh 52,000. I'll repeat. No need to note down the number. You can note it down also, but without noting itself, let us close it. I'll repeat again. In the calculator, 19.5 into 1928 equal to, don't press any other button, then 26 into 7756 equal to, else you have to note down the first number, note down the second number, and then put a total. I say I don't want all of this, just get the number. GT is 23 crore 92 lakh 52,000 divided, the numerator to denominator total I already know, 9684 divided by 9684, we get 24.7059, maybe round off to 24.71, 24.71, or you leave it as 7059 also, it's okay. 24.71 if I round it off. Understood the calculation? 19.5 into 1928 equal to 26 into 7756 equal to a grand total button. A grand total button. Whenever you have to do multiplication and then put a total, use the grand total, you will get the number. Divided by, if you don't know the denominator total, then you have to put a total and then only do the calculation. If you don't know the denominator total, then note down the numerator in your notebook, then denominator total note down and then divide. Else what you normally do is 19.5 into 1928, you note down the number. I don't want you to note down that number in the notebook. Then 26 into 7756, again we note down, not needed. Use the grand total function, it will help you. 24.7059, 24.71. Most of you are making this mistake. If the number third decimal is 5 or above, round it off to 71. Round it off to 71. 24 point what? 71. If it is 7045, round it off to 70. Any doubts on this? So my carrying cost is 24.71 EOQ. First we will do in total, and then what happens to A and B I'll explain. EOQ apply in the total formula. Square root of 2 into annual demand into ordering cost divided by carrying cost. 9684 divided by 2471. 9684 2471. Get me an answer. What's the answer? 1,08,000. 5 rounded off to 1,08,431. 108,431. Any doubts on the calculation here? Any doubts on the numbers here? 108,431 is my EOQ for two products together. This is not the final answer. Any doubts till this first? 108,431. Concept is very simple. My focus is on the concept. Calculation, I'm not really bothered. Any doubts on this? This 108 is understandable. Then the company is saying, when I place a single order of the 108, how many is A, how many is B? How many is A, how many is B? I will have to split 108 in this ratio, 19, 28, 77, 56. 108 in the ratio of what? 19, 28, 77, 56. Because in a year, I'll be buying 96,84,000 units. One order is 108, 431 units. So this will give me number of orders, some 90, 95 orders I'll place in a year. Of that 108, some are material A, some are material B. Earlier we did separate calculation, 54,000, 94,000. That's a separate analysis, no problem. But when you place it together, put together you'll order 108, 431 units. Any doubts first on 108, 431 units? Any doubts on 108, 431 units? Can we proceed? Now in the material A column, 108, right? 108, 431, 108, 431 into 1928, 9684 in that ratio. 1928, 96 or 1928 000, 9684 000. I'll have to split in the ratio. Same with this side. 7756, 9684. Okay, listen. This also, when you have a common dividing number, I have again a shortcut. I'll tell you in the calculator. We will not divide by 19289684, again do 7756 by 96. I'm not going to do 2 times. Any doubts first on the number here? Now in the calculator, 108, 431 divide by 9684 into 1928 equal to 1928 equal to, what's the number you get? 21,587.67 rounded off to 21,588. In the calculator, without pressing any other key, just press 7756. Just press 7756 and equal to, you'll get the other one. Just press 7756 and equal to. Just press 7756 and equal to, you'll get the other quantity also. I'll repeat. When you have a common divider in the calculator, to save some time, listen, 108,431 divided by 9684 into 1928 equal to 7756 equal to 7756 equal to. This technique doesn't work in some brand. Please change your brand of calculator. If it's not working for you, you will have to change, because this is needed. The shortcut is needed when I do overage chapter. Else, with the shortcut, if you take 10 minutes, without this approach, you will take 12-15 minutes. So you'll end up taking a lot of time in the overage chapter. Here at least okay. In the overage chapter, when I do, if this shortcut is not working in your calculator, some brands it doesn't work, please change it to the brand of calculator where it works. Where it works, you can check with your friend, whoever it is working exactly by that calculator, because I'll need this even in financial management. If this shortcut is not working in your brand of calculator, go ahead and change it now itself. Don't think about it saying that I have another brand, I will only use that. Doesn't help. Okay, if this shortcut is not working, the shortcut is 108,431 divided by 9684. Why I am saying this is, when you do in overage chapter, it will be A, B, C, D, E, 5 departments will be there. You have to divide by that number into the first department, equal to second, third, fourth, fifth. You cannot keep doing every time divided by 9684 into 19, again divide by 9684 into, again divide by 9684 into, again divide by 9684 into. I don't want to do so many times. So what will I do? I will divide once, multiply with the first department number, second department equal to, third department equal to, fourth department equal to, fifth department equal to. Like that, there are questions where we have 7 departments. And 7 departments, not one time calculation, 4-5 times calculation in a single question. So if it's not working in your calculator, request is very simple. Change it to a brand where this works. Into what? 7756 I do. What do we get? What's the number you got? 108,431 divided by 9684 into 7756. 86843. 86843. Any doubts on this? Rounding off, do properly. Some of you are not doing proper rounding off. If you work with 2 decimal, look at the third decimal and do the rounding off. And if you are doing units rounding off, look at the number after the decimal itself and then do the rounding off. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this calculation? I'll repeat again. Computation part is very simple. The formula is very simple. Annual demand, club it together. Carrying cost, do a weighted average. First unit into its demand, second unit into its demand, whole divided by first unit, second unit. Once you are done with that, you get one answer. Split that in the ratio of 1928, 7756. 1928 and 7756. How will you do? 108431 divide by 9684 into 1928 equal to 7756 equal to, no other key, don't press any other key in between. 1928 equal to 7756 equal to 1928 equal to 7756 equal to. Any doubts on this part? Understood this? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Because it's a slightly lengthy question, I give you a minute or two, go through the calculation. Let me know if you have any doubts. I give you 2 minutes time. Printed answer is little different because we have done weighted average purchase price there. 0.70 and 71 difference. That's rounding off difference. Any doubts on this? A slightly lengthy problem. Do your marking whatever you want to do, easy, moderate, difficult. I will not keep saying this. You guys should remember by now, every question you need to do a marking. Easy, moderate, difficult. Not only my paper, any subject you learn, you should do the marking. Be it accountancy, be it your taxation, anywhere you do any question, do the marking. Even law also you can do the marking. Wherever questions are solved, be it case scenario, be it anything, do the marking. Easy, moderate, difficult. Because at the revision phase, easy questions will be wiped out. I will not touch them. You should not touch them later again. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Any doubts on the calculation here? It's a slightly lengthy calculation. Numbers were huge. That is why it became little lengthier for us to do. Any doubts on this? Our answer and printed answer has a slight difference. That is because here I've done weighted average purchase price, which when I did rounding off, maybe 190 point something, we have done rounding off, and then did 13% of that, we got 24.70. In our answer, we got 24.71. There is a slight variation in the answer because of that. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Now, ideally, when you do your revision, I don't even expect you to solve that question. I only expect you to go through this concept. If you understand with this, problem is over. Somebody doesn't understand with this, then they have to do this example which is below. With the example also you don't understand, then you have to do the descriptive question. Then only you have to do, because descriptive question took me 40 minutes. MCQ will take me 5 minutes. Not even 5 minutes if I wish to. But provided you are able to understand whatever words are mentioned there. There is an explanation given. Before exam, you can only read this much. With this, you have understood, great. Not understood, solve the problem. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Done? Okay, next scenario is price break and EOQ. Let's understand what is price break and EOQ. In the practical world, I went to a shopkeeper and asked what is the price of a product. He gave me something like this: 0 to 100. Within this, if you order, price is 10,000 rupees. If you order 101 to 200, price is 9,500. If you order 201 to 300, price is 9,200. And if you order greater than 300, price is 9,000. I asked what is the price, and instead of giving me single price, he is saying it can be 10,000, it can be 9,500, it can be 9,200, it can be 9,000. I asked for a price, he gave me different prices. In this scenario, what we will do is, here within 0 to 100, I will decide one quantity, and for that quantity within 0 to 100, I'll decide one quantity, and for that quantity we will do annual demand, ordering cost, quantity per order, total number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit, then total carrying cost, annual demand, purchase price, material cost, and total cost. So 0 to 100 maybe 50 units, 60 units, 70, 80, 90, some number. 101 to 200, pick one quantity. 201 to 300, pick another quantity. Greater than 300, pick a quantity. And then find out the total cost for each of this. Total cost for each of this. Take a random quantity per order from each class interval. Ideally, it is not random, but ICA takes only random. They have not given any logic for it. There is a logic, but ICA doesn't follow, so I will just take a random quantity. After the random quantity is taken, EOQ is the one with the lowest total cost. EOQ is the one with the lowest total cost. So instead of doing the calculation once, we are going to do the calculation maybe in this example 4 times. Some other example 6-7 times also. What is price break? Price break means I give you a purchase quantity class interval and I give you a purchase price. Does this happen in the practical world? Exactly this only will happen. In the practical world, when you buy in a wholesale kind of a stuff, he will say if the quantity is this is the price. You increase the quantity, I reduce the price. You further increase the quantity, I reduce the price. You further increase the quantity, I further reduce the price. So here indirectly we are having multiple scenarios. Like we compared one EOQ with one quantity discount. Here one EOQ is compared with so many quantity discount. When I say so many, 10,000 is there, 9,500 is 5% discount, 9,200 is technically 8% discount, 9,000 is technically 10% discount. So you are doing comparison with so many. Only thing is 0 to 100 means how many units? Should you do 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70? You should tell me a number. ICA normally doesn't give a number, but they take it randomly. So in the classwork when I do, I would have mentioned in the problem itself. Let's see the question. Aditya Limited has a monthly requirement for an item of a raw material is 1000 units. Purchase price is 60. Cost of placing an order is 540. Carrying cost is 20%. Carrying cost is 20%. This is raw material demand or FG demand. First line. Raw material demand. Have they given monthly or annual? Monthly. I'll just do into 12. Into 12. The purchase price is 60. Carrying order of processing is 540. Carrying cost is what? 20% means 20% of what? Purchase price. 20% of purchase price. Okay. There is a single supplier and he is saying price can be 60. 59.8, 59.5, 58.9, 58.4. As the price changes, as the price undergoes a change, my carrying cost will undergo a change. As the price undergoes a change, my carrying cost will undergo a change. Company uses cash credit facility provided by the banker to finance its raw material purchase. That is, for purchasing the raw material, I use a facility called cash credit. It is basically a loan facility. Bank, due to its own infrastructure requirement, can accommodate a maximum of 5 fund transfer request for any single beneficiary per annum. What is 5 fund transfer requests? Let's assume I want to transfer money to you. The question says that in a year only 5 times I can transfer money. Only 5 times I can transfer money. The implication of this is you can at best place only 5 orders. More than 5 orders if you place, you cannot pay to the other party. You cannot pay to the other party if you place more than what? 5 orders a year. The question is saying I can do only 5 fund transfer. If I can do only 5 fund transfer, first time I purchased, first time payment made. Second time purchase, second time payment made. Third time purchase, third time payment made. Fourth time purchase, payment. Fifth time, sixth order you want to place in a year, not possible. As per the question, as of now. What is there in the requirement, we'll see. But as of now, I get a clarity saying that I can place only 5 orders. Why 5 orders? Only 5 fund transfers can be done. If I want to place the 6th order, I have to make the 6th payment, which question says is not possible due to some infrastructure issue, whatever be the problem. Required, calculate the optimum purchase order size. Optimum purchase order size. Order size means what quantity should I do? In that, I can choose less than 2001 quantity, 2000 to less than 4000 second quantity, 4000 to less than 6000 third quantity, 6000 to less than 8000 fourth quantity, 8000 and above fifth quantity. Then they're saying calculate the order level where the company could have minimized its total cost. Minimized its total cost means the one where I have the lowest cost. Amount of loss that the company has to bear due to bank's inability to process fund transfer request. Now I do my table. Let us assume the table gives me the lowest cost. The table gives me the lowest cost at 7 orders or 8 orders or 9 orders or 10 orders. The lowest cost is coming at some other level. The lowest cost is coming at some other level. I don't know that level. I'm just analyzing or giving you an imaginary situation. My lowest cost could have been 10 lakh rupee. But because of the bank infra issue, I place 5 orders. If I place 5 orders, my cost is 10 lakh 50. If I place 5 orders, my cost is 10 lakh 50. Whereas the ideal one would have been 8 orders or 10 orders or 12 orders. We will do all the calculation. I don't know what is that number. So what we are going to do is in the first class interval, randomly IC has taken 1500. So we will do 1500. What is the annual demand of the raw material? What is the annual demand of the raw material? 12,000. 12,000 divided by 1500 is how much? 8. So I will do the calculation, but this is not possible. This is not possible. Maybe this gives me the lowest cost. Maybe this gives me the lowest cost. I'm not able to follow this only because of banker. Only because of the bank, I'm not able to follow what? 1500. In the second class interval, ICI says 2000. In the third class interval, they say 4000. In the fourth one, they say 6000. In the fifth one, they say 8000. Is there any logic for this? They haven't given. They have just taken randomly. We will also take randomly. First class interval 1200. Second class interval 2000. Third class interval 4000. Fourth class interval 6000. Fifth class interval 8000. If you order 2000 at a time, how many orders are you going to place? 6. That also technically not possible. Maybe my lowest cost comes there. I don't know. If I place 5 orders, what is the quantity per order? 5 orders means what is the quantity per order? 2400. So ICI would have done one extra calculation exactly for 5 order. Exactly for 5 order, one calculation. And random quantity we are going to do and ultimately see where is the lowest cost. If the lowest cost comes for 5 orders or 4 orders, 3 orders, 2 orders, 1 order, no problem. I don't suffer any loss. I don't suffer any loss because of the infra issue. Infra issues are there. But my lowest cost is coming only for 4 orders a year. No problem with the infra issue. No problem with the infra issue. So we will do less than 2000 one random quantity, 2000 to 4000 one random quantity, 4000 to 5999 one random quantity, 6000 to 7999 one random quantity, 8000 and above one random quantity, and one more quantity called 5 orders. One more quantity called 5 orders. What are you going to do? Starting from annual demand, till the total inventory cost for all of this, not one time, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, so many times I have to do. In the end, once I get my answer, I find that lowest cost is coming for 4 orders a year. Very happy, no headache. 4 orders a year means I don't suffer any loss. I don't suffer any loss because of which? Bank's infra issue. Because of bank's infra issue. Lowest cost comes for 8 orders or 6 orders. Then I have a problem. I am suffering loss. 8 and 6 is the best, but I'll restrict to 5 orders. I'll restrict to 5 orders. I may suffer a loss. I may suffer a loss. Clear? Any doubts on this? Particulars and 6 columns. Horizontal, vertical, your wish. Particulars and 6 columns. Particulars and 6 columns. Horizontal, vertical, up to you. Particulars and 6 columns. Headings are less than 2000, 2000 to 3999, 3992. Multiple class intervals are there. 5999, 6000 to 7999. Sorry. Sorry. 4000. Yeah. 4000 to 5999. Sorry. 4000 to 5999. Greater than 8000. And one more column. 5 orders. This is because of the infra issue. Exactly 5 orders. We will start filling it, but first you write the format: annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders. Don't see the screen, okay? We'll start filling this in a minute. Normally only 5 calculation I will do for 5 class interval. 6th one, because of that infra issue. There's one infra issue the question is talking about. Can we start? See, what is price break is they give different prices for different class interval. You've written the format. Tell me the purchase price for the first class interval. Less than 2000 means what is the price? 60, right? 60. 2000 to 3999, what is the price? 4000 to 5999, what is the price? 59.5. Then next price. Next price. Last one I'll explain in some time. Clear? Now the problem for us is, what should be that quantity in less than 2000? Because you can order anything, no? Less than 2000 means I can order 1000 units, 1500 units, 2000 units, less than 1800 units, any number can be taken. Can we start now? Written? You have written the format. I wanted you to write the full format first. I gave you time for that. Can we start solving now? Read the first line and tell me what is the annual demand of raw material. Monthly demand is 1000. Annual demand is 12,000. Right, 12,000. 12,000. annual demand is 12,000. For the quantity per order, ideally, if it comes in exam, they may give a number. If they don't mention any number, we will randomly calculate it. We will randomly go ahead and calculate it. Can we start? Okay. For less than 2000, what's the number I have mentioned in the answer? Some random quantity I have mentioned. 1500. 2000 to 3999, what is the quantity? 2000. 4000 to 5999, 6000, 8000. Clear? Random quantity, no logic, nothing. They have used it in the question. Listen, how you can take random quantity also, I'll tell you. What ICI will mostly do in case they don't give the logic or they don't give a random quantity. In the calculator, tell me the EOQ with only this information. First para, 1000, 60, 540 and 20%. Just calculate the EOQ. Two into annual demand into ordering cost divided by carrying cost. 2 into what's annual demand? 12,000 into ordering cost 540. What's the number you got? 10. Okay, 39. Take it. 1039. My final quantity ideally should be a number very close to 1039. Should be a number very close to 1039. For example, first class interval they've done 1500. Can be taken as maybe 1100, 1200. 1200 could have been done. 1200 would have been in fact better because they have taken random. Second onwards, I'll give you the logic. First one, I don't have a logic. 1039. Which number between 2000 to 3999? Between 2000 to 3999 is closest to 1039. Between 2000 to 3999, closest to 1039 is 2000. Between 4000 to 5999, closest is 4000. Between 6000 to 7999, closest is 6000. Greater than 8000, closest is 8000. This may work, may not also work. Okay, may work, may not, because 1039 I got no. For less than 2000, which number is closest to 1039? My answer is 1039 itself. 1039 is less than 2000 only, no. 1039 is less than 2000 only, no. So I will say less than 2000, the closest is 1039 itself. So they randomly take. In case they don't take, you may do an EOQ in the calculator and randomly start writing. There's no option available here. In exam, this question has not come till now. If it comes in exam, what they do, I can explain. But in MTP, RTP, they randomly take the number. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Okay. Last one, 5 orders means 12,000 divided by 5 is the quantity. 12,000 divided by 5. 12,000 divided by 5 is the quantity per order. 2,400. 2,400. Thereafter now formality. 12,000 by 1,500. 5,500. Number of orders 8. Number of orders is 6. Number of orders is 3. This is a good question to practice that format again. 2. Greater than 8,000, what orders you get? Listen, if it comes in decimal, ICI sometimes rounds off the number of order. Sometimes they don't even round off the number of order. How can it be non-rounding off? 1.5 basically means in a year I start with one order, I may place another order, and next year when you go, for 2 years put together, I need 24,000. 2 years put together I need 24,000. So in 2 years I'll place 3 orders. In 2 years I'll be placing 3 orders. 1 year proportionate is 1.5. Proportionate is called 1.5. In 2 years, I'll be placing 3 orders. In 2 years, I'll be placing 3 orders. 1 year. So 1 year could be 2 orders. Next year could be 1 order. Proportionate you want to calculate 1.5. ICI sometimes does rounding off of this. Sometimes they don't do rounding off also. Whatever you are doing, you write a note. For example, 1.5, I leave it as 1.5 and write a note saying that 1.5 can also be rounded off to 2 orders. Can be rounded off to 2 order. If it's 1.1, it will be rounded off to what? 2 only. 1.1 also will be rounded off to 2. Reason is 1.1 means I need that extra to buy. For example, it's 12,000. Your order quantity is 10,000. If you round off to 1, you'll get only 10,000 units. Because 12,000 by 10,000 is 1.2. 1.2. So 10,000 one order. Extra 0.2, which means you have to place the second order also. You have to place the second order also. You have to place the second order also. I say sometimes does rounding off. Sometimes they don't do it. It's not like units which we are rounding off. I can do that 1.2 as rounded off as what? 2 orders. Next year will be only 1 order. Next year also could be 1 order. Or do it in decimal. Last one, obviously 5 orders. 12,000 divided by 2,400. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? What is the ordering cost per order? Participate. What is the ordering cost per order? I want everyone to participate, guys. What is the ordering cost? 540, right? 540. 540. 540. Do the multiplication. 8 into 540. 8 into 540. What's the number? 6 into 540. 3 into 540. 2 into 540. 1.5 into 540. Sorry? 5 into 540. Any doubts on this? We have to repeat the calculation multiple times here. Any doubts on this? Number of orders can be rounded off, or you can leave it as it is. I leave the choice to you. Can we proceed? Understood the calculations till now? Any doubts on this? I'm not a new concept. It is just practice of the previous concept only. Any doubts on this? What's the formula for average inventory? Everyone participate. Quantity per order divided by 2. Do that. 750. Quantity per order divided by 2. Quantity per order divided by 2. 750, 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, 1200. Any doubts on this part? Understood? Clear? Can we proceed? Carrying cost per unit. First tell me what is the word used in the question for carrying cost. What is the number? What is the number? No, carrying cost. 20%. If it's a percent, it is a percentage of purchase price and it will change for every class interval. It will change for every class interval. Wait. It will change for every class interval. In the last one, what is the quantity per order? 2,400. Look at that table and tell me what is the price for 2,400. We did not write the price. 59.8. So write the price. 59.8. 5 orders means 2,400 and 2,400 means 59.8. Clear? Any doubts on this? 59.8. Carrying cost, calculate now. 20% of 60. 20% of 60. How much? 12. 20% of 59.8. 11.96. 20% of 59.5, 11.20% of 58.9, 11.20% of 58.4, 11. Last one, 20% of 59.8. We are repeating the calculation multiple times. I don't have any choice here. I'll have to repeat the calculation 6 times. No new concepts, nothing tricky. Just that repeat the calculation multiple times. Repeat the calculation multiple times. Any doubts on this? Multiply now. Carrying cost. 750 into 12. 9,000. 11,000. 2,000 into 11.9. 20. 3,000 into 11.78. 4,000 into 11.68. 1,200 into 11.96. 14. Instead of doing it once, we are forced to repeat same calculation multiple times here. Same calculation multiple times. How did we decide quantity? Random. I have already given a note saying that this is the quantity we are going to take. There is no logic which has been given, and I cannot get into any logic unless they give the quantity. I cannot do the computation. Any doubts here? Can we proceed? Annual demand report. What's the annual demand? 12,000. Multiply now. 12,000 into 60 is 720 into 59.8. Listen, when you have same number as multiplier, 12,000 into 60 equal to 59.8 equal to 59.5 equal to 58.9 equal to 58.4 equal to. It will save some time for you. No need to keep typing 12,000 again. 12,000 into 60 equal to 59.8 equal to, what's the number you get? 717,600. Then just the price 59.5 equal to 7,14,000. Then just the price 58.9 equal to 7,06,800. 58.4 equal to 7,08,000. Last one is 717,600. 717,600. $717,600. Put a total variable cost. Purchase cost plus carrying cost plus this. 720 plus 9 plus 4320. How much? 33. 720 plus 9 plus 4320. Next one. 32. Next one. Next one. 40. Next one. Last one. 34. 34,652. Any doubts on any of the numbers here? You can copy the final total if you have not. Which one is 330? 330. Okay. Any doubts in any of the numbers here? Can we proceed? Which one is the lowest cost? Participate. Guys, numbers are in front of you. You will have to part. Done with the calculation. You want me to wait? I'll wait. Complete the calculation. First you complete it. Complete the entire computation. Done with the calculation. Any doubts on this? Clear? Now, the best quantity, you're still doing? Done? Okay. The best quantity is the second one, which is 2000 quantity per order, 730 to 800 lowest cost. So this is the best, but I may not be able to follow. That leads to some losses for us. The best as of now is only 2000 units at a time. The best is 2000 units at a time, but still I will not be able to follow it, and I may be forced to follow the other one. See, first best is this. I don't think so we can follow this. Second best is this. Again, I cannot follow this. Third best is the last one which I can follow. The third best is the last one which I can follow. This will lead to some potential profit or loss calculation. The best one is second, not possible for us because it needs 6 orders. I can place only 5 orders. So below the table first, right? Optimum purchase order size. Order size means how many units we can order. 2000 units. This has the lowest cost. This has the lowest cost. So this is the best. We will not be able to follow, which is part 3, some requirement. This has the lowest cost. Order level where the company could have minimized the cost, almost the same thing. The order level where I could have minimized the cost is this, but what I'll be following is something else. What I'll follow is something else. Order level where company could have minimized cost. 6 orders with the order size being 2000. With the order size being 2000. However, with the order size being 2000, 6 orders with the order size being 2000. However, company has limit on number of transfers, and hence they will follow. 5 orders. They will follow 5 orders. This will lead to total cost of rupees 734,652. 734,652. Total cost of 734,652. Clear? I still agree it is 2000 is the best one, but I can't follow. And which is the last amount of loss? Amount of loss is the gap. I should have spent only 730 to 800. I am spending how much? 734,652 because of what? Inability of the bank. In case that limitation was not there, my best quantity is 6000. That is 2000. Best quantity is 2000 with how many orders? 6 orders. 2000 with 6 orders. Then amount of loss due to inability of the bank. Due to inability of the bank, extra cost of 734,652, 732, 800. I incur something extra and that is a loss for me. How much is the loss? 1,852. Very small amount, but this is the amount of loss because of the inability of the bank to process fund transfer request. Bank has certain restriction on fund transfer. They are very crystal clear saying that we will not be able to transfer beyond a said number, because of which we suffer a loss of how much? 1,852. Any doubts on this? Clear? In the answer I've done EOQ, but this is of no use. Okay, this was just to explain to the student that this quantity will be closest to the EOQ, So 2000 is the best one, but I am incurring extra how much? 1,852, extra 1,852 because of this problem, because of the 5 fund transfer problem. ICI has the same question in study material without this restriction of 5 fund transfer, which is this question which you will do at home. EXC Limited has received an offer of quantity discount. Price is given, tons number is given. They have said less than 500, 500 and less than 1000, 1000 and less than 2000. Different levels are there. At home, you please practice this question just for your more satisfaction. Again, randomly only we will take the quantity. Quantity per order will be 400, 500, 1000, 2000 and 3000. Randomly. There's no logic which they have given. Clear? So at home you practice this question. I'll discuss it in the next session. Any doubts till this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay, let's take a break now. We resume at 10:20. Okay, let's continue with the discussion on economic order quantity. I'll quickly revise what we have done till now. We first learned the formula for EOQ. Tell me the formula for EOQ. Square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. The carrying cost, if it's given as a percentage, it's a percentage of purchase price. Then we move ahead and see how annual demand is calculated. The annual demand is for the raw material or for the finished product? Raw material. If FG is given, production into input by output. Output into input by output. Output gets cancelled and we get the raw material consumed. Or they give directly the raw material data, monthly, quarterly, multiply with 4 quarters, 12 months and then close it. This is without stock. If stock information is there, then we start with sales. Sales plus what? Closing stock is equal to opening stock plus production. That will give you the production figure. Once production is there, production into input by output. That will give you a figure for your raw material consumption. And once the raw material consumption is in place, we will do raw material consumed is equal to opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. That will end up giving us the figure for our workings. This is next layer which we learned. Then we saw that in case there are any transit loss or processing loss, what we do is we first start with units ordered less transit loss, units received less processing loss, units consumed. You equate this units consumed to the consumption figure and get the purchase figure as a balancing figure. This is what we saw. Then we understood that in case I place a single order for both the products, formula is square root of 2 into annual demand of A plus B plus C into the ordering cost per order divided by weighted average carrying cost. What is weighted average? Carrying cost of A into its demand plus carrying cost of B into its demand, whole divided by demand of A plus demand of B. We also have a format in which we do the calculation. Format starts with what? Annual demand, ordering, so quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit per annum, total carrying cost. Then we repeat the annual demand, purchase price, material cost, and the total inventory cost. Ultimately, we get the total inventory cost. Clear? This is another thing which we learned. Then we also learned about frequency of ordering. What is frequency of ordering? Is number of orders, number of days in a year divided by number of orders in a year. timing of next order is equal to current inventory in days minus the lead time for consumption or lead time for purchase of material. This we learned. Thereafter, we had started with a scenario called price break. What is price break is, in this situation, you will be given different prices for different class interval. Take a random quantity and do that format, concept 3 format, which starts with annual demand, goes on till total inventory cost, and select the one with the lowest cost. Select the one with the lowest cost. Clear? Any doubts till this? Can we proceed? Okay, let's come to question 11. The yearly production of a company's product which has a steady market is 40,000 units. The yearly production of a company's product which has a steady market is 40,000. This is raw material or finished product? First line, participate.
Finished product.
Finished product. Yearly production. Yearly production is finished product. Each unit of product require 1 kg of raw material. Input output is 1:1. Cost of placing an order is 1000 and the inventory carrying cost is 20 per annum. No percentage. Directly 20 per annum. Lead time for procurement. This is of no use as of now because they have asked for reorder level, which we will not be doing. You will do that later. Okay. Lead time they have given. Safety stock they have given. Again, both of no use. Company has been able to negotiate the following discount structure with the raw material supplier. That is, if you order 6,000 at a time, no discount is given. 6,001 to 8,000, 4,000 discount is given. 8,001 to 16,000, 20,000 discount is given. 16,000 to 30,000, 32,000 discount is given. 30,000 to 45,000, 40,000 discount is given. Till this, in the question, do we have any purchase price? Till this, did you find any purchase price in the question? Any purchase price information in the question? No. So this is a problem where I will be following my EOQ format to decide which is better. It also goes under the category of price break. What happens here is, if you order up to 6,000, what quantity up to 6,000? Some random number. 6,001 to 8,000, again one random number. 8,001 to 16,000, again one random number. 16,001 to 30,000, again one random number. 30,000 to 45,000, again one random number. But I don't give you the price. So what you will do? We'll start with annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit, total carrying cost. I don't have purchase price. Instead of writing purchase price, we will just write amount of discount. We'll just write amount of discount. I'm not writing annual demand. I'm not writing purchase price. I'm also not writing the material cost. Assuming this is same for all, what will be different is the amount of discount. From this, discount will be deducted. So I'm not writing the material cost because I don't have data. And even if there, whether we write, we don't write, doesn't really matter. So in this question, my total cost is total ordering plus total carrying minus the discount. Minus the discount. Total ordering plus total carrying minus the discount. We are going to deduct the discount and do the calculation. I cannot, in case they are given the price, what will we do? Units into the price minus the discount. Units into the price minus the discount. If they give discount at a per unit level, we would have deduct from the price. If they give overall, units into the price and deduct ultimately the discount amount. The discount amount can range from nil till 40,000. Calculate the reorder point. This you will not understand. Ignore it for the time being. Ignore the reorder point. Then the same. Prepare a statement showing the total cost of procurement. Procurement cost is called ordering. Total cost of procurement is ordering cost, and storage. Storage is called carrying cost. After considering what? Discount. If the company elects to place what? 1 order, 2 order, 4 order, 5 order. So they are saying don't randomly take the quantity. No need to take randomly the quantity. 1 order, if it's 1 order, quantity you can calculate. 2 order, again calculate the quantity. 4 orders, again calculate the quantity. 5 orders, again calculate the quantity. Mostly 1 order may fit in that 30,000 to 45,000. 2 order may fit in 16,000 to 30,000. I don't know. It may fit in, it may not fit in. We will do the calculation. So 1 order, 2 orders, 4 orders, 5 orders. They are saying don't randomly do anything. No need to do randomly. I give you the quantity also. What is the quantity they are saying? One order. Annual demand we will calculate. If annual demand I think will be 40,000. If it's 40,000, one order means 40,000 at a time. Two order means 20,000 at a time. So between 16 to 30, we will choose 20,000. Four orders, you will get the quantity. Five orders, you will get the quantity. State the number of orders which the company should place to minimize the cost after taking EOQ also into consideration. So we are going to do a table for one order, two order, four order, five order, also EOQ. Once we do this five, maybe those five are those five class interval. Maybe it fits in there, may not fit in there. I don't know, but they have given clearly one order, two order, four order, five order, and the EOQ. First, let's calculate the EOQ. After the EOQ is calculated, we'll prepare a table for one order, two order, four order, five order. That is part two. We will add one more column for EOQ and then decide which one has the lowest cost. Able to understand the question? They have said one order, two order, four order, five order. Even the previous set of question, they could have told me this. One order, two order, four, then randomly quantity is not needed. Why should I randomly take the quantity? Able to understand this? Now right. Working note 1, computation of EOQ. Let's start. Computation of EOQ. Annual demand of FG, raw material, ordering cost, purchase price, carrying cost per unit per annum. If not available, we'll write not available. In class, I want to follow the same format. In exam, I leave it to you. You directly want to apply the formula directly. In class, first FG, then raw material, then ordering cost, then purchase price, then carrying cost. Some information again is not there in this question. FG, raw material, ordering cost per order, purchase price per unit, carrying cost per unit per annum. This is a standard format we try to follow for almost all the questions. FG, raw material, ordering cost, purchase price, carrying cost. Can we start? Okay, coming to the annual demand of FG, what does the question say about the annual demand of the finished product? Yearly production is 40,000 units. 40,000 units for raw material production into input by output. Production into input by output. What is the production? Input by output. What is the annual demand of raw material? 40,000 completed. No, 40,000 units are what it is. 40,000 kgs. Raw material is in kgs. Please write the unit of measure. 40,000 kgs. Raw material is measured in kilograms in the question. So 40,000 kgs. 40,000 kgs. Any doubts on this? Always write the unit of measure. May not make a big difference, but please write it. EOQ, when I answer, it will be in kgs here. EOQ will be in kilograms here. What's the ordering cost per order? 1,000. Not available. Purchase price not available. I can't get it and all. Not available. I'm not bothered also. Because carrying cost is not given as a percentage here. It's not available. Ignore and proceed right. It is not available. Let's not worry about it. What's the carrying cost given in the question? 20 per annum. Apply the formula. 2 into 40,000. Write the formula first. 2 into 40,000 into 1000 by 20. Sorry? 2000 kgs. 2000 kgs. The first part of the question is asking for something called as reorder level, which you will not understand. As of now, no point in seeing that. So that you will see once there is even one homework question at reorder level, that and all later, because I'm yet to discuss the next concept. 2000 kgs. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Clear? Working note 2. Total cost of procurement and storage. Total cost of procurement and storage net of discount. Net of discount. Particulars and 5 columns. Net of discount. Particulars and 5 columns. Net of discount. Particulars and 5 columns. In the question, they have mentioned we will place how many orders? 1, 2, 4, 5, and the last one is EOQ. The last one is EOQ. 1 order, 2 orders, 4 orders, 5 orders, EOQ. The question wanted only 1, 2, 4, 5. But then they're saying what is the best quantity including EOQ. So for that I have to do EOQ calculation also. 1, 2, 4, 5 EOQ. Our format will remain same till total carrying cost. After that only change is going to happen. I don't have the annual demand purchase price here. 1, 2, 4, 5 EOQ. Can you start? First annual demand. It's going to be exactly the same thing we keep doing. We have now used this format at least some 20 times. Annual demand. What's annual demand? 40,000. What's the next column? What's the next row? Quantity per order, which is not randomly taken. Instead of taking it randomly, we are going to take logically the way they have given. What is the quantity per order? 40,000 divided by how many order? 1 order. So this is 40,000. This will have a different discount figure. We'll see that at the end. Second one, 40,000 divided by 2. 20,000. Third one, 40,000 divided by, which is 10,000. Fourth one, 40,000 divided by, which is 8,000. And EOQ, which we have calculated. EOQ is 2,000. EOQ part, which is already computed, 2,000. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Number of orders. Anyway, this is already known. 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4, 5. And last one is? Most probably, each of this quantity may fit in one of the class interval. If it doesn't fit in, I'm not bothered. If it's not fitting in all the 5, they have clearly told 1, 2, 4, 5 and EOQ. Ordering cost per order. How much is the ordering cost per order? Multiply with 1,000. Total ordering cost. Total ordering cost. Multiply with 1,000. Multiply with 1,000. Total ordering cost. 1, 2, 4, 5 and 20. 1, 2, 4, 5 and 20. Any doubts in this? Can you proceed? Next, what should I write? Average inventory, which is quantity per order by 2. sorry, average inventory is 20,000, 10,000, 5,000. This question calculation is relatively easier because the numbers are proper numbers. Last question had some 59, 58, so it became a little complicated for us to do. 20, 10, 5, 4 and 1. Average inventory quantity per order divided by 2. Any doubts on this? Carrying cost per unit. Total carrying cost. Total carrying cost. Multiplication of both. Any doubts on the total carrying cost figure? The average inventory, there's a doubt by a student. Average inventory is right now 20, 10, 5, 4, 1. Half of the quantity per order. Half of the quantity per order. 40,000 by 2, 20,000 by 2, 10,000 by 2, 8,000 by 2 and 2,000 by 2. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Hussein, I hope it is clear. If still there is a doubt, let me know. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Next. Total carrying cost is done. Any doubts on this? Discount. This will reduce the cost. Rather than writing the purchase value, we are just writing the discount. Discount will be deducted from the purchase. In the first scenario, what is the quantity per order? 40. If you are ordering 40,000 at a time, you will get 40,000 discount. You will get a discount of 40,000 as per the table. As per the table, 40,000 is the discount. If you order what? 40,000 at a time. At a time you order 40,000, you'll get what discount? 40,000 rupees. So discount 40,000. Discount is 40,000. In the second one, what is the quantity per order? Look at that table and tell me 20,000 means what discount? 32,000. I'll get a discount of 32,000. From the table, 32,000 discount. If you order 10,000 at a time, what is the discount? 20,000. If you order 8,000 at a time, and EOQ part is 2,000, no discount. I don't get any discount. Clear? Any doubts on this? The discount is given in the table, which basically mentions that quantity per order discount will change. Previous question they gave price, they did not give discount. There we did randomly take a quantity. Here random quantity is not needed because 1, 2, 4, 6 they have given. Work 1, 2, 4, 5. Work with those numbers and then close it. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Total cost. Total cost. Ordering, carrying, discount. Discount has to be subtracted. Ordering, carrying, and discount has to be subtracted. Discount has to be subtracted. Ordering, carrying, and discount has to be subtracted. This will reduce our cost. Whichever is the cheapest cost, that is the best quantity to order. Ordering plus carrying minus the discount. Ordering plus carrying minus the discount. First one is how much? 3 lakh. Second one? 170. Third one? 80. Fourth one? 81,000. Last one? 40,000. EOQ looks to be better still. EOQ looks to be better comparing with everything. Compared with everything, EOQ is the best quantity to order. EOQ is the best quantity to order. In case discounts were higher at the other side, maybe something else could have become better. But as of now, my calculation shows EOQ is the best quantity to order. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? Clear? So let's look at the requirements now. Any doubts on the solution here? We normally do ordering plus carrying plus material cost total. Here material cost is not there. In place of material cost, you have discount of the material cost. Discount means minus from the material cost. Any doubts on this? Okay. First one we have not done. Statement we have done for 1, 2, 4, 5. State the number of orders which the company should place to minimize the cost. They have not asked the quantity. They are asking what is the number of orders to minimize. Quantity I know. Number of orders is also there. But the answer is number of orders, not the quantity. So in exam, if they are asking this, ultimately you will have to write number of orders to minimize the cost and not quantity to minimize the cost. Both are there with us. But requirement is number of orders to minimize the cost. Below the table. Quantity per order to minimize the cost. Quantity per order to minimize the cost. This is not the requirement of the question. This is what usually we calculate. Quantity per order to minimize the cost. Which one has the lowest cost? 2000 units. Quantity per order to minimize the cost is 2000 units. Kg, sorry, my mistake. 2000 kgs. Number of orders to minimize the cost. 20 orders. Number of orders to minimize the cost. To minimize the cost, 20 orders. Any doubts in this? Clear? Done? Can we proceed? Any doubts on the concept? Clear? Anybody has any doubts, any clarification needed? Let me know, because EOQ discussion is almost over now. I'll be moving to the next area. EOQ discussion may come back, but more or less done with EOQ. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Done? Okay. Like EOQ tells me what is the best quantity to order. Like this, we have lot other techniques which are there to cut down the cost. One of the technique which is there is called ABC analysis. What is this ABC analysis? We'll try to understand that. Let's first understand. Listen, in the practical world, let's assume at my home, I have gold, I have cash, I have footwear, and maybe some item whose value is very less. Will I keep gold in a very accessible place for everyone, or will I keep it in a safe place? Safe place. Footwear, most of the times I may keep it outside the house itself. I may not even try keeping it in a safer place. So I personally decided that gold is like a category A for me. Category A means it is most important for me. Gold is most important for me. I cannot afford to lose gold. Footwear, if in the footwear also some very high value footwear is there, or some branded is there, or something you have got, you may not keep it outside. That also you may not keep it outside. You may keep it inside the house, maybe accessible for everyone, but still you want to keep it inside the house. Maybe that footwear is moderately important for you. And the footwear which you regularly use, you don't even take the pain of keeping it inside the house. You are kind of thinking nobody will take it. And even if by mistake somebody takes it, because that comes under the category of least important for me. So a company will have 20-30 raw material. They cannot do EOQ for everything. They are not going to focus on EOQ for everything. So what will they do? They will first classify the materials. First classify the materials into category A, category B, category C. Why is this classification needed? Let's take example of Reliance Industries Limited. In Reliance Industries Limited, they buy so many products. There is no end to the number of products they are buying. So when Reliance is buying so many products in the practical world, what would they want to do? Mukesh Ambani, who is the managing director, he is not going to foresee everything. but he may want to take control of some raw material if at all he wants to. That also he doesn't want to do, then he will delegate it to someone. So he will decide what is the most important material, that we will try to follow everything properly. Everything properly means one EOQ will be there, one reorder level will be there, one reorder quantity will be there, one minimum level will be there, maximum level. All this you will understand in the chapter. But I try to do everything possible. Second, moderately important, Mukesh Ambani doesn't want to take control of that. He gives it to the next management, saying that middle management you take care. Top management, category A. Middle management, category B. Lower level management, category C. They are saying you manage category C. We are not bothered about it. Why is this needed? Because without doing this, I cannot get proper results. When I say proper result, I categorize this to have different priority for different items. I cannot give equal priority to everything. This principle came from an area called Pareto's law. What he said is basically in a country, 80% of the wealth may come from 20% of the people. 20% of the people may have 80% of the wealth. So for example, I am part of income tax department. I want to ensure that we collect proper taxes. Very simple. Just take care of this 20% people properly. 80% tax is already collected. If you are able to control the 20%, control means you are able to check whether there is any tax evasion happening, not happening. 20% you are having proper control, tracking everything. 80% tax can be collected. Balance, you put any extra effort also doesn't make any sense. So some places I will prioritize like this, saying that okay, these are most important. I will focus more on them. How do I prioritize this? The prioritization will happen very simple in terms of the value of the material. It all depends on the value of the material. Gold is category 1 or category A because it is high value item. If somebody tells me gold is available at 1 rupee per gram, maybe I'll not do all these extra things, because if somebody tells me gold value has gone down so much, it may not become a category A for me. I may not prioritize this. At home, there are a lot of plates, everything is there. We don't keep it in a safe place, saying that nobody should access it. Anybody, any maid comes or any person comes, they will access everything. Certain items we keep in a safe place. Certain items we don't keep in a safe place, because we ourselves know which is category A, which is category B, which is category C. So an organization may do this classification. This classification ultimately helps me in telling category A, Mukesh Ambani takes care. Category B, the next layer takes care. Category C, even the next layer. Even in your CA inter preparation, a subject may have category A, category B, category C. Basically, category A are the most important chapters. Category B could be moderately important chapters. Category C could be least important chapter. For example, though I have not discussed this now, I'll discuss it at some later point of time. But this is a classification I have done for you. There's a block 1, block 2, block 3, block 4. This and all you'll understand later. But this is a classification, my classification for the entire costing subject. Block 1, I feel most important. Block 2, maybe moderately important. I have done not 3 classification, I have done 4 classification. Maybe when you do your revision and all, your priority will be first to block 1, then you will do block 2, then you will do block 3, then ultimately you will do block 4. All depends on how much time available, what is there, if you face some constraint. But there is a priority order. This prioritization is what an organization would want to do for so many materials there. How are they going to do? Very simple. I will arrange the item in the descending order of value. When I arrange in descending order, high value is in the top, low value is in the bottom. High value goes to the top, low value goes to the bottom. Then I will calculate the cumulative value. Also quantity also calculated. Quantity doesn't have any implication on the answer, but quantity also will put a total. Value also we will put a total. Arrange the item in the descending order of value. Why descending order of value? High value top, low value bottom. Indirectly, high value will be category A, low value could be category C, moderate value could be category B. High value A, low value C, moderate value is category B. So arrange them in the value. Get something called as cumulative value as a percentage of total value, cumulative quantity as a percentage of total quantity. Once you get this, there are certain rules. You can follow any of the rule if the problem is silent. 70, 20, 10. 70% of the value, first 70% of the value, category A. 70 to 90, category B. 90 to 100, category C. 70, 20, 10 principle. 70, 20, 10 principle. First 70, category A. 70 to 90, category B. 90 to 100, category C. Or 60, 30, 10. First 60, category A. 60 to 90, category B. 90 to 100, category C. Or 50, 30, 20. First 50, category A. 50 to 80, category B. 80 to 100, category C. Whichever you want to follow. But we will arrange them in the descending order of value. Arrange them in the descending order of value. After you have arranged them in the descending order of value, you will get one cumulative value. You also get cumulative quantity. Cumulative quantity is needed from a presentation point of view, but technically doesn't have any implication. So we will do item, quantity will be there, amount will be there, cumulative quantity, cumulative value, cumulative quantity as a percentage of quantity, cumulative value as a percentage of value, and categorization. Categorization is mostly on the value only, unless they say categorize on the quantity, which is very rare. Only on the value, only on the value. This is one way of classification. That is 60, 30, 10, 50, 30, 20, 70, 20, 10. This is one thing you can do. R. Just give me. One exam, this was given in the exam itself, okay? They said you categorize like this. This is in the study material, they said assumption, but in exam they said you categorize like this. More than rupees 50,000, category A. 15 to 50,000, category B. Less than 15,000 rupees, category C. This is for this company. You will have to decide. Mostly question will give you how you want to categorize. Question will give you. Without their giving, I can't categorize. They have to tell what is the basis. If silent, we do 70, 20, 10. First 70% category A, 70 to 90, category B, 90 to 100, category C. This is the policy I'll follow. Or something like this: 50,000 and above, 15,000 to 50,000, less than 15,000. Or I may do quantity as a percentage of total quantity, and I may say more than 5% quantity. This is the classification. Less than 2% quantity. This is the classification. We will do the solving and all in some time, but different ways you can do. It is basically a categorization. For example, you look at every chapter, and every chapter historical analysis. This is historical analysis. First chapter on an average 6.8 marks. Second chapter 9.3, 9.5 historical analysis. Okay. Now what I will say, more than 7 marks, category A. 5 to 7 marks, category B. Less than 5 marks, category C. My wish. I decide a strategy and follow that strategy. Whatever be my strategy, that I have to decide and consistently follow that. So here in the question they may give you the strategy, or you may have to follow a strategy. If silent, 70, 20, 10. What is 70, 20, 10? First 70%, category A. 70 to 90, category B. 90 to 100, category C. Any doubts on this? We will arrange them in the descending order of value. High value at the top, low value at the bottom. Any doubts on the concept here? Why is this being done? Because I cannot give equal importance to all 15 chapters of costing. When you do your preparation also, you cannot give equal importance to. See, when I teach in the class, I teach in a specific order. But if you ask me priority, the priority order could be different. When you revise, you know every chapter. So when you revise, you will revise in the order of prioritization. In class, I can't follow that order because I directly start with one important chapter. Without knowing the earlier chapter, you cannot understand that chapter. So I follow an order in the class, but priority order could be different. That prioritization could be on marks basis, could be on something else, all your wish, how you want to prioritize. Objective of this is to get maximum result with minimum effort. Maximum result I want to get with minimum effort, with minimal effort. Classic example is income tax collection. There it will work. 80% will come through 20% assessees. So try to have good control on this 20% so that you are able to collect 80%. In India's context, it's even more than 80%, first to 20% if you take. So ensure that you are able to track these people properly and you will get the needed result. Able to understand the concept? Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Okay, let's come to question 12. A storekeeper has prepared the below list of items kept in the store of the factory. Item, units, unit cost. Storekeeper wants your help to classify the items for prioritization. You are required to apply ABC analysis to classify the item. Store item which constitute 70, 20 and 10% is what? A, B and C respectively. First thing, I have to arrange them in the descending order of value. We will arrange them. Only thing is you are not writing that part. I'm just writing the numbers in the screen here and then you write in that order. Else in an exam scenario, you have to first calculate the value, arrange them and then do the step. 12,000 into 30. Tell me the values. I'll note down the values here first and then you write in the descending order of value directly. 18,000 into 3. 6,000 into 35. 750 into 220. 3,800 into 75. 2 lakh. 400 into 105. 600 into 300. 300 into 350. Sorry? 300 into 350. Check again. 1 lakh 5,000. 3,000 into 250. 20,000 into 7.5. 1 lakh 50. 11,500 into 27.5. 3 lakh 2,100 into 75. In exam, you'll be forced to do this calculation. Arrange them in the descending order, then I do the next table. So we will directly write in the descending order itself rather than writing this, okay? Rather than doing this calculation, I've just done it in the screen. Doesn't matter. It is a very simple calculation. Any doubts on first the value part? Clear? Now, I may need some 7-8 columns for ABC classification. Classification table. You will need 7-8 columns. Item, quantity, value. 8 columns will be needed mostly. Item, quantity, value. Extra columns, what are those? We'll see later. Item, quantity, value. Look at the numbers and tell me the highest value is what? 7 lakh 50,000. The highest value is 7 lakh 50,000. Start with I. 3,000, 7 lakh 50,000. 3,000 and 7 lakh 50,000. Highest value I've written at the top. Second highest is which one? 3 lakh. A. 12,000. 360. 360. What is the next highest? 3 lakh 16. K. 11,500. 316,250. Next highest 285, which is product E. 3,800. 2 lakh 85,000. Next highest
10,000.
2 lakh 10,000 C. 210. Next highest 1 lakh 80,000 G. 600 1,80,000. I don't want to waste time on this step. This step should be very simple. Which is the next one? 165D. 165. Next one. 180 is written. No? 165 is done. Next one is what? One not? No, 150. 157 500. 157 500. 157 500. Next one is no 1,50,000 is there. 1,50,000. 1,50,000. Next one is 1,05,000. 1,05,000. Any doubts on this? Next one is what value? 54,000. And last one is 42,000. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Quantity value. I can as of now understand that is I, A, K, E. The top ones could be category A. The bottom ones will be category C. Middle ones will be category B. Which one category A, which one category B? We will do the classification in the ratio of 70, 20, 10. Any doubts till this? Can we proceed? Clear? Next, cumulative quantity. In the calculator, start with 3,000. Keep the number in the calculator, start with 3,000, then add 12,000. How much? Add 11,500. 26, add 3,800. Add 6,000. Add 600. Keep adding numbers like that. 750. I'll focus more on the conclusion part. Cumulative quantity. Like that, do cumulative value 750 and keep adding. Cumulative quantity, cumulative value. Start with 750, add 360, add 316,250, $285, cumulative quantity, cumulative value. Quantity and value. We just kept putting totals. It's just a calculation kind of an exercise. Let me know if you get any different number at any place, any calculation errors, let me know. Can we proceed? Can we check the numbers? Let me know if you get anything different, any calculation errors you find. You're getting anything different? Which one? No, no, is there an error here? Which number is error? A live online student has confirmed that these are the numbers, but if you find anything different, any error from my side, let me know. Else we proceed ahead. Any doubts on the numbers here? I'll wait till you sort it out. Let me know if you get any different number. Purely computation oriented question. It's a pure computation oriented question. Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Clear? Clear? Okay. Proceed. Cumulative quantity as percentage of total quantity. Cumulative value as percentage of total value. And last column is category. Quantity as percentage of total quantity, value as percentage of total value. Listen, every number here has to be divided by 78,450. Every number has to be divided by 78,450 into 100 to express in percentage. Into 100 to express in percentage. So 3000 divide by 78,450. You can put the percentage symbol directly also. 3.82. 3.82. 3000 divided by 78,450, percentage symbol are into 100. Then 15,000 divided by 78,450. 19.12. 26,500 divided by 78,450. 33.78. 3,300. 78,450. 38.62. 46.27. 47.04. 47.99. 50.67. 76.16. 76.55. 99.49 100, and then do the same thing for value. After that only my rule is do it for quantity like this, do it also for the value. Calculate the percentages. Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts till this? These percentages have to be calculated. It's a lengthy computation process. No concept, nothing, but just calculation we'll have to keep repeating. Any doubts in this? Clear? Can you proceed? Everyone got these numbers? If you're done, then I proceed ahead. Any doubts till this? Can we proceed? Now listen. Now onwards the important part. Looking at the value, only the value, quantity is of no use, but still calculation needs it. First 69%. 69 is almost 70, okay? First 69%. This is category A. The green color ones are category A. 69% of the value, 46% of the quantity. With 46% quantity, I will get 69% result. 46% quantity, 69% result. Nothing for you to note down. Listen, be in listen mode. So till this, it was all calculation. I told you to do it. After this, be in listen mode. 69%, 46%. From 69 till 90, which is a little tricky because both are very close to 90. 87.35 as well 92.76. Both are very closer to 90. You can take either ways. I don't know what is there in the answer, but it can be either ways also. Because it was like 85 versus 91, I'll take 91. 87.35 is around 2 closer to 90. 92.76 is also 2.76 closer. Very close to 90. Both are almost very close to 90. Your wish, I remember taking till 92.76. So till this level, that is from 69 till 92.76 or till 87.35. That I leave a choice to you. Till 92.76 or what? 87.35 is the second category. That is your category B. Category B. So I put a yellow color for this. And the last one obviously are category C. They are category C, which I put a different color. Now, category A are 69% of value, 46% of quantity. Category B is 92 minus 69. 92 minus 69 on the value side. 76 minus 46 on the quantity side. 76 minus 46 on the quantity side. 92 minus 69 on the value. Ideally, category A, highest value, as low quantity as possible. Quantity should be lower, value should be higher. Category B, lower value, quantity would, or moderate value, moderate quantity. Category C should ideally be lowest value, highest quantity. May work, may not work. That is okay. That's a different story. But ideal classification is highest value, lowest quantity. Gold, highest value, quantity very less. Quantity very less, value is very high. Values very high. Certain other items, quantity is very high, but value is not there. Value is not there. So till 69%, I classify category A. 69 to 92, category 92 or 87. That's I leave it to you. It can be either ways also. And then 87 to 100, 87 to 100 or 92 to 100. Let us change the answer for the classroom discussion. Printed answer as something else. I will do till this. That's our wish. Okay. So let us do it this way now, right? Category A, category B till 87, category C from 87 till 100. This is just classroom discussion, okay? 92, when I did 70%, 69, 75, I did not ask which is closer because that was very clear. 69 is closest to 70. When I did 90, it can go either ways. First, any doubts on this? Any doubts on this classification? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Done? Summary of classification. This is just for our understanding. Summary of classification. Four columns: category, items, percentage of value, percentage of quantity. Percentage of value, percentage of quantity. Category A in bracket, most important. A is most important. A is most important. Let us note down those items, whatever we did. I, A, K, E and C. I, A, K, E and C. 69% of value, 46% of quantity. 69% of value, 46% of quantity. Whatever the classification says, we have gone with value based classification. 69, 46. Category B, moderately important. Moderately important. G, D and L. Moderately important, G, D and L. Category A, most important. Category B, moderately important, G, D and L. Value wise, 87 minus 69, extra value. 87 minus 69, extra value. 18.411 now. 18.11. Value earlier 69, now value is only 18%. Quantity will be very less, I think. 50.67 minus 46.27, whatever the classification does. 50.67, 46.27. 4 point C, least important. J, H, B and F. I'll not focus too much on this. First two category I focus, I can save 80% of the cost. If I prioritize the first 5 items, 70% cost can be saved with that. 100 minus 87.35. 100 minus, no, we have done this way now. Till this was category B. I have decided till this is category B. 100 minus the earlier ones. No? We have decided till 87.35. Printed answer is still 92.76. Or you can say 100 minus 69 minus 18. That is 100 minus 87.35. My classification is not matching the printed answer. I'm just giving you a different answer. This is a selective call. Selective means you can change the classification. 12 point how much? 65. And this side we have 100 minus 50.67. 49. We have done the classification till L, put together 100. Put together is 100. First one 69.46. Second one 18 and 4. Third one very low value, very high quantity. Very low value, very high quantity. First one highest value, ideally should be lowest quantity. I did not get lowest. I got a sizable number. That's okay. That's how the classification is showing. 69, 18, 12. Printed answer will be 69, 20 and some 9. It will be little different. Any doubts on this? It's a subjective call. Subjective means it can change. Can we proceed? This is one approach where we do 70, 20, 10, 60, 30, 10. I could have done 60, 30, 10. 60, 30, 10 means till E. E would have been category A. From C till L or J would have been category B. Last one would have been category C. 50, 30, 20 till K. 50% till K, category A. 50 to 80, category B. 80 to 100, category C. Classification can keep changing. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Understood the calculation here? The calculation is just a waste of time because we have to do too many computation. But in the end, I'm saying first 5 products are category A. Next 3 or 4 depending on your wish because it's a purely assumption based area. And last 3 are or last 4 are category C. Any doubts on this? Done? Okay. In the printed answer, as I said, I have taken till 92. I have taken till 92. Any doubts on this? This is one. Next. From the following detail, draw a plan of ABC selective control. This came in September 25 exam where the crystal clear mention how you have to classify. They have asked, they have given the various items like this. Wait. They have given the various items like this and they have told us to do an ABC analysis. Wait for some time. When it came in exam, something similar. They have given various items, units, total, cost, rank the material. Rank means you have to do rank 1, rank 2, rank 3. Ranking is rank 1, rank 2, rank 3. Highest value rank 1. And then draw a plan of ABC selective control by using the following basis. Basis is 50,000 and above, 15,000 to 50,000, below 15,000. This was a 8-mark exam question. First, they will ask for a ranking, and then they'll ask for this. ICI in this question, first they have done a ranking. Ranking is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like I said earlier, we are going to do order. So that they have done rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and then they classified saying that 50,000, 15 to 50,000, and less than 15,000. So in this question, the one we are going to do now, I'm going to first do item, units, rate, amount, and a rank will be done. Rank is rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, rank 4, rank 5, whatever 12 items are there. We will do a ranking. After the ranking is done, above 50,000, all those rules will come into picture. Now, right. Working note 1, ranking table. It is not asked in the question, but ICI has followed that approach. But in exam, when they asked the question, they asked for a ranking table, and then they told you to do this. Items, have space for some extra columns. I'll be needing some extra column for some purpose. I'll explain that later. First 5 columns: item, unit, rate, amount, rank. Extra columns I need for some purpose. I'll tell you that and all later. I may need some 2-3 more columns. This you do in your notebook. I'm doing it in the screen. Nothing for you to see here. Unit, rate, amount, and rank, and have extra columns. Please have extra columns. I will need extra columns. Why and all later explanation. Let me know if there are any doubts here. And also put a total for the units and value. Total for the units and value. 2 lakh
19,000.
value total. Sorry, 3 lakh. Just a minute. 3 lakh 55,000 770. Clear? Here we are not doing 70, 20, 10, so I don't want the cumulative value, but ICS still did something else. Cumulative I could have done if I'm doing the overall value level analysis. Any doubts till this? Add extra 2 columns. First complete till this. If everyone done, then only I proceed ahead. Complete till this. Can we? Any doubts till this? Done. Quantity as percentage of total quantity. Value as percentage of total value. I don't need the cumulative, but individual value itself. Now listen, I'll tell you a shortcut for doing this calculation in the calculator. We'll not keep typing every time. In the calculator, 7,000 divided by 2,19,000. Put a percentage symbol. What's the number you get? 3.20. Don't press any other number, okay? Don't press any other number. 24,000 and just the percentage. 24,000 and just the percentage. Don't press any other number in between. 24,000 and just the percentage. You will get the next one. 10 point. I'll repeat again in the calculator. 7,000. These are techniques to save time. 7,000. 2,19,000 percentage button. Don't press any other button in between. 24,000 and a percentage button. 10.96. I could have saved time in the last one also, but I wanted you to do 1,500 percentage. 0.68. 600 percentage. 0.27. 38,000 percentage. 17.35. 40,000 percentage. 60,000 percentage. 27.40. 3,000 percentage. 37. 300 percentage. 0.14. 29,000 percentage. 11,500 percentage. 1.87. Now from the beginning again. 35,000. 355 770 percentage. 35,000 divided by 355 770 percentage. Thereafter keep changing the number, that's all. No need to keep typing divided by. 72,000 percentage, 15,000 percentage, 13,200 percentage. 9.84. 72,000 percentage. 15,000 percentage. If we are not doing the cumulative approach, then individually we can do this. Why is this done? You'll understand. Next taxation. Any doubts on the numbers here? Clear? Okay, now listen. Why we did this when we don't do cumulative is a question may do something else. They can say, if this happened in one exam, if the quantity is greater than 15%, category C, high quantity, category C, 10 to 15%, category B, less than 10%, category A, low in quantity. Or they may say on value also. They may say it on value also. In the value basis, what you will do is you are going to do, they can say greater than 15%, then less than 15, greater than 15, 10 to 15, less than 10, whatever the question says, whatever the question ends up saying, you follow that as per the question. If nothing is given, we may have to do 70, 20, 10 also. Or they may say on value basis, on quantity basis, this is possible. In this question, I know what they have done, so we will write the basis of classification. After the basis is decided, we will prepare a table like this. Category A, whichever fits in that basis, most important. Percentage of value, how will you do? Add the individual percentages of those country. Every product we have got the values. Every product we have written the percentage of value. We have also written the percentage of quantity. We will manually add them. We will manually add them. Any doubts first on this? Any doubts on this? Next, basis of classification. Basis of classification. Basis of classification. Value more than rupees 50,000, category A. More than 50,000, category A. Value between 15,000 to 50,000, category B. 15 to 50. Value less than 15,000, category C. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? So this we have decided the classification. After this is decided, categorization. Categorization. Category items, percentage of value, percentage of quantity. Category items, percentage of value, percentage of quantity. A student has asked me for the calculator brand. The one which I use is Casio MJ12D. In case it's not working for you, you can get this brand of calculator so that it works for you. That shortcut will save a lot of time. If it's not working, just change it now itself. Okay. Category A. Look at which product has value greater than 50,000. Which are the items which have greater than 50,000? Rank 1, rank 2 and rank 3. Rank 1, rank 2 and rank 3. Anyway, we have ordered in that ranking. So which one is the rank 1? Which item is that? 11, comma, 11, comma, then 2 and
5.
11, 2 and 5. 11, 2 and 5. Tell me the percentage of value for 11. Value.
21.
Plus 2, what was the percentage? Plus 5, what is the percentage? All put together is category A values. 60?
59.2.
Okay, very high values. 59.21. 22, 20 and 16. I'm taking from the earlier calculation which we have already done. Okay. Tell me the quantity for these one. 5.25 plus 10.96, 17.35, 33.56. High in value, comparatively lower in quantity. High in value, low in quantity. Our basis is what? Greater than 50,000 is category A. If you want, if you have space, here itself I can write the category and then do a summary table in there. If you have space, for example, I'll just add a column here. In my classroom discussion, I'm adding a column here, category. 35,000 means which category? Participate, 35,000 value. B. 72,000. A. Exact 15,000. We have defined, I think, B. Less than 15 we have said C. Less than 15 we have said this is our classification. Exact 15 is B. Exact 15 is B. 13,200 C. 57,000 20,000 12,000 10,500 2,400 11,600 81,650 25,420 B. That's all. Classification is done. We just need to add the percentages. We just need to keep adding the percentages. We have defined less than 15. I don't know what is there in the answer also. Okay, I have defined less than 15. Classification, we have defined according to our requirement, and our requirement is what? Less than 15,000 category C. Exact 15,000 I have put it under category B. Any doubts on this? Can the classification logic change? Yes, it can change because it's a subjective call. It is a subjective call. Any doubts on this? 11, 2 and 5. First 3 items which are rank 1, rank 2, rank 3. From rank 4 onwards till rank 7. 4, 5, 6, 7 is category B. Rank 4 onwards, rank 7. Which is rank 4? Tell me the item. Which is rank 4? Guys, participate. 1. Rank 5. 12. Rank 6.
6.
Rank 7. 3. 1, 12, 6 and 3. We don't have in that order. If we had done that order, it would have been very easy. We don't have it in the order, so you'll have to keep going at different places. 1, 12, 6 and 3. 1, 12, 6 and 3. Tell me the percentage value for 1. Value first. 1, 1, 1. 9.84. 9.84. 12. 7.14 I have written, I'm not sure. 14 or 15, whatever it is. 14, 6. 5.62. 3.
4.2.
Sorry?
4.2.
4.22. Add all of this. 26.8. Depends what number you have taken. Some rounding of differences can be there. Tell me the similar values for quantity. 1 is how much? 3.2. 12. 6.
3.26.
3 point
18.26.
okay, 18.26, huge. 3.
0.23.
Put a total of all of this.
.01.
24. Category C. See, if we had done another table, which the printed answer has done, another table, in that order itself you write, it becomes a little easier to look at the numbers, but that is more time consuming. Which is the rank 8 we have? 4. Rank 9? 7. Then rank 10 is 10. Rank 11 is 4, 7, 10, 8 and 9. One way is from 100 you remove the above 2 percentages, or you add individually. Some small rounding of difference can come. From 100 I can remove 59 and 26. From 100 I can remove 59 and 26, or add up the percentages. If you add up the percentages, it will make sure you have not made any errors in calculation. If you don't do it that way and then you do it directly also, it is okay. Just add all the numbers, or 100 minus this. Let me do 100 minus 59 minus 26. Minus 59 minus 26. 100 minus 59 minus 26. 13 point. Or you add the total, you may get 979698, some number you will get. Very close only you will get. Some rounding of differences possible. I am again repeating, it is possible. Other side, 100 minus I'll now show you in the printed answer how we have done. Any doubts on this? It is a lengthy calculation area. In exam, same question has come. They asked for 8 materials. Class, we have done 12 materials. Lesser material, maybe little lesser time it will take. So if you see the answer here, one we did ranking, then we repeated the table again. We repeated the table again. If you repeat the table again, automatically the totaling will happen. 33.56, 59.21, 24.02, 26.82. Some up and down rounding of differences can be there. And last one, 42 and 13. Quantity is written first, value is written later. Doesn't matter. That and all doesn't matter. But the point is, this is how the printed answer ICI has presented. I said I don't want to repeat the table again. If I had repeated the table, all category A would have been at same place, category B would have been at same place, category C would have been at same place. Easy to put a total and close it. Easy to put a total and close it. Now I kept on asking, tell me the number, tell me the number. We noted the number and put a total. Either ways, both are same. Any doubts on this? So ABC analysis purpose, understand very clearly. This is to do something called a selective control. For the purpose of selective control. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay. I'll quickly discuss the concepts from the beginning of the chapter so that we keep revising the concepts. Any doubts till this? Clear? We started with the EOQ. What's the meaning of EOQ? EOQ is the best quantity to order. It is the quantity at which total of what? Ordering cost, carrying cost and purchase cost is the lowest. Ordering cost is the cost incurred on every order, and your carrying cost is technically the storage cost. If it's given as a percentage, it's a percentage of purchase price. What's the formula? Square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. If annual demand is given directly, okay. If not given, the annual demand means what? Annual demand of raw material. If they give finished product, do production into input by output. They give raw material, multiply with 12 months, 4 quarters, multiply with 365 days, whatever the question gives. If they give stock also, sales plus closing stock equal to opening stock plus production into input by output, raw material consumption is equal to opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. Once that is done, I will have two types of losses if what all a question wants to do. Quantity purchase less what? Transit loss quantity received less processing loss, quantity consumed. Equate this quantity to what you want to consume and reverse work the purchase quantity. Then total material cost calculation, we had a format, starts with what? Annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit, total carrying cost, annual demand, purchase price, total material cost, total inventory cost. Time gap between two orders is number of orders in a year, number of days in a year divided by number of orders in a year. Timing of next order is current inventory in days minus the lead time, If you have two items which are ordering together, formula remains square root of 2 into annual demand of A plus B into ordering cost per order divided by weighted average carrying cost. What is weighted average carrying cost? Carrying cost of A into demand of A plus carrying cost of B into demand of B, whole divided by demand of A plus demand of B. Once you get this, split this in A and B in the ratio of the annual demand, Price break represents a situation where you give different prices for different class interval. Take one class interval, take any random quantity from there, or if they give indirectly the quantity by giving number of orders, start with that. Once this number is in place, we will do the same 13 row or 12 or 13 rows and calculate the total cost. In case they give discount in a question, instead of adding the material cost, we will deduct the discount. ABC analysis is a selective control. Category A most important, moderately important, least important. High in value, low in quantity. Moderate in value, moderate in quantity. Low in value and high in quantity. Arrange in descending order of value. In case they give 60, 20, 10 and all. If they don't say that, then we may do a ranking table and put the percentages total for quantity, percentages total for the value for A, B and C as per whatever classification principle. Any doubts on this? Clear? At home, 100% you'll have to complete the practice question, because some days I have 2 sessions, number of question may go up. I have no choices there. I try to cut down the question. Some I do it in the class also, but still balance question practice at home. Tomorrow's session, first thing we will discuss those questions and then we keep going back to the concept. And as I've been telling, 10 minutes spent before the class or the night before on the concept book. Clear? Done. We'll end with this thing. Good morning, friends.
Good morning.
Okay, let's continue with the discussion. We were doing an area called material cost, where we have learned various techniques. We learned first EOQ technique. EOQ is basically what? The best quantity to order. It is the level at which total of ordering cost, carrying cost and material cost together is the lowest. For computation purpose, EOQ is equal to square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Then we went ahead and saw a format in which we do the cost calculation. We start with annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit, total carrying cost, again annual demand, purchase price, total material cost and total inventory cost. Then we saw how is annual demand computed. Annual demand generally means annual demand of raw material. If they give finished product, we have to do what? Output into input by output. If they give raw material directly, problem over, let us use that. Then we went ahead and saw that there could be a stock information in the question, where we start with sales. Sales plus closing stock is equal to opening stock plus production. Production into input by output is raw material consumption, which is equal to opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. After doing this lengthy computation, I may get the purchase quantity, which is the annual demand for the purpose of EOQ. We also saw there can be a transit loss and a processing loss, where we understood the format to be units ordered less transit loss, units received less processing loss and units consumed. This is equated to the overall consumption, and based on that we reverse work and get the quantity to be purchased. This is another element which we saw. Then we saw that in case I place a single order for 2 materials together, 2 or 3 materials together, our formula is square root of 2 into annual demand of A plus B into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost of A into its demand plus carrying cost of B into its demand whole divided by demand of A plus demand of B. That's another angle which we saw. After completing all of this, we had moved to another concept called inventory ABC analysis, which basically says that I need to prioritize my material into category A, which are most important, category B, moderately important, category C, least important. Category A are what? High in value, low in quantity. B, moderate in value, moderate in quantity. C is going to be low in value and high in quantity. So we do this categorization. After the categorization, everything is completed. We write a final summary saying that category A, how much percentage of value, how much percentage of quantity. B, value, quantity. C, value, quantity. Categorization may happen on 60-30-10 principle, 70-20-10 principle, 50-30-20 principle. If that happens, then you will have to do cumulative value and cumulative value as a percentage, cumulative quantity as a percentage. In case they don't do that classification, they do some other way of classification, every product will get the quantity as a percentage of total quantity, value as a percentage of total value, and add up the various items to get the percentage overall value. This is what we saw in the previous session. Also, we had a lot of homework to be done, our practice. Question 3 was there. How many of you have not completed the homework question? 1. Others? 2 of you. How many of you have completed? Okay, why not completed? Okay, what about you? Sorry? One question only. Others you have done. Okay. So point is, guys, only request is try to complete as much as possible. Problem is only one thing, because you meet me regularly on a daily basis almost, what will happen is moment you start missing out on the practice question, accumulation will happen, and then getting back will become very, very difficult, because moment it starts accumulating. I understand other challenges you may have. Try doing as much as possible, because I don't force people, but if you leave out practicing these at home, things start getting accumulated, and then it will become very, very challenging for you to get back to the normalcy. Let's quickly discuss it. Question 3, uses about 3,60,000. So that is my annual demand. Square root of 2 into 360 into 1200 divided by 10% of 240. This will give me EOQ. Then they are saying if you shift to 30,000 units at a time, you may get a 2% discount. In this case, my carrying cost per unit will obviously vary, and we do a comparison using that detailed format. So originally 6,000 units EOQ. Ignore this part. You will understand this in today's session, something called as inventory levels. And this comparison was done. Comparison basically said quantity discount is better. Comparison is basically saying quantity discount is better than the EOQ, which is possible. Then question 4, okay, I think this we did in the class itself. Question 5, square root of 2 into 36,000 into ordering cost 25, carrying cost 1 into 20% 0.2, you get the EOQ. How much money can be, find out the total annual cost of the existing policy and how much money. Total annual cost is, we'll do ordering plus carrying plus material cost. If needed you do, without also it is okay. Reason is very simple. In case the amounts are same, even without adding the material cost, we can kind of give the solution. I don't know what has been done in the answer. We have not added it. We have just considered. Without this, the same has not been considered to arrive at. The same has not been considered to arrive at. In an exam situation, if both are same and they ask total cost, you can give two answers. One with the material cost, one that is in the total. In the total, one with the material cost and one without the material cost. Question 6, square root of 2 into 2000 into 1200 divided by 480. That will give you the EOQ. Annual ordering cost and carrying cost. Reason is they have not even given the purchase price and I don't even need it. And number of deliveries is number of orders per year. Any doubts on question 6? Straightforward problem. Question 7, I think we did it in the class itself. 8 we are done. 9 done. Okay, 10 is a price break situation where we have to randomly take a quantity per order. Ideally, they should give some information, or we take randomly. The random, which one I have told you to take here, is 400, 500, 1000, 2000 and 3000. So annual demand, divide by this, you'll get number of orders. That can be in decimal. Okay, here I have done rounding off of the number of order. I have told in the assumption itself, number of orders to be rounded off and solved in the question. This is what I see I would have done. So that's why I've written a note at the top. But it can go either ways. We have done a problem where we did not do rounding off, and here we have done rounding off. Which one is right, which one is wrong? There's nothing like that. Both are logically okay. Problem tells something, do it. Problem doesn't say anything, take your assumption and proceed ahead. And the last part is, in case there are no discount itself, then I go through my formula, square root of 2 into annual demand into ordering cost per order, divide by carrying cost per unit per annum. Any doubts on this? 11 we have done. Okay, 11, 12, 13 we have done. 14, okay, I'll quickly discuss 14. It's a practice question only, but nothing much for you to do. We have these items here, okay. A factory uses 4,000 varieties of inventory. In terms of inventory holding and inventory usage, the following information is obtained. I have 3 material. I have to classify one of them into category A, one of them into category B, one of them into category C. Number of variety means percentage of quantity. The first item 96% of quantity, second item 2% of the quantity, third item 0.375 percentage of the quantity. This is on the value. This is on the value, 20% value, 30% value and 50% value. And this is from a usage point of view. Usage is how much are we using in manufacturing the end product. The last one is of no major usage, no major utility. Now tell me which can be category A here. Which is high in value and low in quantity? The third one, the 15 units is high in value, low in quantity. 50% value, only 0.375% quantity, very, very low. So this 15 units, the MD will classify as category A. These 15 products will be classified as category A. He will take care of only these 15 units. These 15 units, very easy to take care and will give me 50% result. Will give me 50% result. And from a usage point of view of the end product, usage is from a cost point of view, it is 85%. From a value on holding point of view, it is 50%. But from a cost point of view, it is 85%. So just to take care of these 15 units and achieve what? 50% or 85% result. Which is category B? 110 units, and category C is 3875 units. I leave these to maybe the lower level management, saying that you please take care of these products. I don't want to take care of these so many products and only 20% value. Why should I keep taking care of these? So I leave the last one to the lower level management. No major thing. There is a theoretical explanation which you can see later at home. For example, 15 variety will be classified as a constitute 0.375 percentage of the number, 50 percentage of the use value, which is maximum, and highest in consumption. High in value, low in quantity. Second one will be moderate in value, moderate in quantity. Third one is going to be low in value, high in quantity. Any doubts in this part? Clear? Understood till this? Okay. We now move to the next scenario, or next technique called as inventory levels. I'll spend some time first on the concept and then we get back to questions and other things. Okay. Now we learned about economic order quantity. That is the best quantity to order. How many units should I order? Comes from EOQ concept. Inventory ABC analysis has said which one you have to prioritize, which one you should not prioritize. That we have learned in ABC analysis. Okay. Then now comes an area called as inventory level. This is basically going to tell me all of this. This just for you to visualize. At the top you see maximum level. Maximum level means my inventory, the stock level is the graph. My stock should not go above that level. Maximum level is the level at which I have to put a stop. I have to put a stop. For example, take example of rice at my home. Maximum rice at my home can be 150 kg. It should not go above 150 kg. That is the maximum level. Then average level, you see one here. Average level is the typical inventory I have. On an average, typically I will have is the average level. Average level is the typical inventory. On an average, taking historical data, everyday average I take, that's called average level, which obviously has to be lower than the maximum level. Has to be lower than the maximum level. Then there's something called as reorder level. What is reorder level? Is moment inventory touches that value. Moment inventory touches that value, I will place an order. I will place an order. Trigger point to place a new order. Moment inventory touches the reorder level, we will place a new order. What is the quantity we will order? EOQ. The quantity which we will order is EOQ mostly. Exception can be there. So maximum level inventory can't go above that. Average level, on an average, which is maintained, there's formula for everything. I'll explain that in some time. Reorder level, when should I place an order? After placing the order, you see something called as usage during lead time. What is usage during lead time? Is I place the order. Material doesn't come immediately. It takes few days. In this gap, I may still consume more. So after I keep consuming more, my inventory may touch a minimum level. Minimum level means ideally below this it should not go. Minimum level, below this it should not go. Moment we touch minimum level, we should have got the next lot of the material. We should have got the next lot of the material closer to the minimum level. Below this going is little risky. Exactly formula and all I'll explain in some time. So maximum rice 150 kg, average on an average 120 kg is maintained at my home. Moment rice touches 90 kg, my mom places an order. From 90, because of the lead time consumption, I may reach 60. And in case below that also it goes as, that's called danger level, critical low point. Critical low point. Danger level means everyone starts panicking. Everyone starts panicking in the company. So we have 5 levels. Maximum, upper limit of stock to avoid excess cost. You cannot keep maintaining more and more stock because there are carrying costs. So there's an upper limit. Average level, typical stock level for normal operations of the company. Reorder level, trigger point to place a new order for replenishment. Minimum level, below this ideally should not go. Danger level, critical low point. Critical low point, risk of stock out and production stop. Production may stop, stock outs may happen. Urgently you have to take action. Urgently you will have to take action. First, any doubts on this? Then I'll come to formula and other things and all. Basically, there is an upper limit, there is a normal limit, there is a level at which I place a new order called reorder level. What do I order? Ideally reorder quantity, which is called EOQ. Ideally reorder quantity, which is called economic order quantity. Then I go reach minimum level. After I reach the minimum level, ideally I should have got my next lot of inventory. In case I don't get then also, then be ready to face a danger level where panic will start coming in. Clear? Okay. Now, all of these levels are dependent on 2 things. One is called consumption and second is called lead time. For example, if somebody tells me there is no lead time for supply, 0 lead time, I will not bother about maintaining too much inventory. If, for example, at my home, we need fruits, we need vegetables, we'll immediately go buy and then consume it. Some items we will buy on the spot, consume maybe on the same day or on the next day and close it. Certain items we keep stock. So whatever we are keeping stock is what I'm analyzing here. One major factor which depends here is lead time. Lead time is time taken for supply. A question may give you 4 types of lead time: maximum lead time, normal lead time, minimum lead time, emergency lead time. What is maximum? That is historical data. Maximum it has taken 10 days to receive the material. Maximum it has taken is 10 days to receive the material. Normal means on an average. On an average it takes 6 days. Minimum maybe 4 days. Emergency, what is emergency is, I normally buy my material from Bombay to Chennai. It comes in train or it comes in maybe road transportation. It can take 10 days. It can take 6 days on an average. At best 4 days. Emergency order, air transportation, 1 day I get it. Emergency air transport, that time you will end up getting it faster. But emergency order, normally extra cost will be there, because when you place an emergency order, you will be ready to pay some extra money. Many places in the practical world, if you need something urgent, for example, I'm ordering something in Flipkart or Amazon and I want a 1 day delivery or an urgent delivery, maybe there could be a choice available, but there could be extra cost with that. They may ask for extra money. So 4 types are there: maximum lead time, normal lead time, minimum lead time, and emergency lead time. Question may give you all the 4, or they may give few, will depend on the problem. Like that, consumption pattern. What is consumption pattern is, how much do we consume that product. For example, at my home, maximum rice consumption could be 1 kg per day. It could be daily, weekly, monthly, whatever they say, 1 kg per day. Normal average is 600 grams per day. Minimum 200 grams per day. I have these data points. One is consumption pattern, second is lead time. Higher consumption, higher levels. Lower consumption, lower levels. Higher lead time, higher all these levels. Lower lead time, lower all these levels. For example, Hotel Sangeeta will obviously have a high reorder level, high maximum level, because they consume more. At my home, the consumption is on the lower side. So our numbers, the reorder level and all will be on the lower side. So once I get this, so let's assume an example. Maximum 150 units, normal 120 units, minimum 100 units, lead time 20 days, 15 days, 10 days, 6 days, and an EOQ is given. So I calculated all of this, some historical analysis, and got this information. Question has to give the information: maximum lead time, normal lead time, minimum lead time, emergency lead time, maximum consumption, normal consumption, minimum consumption. How do we get this? Look at the past data. Look at the past data and get this information. Assuming I got this information, then we start calculating various things. First thing we calculate is reorder level. Okay, what is reorder level is, when should I place an order? Now, worst case scenario, we will take 20 days to receive the material. We will take 20 days to receive the material, worst case scenario. So what ROL says is, please keep inventory to the extent of 20 days consumption. Keep inventory to the extent of 20 days consumption. That time place an order. When the inventory touches what value? 20 days consumption. Because at least in 20 days you will get the material. Worst case, in 20 days we will get the material. So reorder level is equal to 20 days into everyday worst consumption. Worst means highest. Everyday worst lead time, worst consumption. 20 into 150, 3000 I got. I will place an order when the inventory is at 3000. What will happen because of this? I placed an order because at 3000. Every day we will consume usage during lead time. Every day we will consume this. Just give me a minute. Net got disconnected. Live online guys, just a minute. Okay, so I place an order when the inventory is at 3000. What will happen after that is, you see this usage during lead time. You will keep consuming the inventory. Just give me a minute. So in the gap period, we will keep consuming demand during the lead time. You will keep consuming, it will keep going down. 3000 will touch at 3000. I placed an order. 3 may come to 2, 2 may reach 1, 1 may reach 0 also. But by that time, I should have got the next lot of the material. I should have got the next lot of the material. I can't technically go to 0 inventory, because assuming the worst consumption, what is worst? 150 units, worst lead time 20. If this happens, I will still not go out of stock, Able to understand the first one? Okay. Inventory is at 3000. I need to place an order now. Inventory is at 3000. I need to place an order. Ideal quantity will be 4000 EOQ. Ideal quantity will be 4000 EOQ. Can I deviate? Maybe yes, if the question says so. But ideal quantity which you will order is 4000. Okay. I placed an order at this level at 3000. After placing the order, at 3000, I assumed that worst will happen. But instead of worst, the best happened. What is best? You got the material in the lowest time. Also in this gap, very low consumption happened. So I placed an order at 3000. I got the material in 10 days itself. Emergency is not possible, but I got it in 10 days itself. And in this gap, every day people were consuming only 100 units. Why is this assumption? I'll explain as we proceed. Okay. I placed an order at 3000. In the gap, 10 days into 100, and I got 4000 units. I was with 3000, placed an order every day 100, and I got my 4000. Total of this is called maximum level. That is the inventory. Theoretically, what can happen? You placed an order at 3000. Every day, what will you consume? At least 100 units. So 3000 may touch 2000. Can it be lower consumption? That ideally no, because 100 units you are saying. 10 days you are saying. You placed an order at 3000, became 2000. Next lot came in, we reached 6000. We reached what number? 6000. So at 3000 I placed an order. I kept on consuming, and I got material, and I went back to the maximum. Got the material. This you see, this is basically going back to the maximum level. Whether it happens, not happens, that's a different story. But the concept says at 3000 place an order. Maximum means above that inventory can't go up. From 3000, inventory will keep going down at least by 100 per day. It went down by 100 per day, and we got 4000 units. So theoretically, my inventory should not exceed that 6000 number. Level beyond which inventory should not cross. ROL. So the formula says plus ROQ. ROQ is the third part. ROL minus the minimum consumption into minimum lead time. Plus the ROQ. Formula says this way, but ROQs, I placed an order at 3000. Inventory kept on going down, reached 2000, inventory went up by 4,000. Inventory went up by 4,000 and our maximum level is 6,000 units. Maximum level is 6,000 units. Can it go above 6,000? Practically possible. Reason is we said 10 days, but despite 10 days saying we got the material in 8 days. These are our assumption. We assumed 100 units per day. Some days we consume only 40, 50 also. Practically anything is possible. Theoretically it can't cross that level. Theoretically you can't cross the maximum level. Then comes minimum level. Minimum level is, if you look at the diagram, from the ROL, we will keep going down. When do we go down? We go down with the consumption. So from the ROL, we keep going down and then inventory will come. We may go back to maximum level. Once inventory comes, we may go back. So when we assumed ROL, when we did calculation of ROL, we assumed that worst consumption will happen. Worst is maximum. So I never go out of stock. One thing in my mind is I should not go out of stock. Reorder level assumes maximum consumption, maximum lead time. Maximum level when we calculated, we assumed we will consume very low. Will consume very low. Minimum level says no, don't take worst assumption, don't take the lowest assumption, don't take the highest assumption. That is, you placed an order at 3,000. You placed an order at 3,000. From 3,000, consume 120 units for 15 days. Consume 120 units for 15 days. Don't take the extreme 150 for 20. Don't take the other extreme 100 for 10. ROL 150 into 20. Maximum level 150 into 20, which was the ROL, minus the minimum during this time period, and add back the ROQ. Minimum level says from the ROL, you will keep consuming 15 days, 120 units. You will reach the minimum level and you may go back. You may go back. You will reach the minimum level and you may go back to a higher level. You may go back to a higher level. What will happen? We don't know. Maximum may also happen. Minimum may also happen. Normal may also happen. Each of the level has their own assumption. So this is ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. Normal consumption into normal lead time. ROL assumes max consumption, max lead time. Maximum level assumes min consumption, min lead time. Minimum level assumes normal consumption, normal lead time. Should I buy heart and go? No, nothing. Remember the logic. Logic is very simple. Reorder level is when I place an order. When I place an order, I cannot take an assumption that I'll consume lowest. If I take that assumption and place an order at 500, 600, I may go out of stock. I may go out of stock. So I cannot go out of stock also. I cannot maintain a very high inventory also. We are trying to balance both. So ROL, we place an order. We place an order. ROL, we place an order with an assumption of what? Maximum consumption into what? Maximum lead time. Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Once I place the order, in the gap, lowest consumption happen, lowest lead time you get the material, and you got your ROQ, you go back to maximum level. Minimum level says from the ROL, don't take extreme examples, just to say normal consumption will happen, normal lead time will happen, and you will reach the minimum level. Average level means max plus min by 2. Max plus min by 2, and there's another formula. First formula is maximum level plus what? Minimum level by 2. Till now I have done 4 things. What is reorder level? What is the meaning? Participate. What is the meaning of reorder level? No, not the formula. Meaning. When should I place a new order? When should I place a new order is called reorder level. When should I place a new order? When should I place? Formula is what? Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. That is 150 units into 20 days. 150 units into 20 days. Max consumption into max lead time. Max consumption into max lead time. This is the first one. Then we saw maximum level. What is the meaning of maximum level? Level beyond which my inventory should not go up. I should not allow the inventory to go beyond or increase beyond which level? maximum level. Increase beyond maximum level. That is the outer limit. That is the outer limit I have. Above that, I am not okay. Above that, I am not okay with the inventory. Outer limit is called maximum level. Outer limit is called maximum level. Now here also we learnt some formulae. Very simple logic we have applied for maximum level. ROL minus what? Minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus ROQ plus ROQ. Then we saw something called as minimum level. What is minimum level? Is below which inventory should not go down. I place an order at reorder level. From there in the gap, ROL minus what? Normal consumption into normal lead time. Normal consumption into normal lead time. Any doubts on this? Okay, what's the formula for reorder level? Participate, reorder level formula. I want everyone to say formula, directly formula. Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. What's the formula for minimum level? ROL minus minimum consumption, normal consumption into normal lead time. ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. What is the formula for reorder level? Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. What is the formula for maximum level? ROL minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus the ROQ. Then we saw something called as average level, which is min plus max by 2 R. The other logic is this inventory will always be there. The minimum level inventory will always be there. Both formula different answer you will get. Minimum will always be there plus EOQ by 2. EOQ by 2 is whatever you are ordering divided by 2. Minimum will always be there. Along with that EOQ by 2 or ROQ by 2. Minimum plus what? ROQ divided by 2. ROQ divided by 2. Any doubts on this? Or min plus max by 2. That is this number, the below number, take a average. R the below number plus what you are ordering. Divide that by 2. What you are ordering, divide that by 2. Any doubts on this? We have understood 4 terms. I'll come back to danger level in the end. Let us see a question and then we come back if needed. From the following details given below, calculate reorder level, maximum level, minimum level, danger level. ROQ is to be computed based on the following information: cost of placing a purchase order, number of units to be purchased, question 15, purchase price per unit, annual cost of storage, details of lead time, average, maximum, minimum, emergency, rate of consumption, average and maximum. Nothing much for me to explain. Most of the data points are there. First, every time if there is a question on inventory level, we will analyze lead time, get 3 or 4. What are 3 or 4 is? Maximum, minimum, normal and emergency. Emergency if available, not available, ignore it. Then consumption, we will get 3 consumption: maximum consumption, minimum consumption and normal consumption. Note 1. Lead time and consumption. Lead time and consumption data. Lead time, consumption. Lead time and consumption. Maximum, minimum, normal or average. You keep writing, I'll explain them. And emergency. Maximum, minimum, normal, other name is called average, and emergency. the inventory levels are dependent on two things: consumption, lead time. Higher consumption, higher inventory level; higher lead time, higher inventory levels; lower lead time, lower inventory levels; lower consumption, lower inventory level. Lead time, I think almost given directly. What is the maximum lead time? 15 days. Minimum lead time? Normal or average consumption, normal or average lead time? 10 days. Emergency? Maximum consumption? Sorry? 20 units per day. Maximum 20 units per day, right? Per day, there are reasons I'll explain. 20 units per day. Average is how much? Okay, now listen. 2-3 points which we need to be aware of. I've just copied the data from the question. I've not done anything as of now. The lead time and the consumption data, should be for same unit of time. What a same unit of time is? Lead time 15 days, consumption I need per day, then only I can multiply them. You cannot say lead time 2 weeks and multiply that with 20 units per day. 2 weeks can't be multiplied with 20 units per day. Lead time can be days, consumption has to be per day. Lead time can be weeks also, no problem. Consumption per week you give. Lead time can be months also, no problem. Give me consumption per month. If not given, you have to change it. If not given, we have to change it. Very rarely ICA has twisted this. I have one MCQ, they have twisted this in exam. Lead time and your consumption data should be for same unit of time. All of the points are covered in the concept book, nothing much for you to note down, but I wouldn't have explained that time. Both consumption and lead time should be for same time period, both consumption and lead time should be for same time period. Clear? Able to understand this? It should be for the same time period. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Okay. Coming back to the question. Here, good part is lead time is in days, consumption is also in days. When can it vary? Something like this may happen. Let me see if I have that example. Just give me a minute. Just a minute. I don't have an example as of now, but anyway, as we proceed, I'll discuss it. But the point is very simple. I need both of them in the same unit of time, both days, both weeks, both months, no problem. One thing which is pending is minimum consumption. Everything else is done. If nothing is given in the question, the normal is the average of max and min. The normal is the average of max and min. If nothing is given, if something else is given, follow, I have no problem. If nothing is given in the question, normal is the average of max and min. This will somewhere give us the min. It will give us the minimum. In case no other information there, normal lead time is the average of maximum lead time and minimum lead time. Normal consumption is the average of maximum consumption and minimum consumption. So come down. Normal consumption, equal to max consumption plus min consumption divided by 2. I can do without the table also. Being the first question, I am giving a formula. Directly also I could have written it. Not a very tricky calculation. Normal consumption is equal to max plus min by 2. How much is the normal consumption given? What is the maximum?
20.
Minimum balancing figure. Minimum is 10. Units per day. The minimum number is 10 units per day. Any doubts on this? Clear? These are basic set of data I want. This is one. Second, I may want to calculate economic order quantity, because ROQ is equal to EOQ if problem is silent. If problem is silent, ROQ is equal to EOQ. Problem can say something else. That time I'll follow whatever it says. Here, if you see the word, reorder quantity is to be calculated based on the following information. What is that information to calculate EOQ? That is to calculate EOQ. Any doubts till this? Note 2. EOQ slash ROQ. EOQ slash ROQ. Apply the formula directly. No basic data and all. Two into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Annual demand of raw material, ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Annual demand of raw material, ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. What is the annual demand of raw material as per the question? I think crystal clear, everything given. Ordering cost per order. Carrying cost per unit. I'll not spend time on the EOQ part. 5 was the number you get. 200. 200 units. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Note 3. Computation of inventory levels. Computation of inventory levels. Inventory levels was the first thing asked in the question. Reorder level. Before giving the formula, I'll just give some explanation and then give the formula. Reorder level. This is the level. This is the level. This is just for your understanding, okay? This is the level at which a new order is to be placed. 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 Clear? I have to place a new order. I have to place a new order. This assumes that we should never go out of stock. We should never go out of stock. We should never go out of stock, and hence we take the highest consumption and highest lead time. Highest consumption and highest lead time. Highest consumption and highest lead time for determining ROL. For determining ROL. Highest consumption and highest lead time for determining reorder level. Clear? Able to understand the logic? Write the formula. ROL is equal to maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. What is the maximum consumption from the table? Sorry, 20 units just in the class, right, per day. 20 units per day means into number of days you can do. For classroom discussion, write the word per day also. What is the lead time, maximum lead time? I will place an order when the inventory is 300. I'll place an order when the inventory is 300. Worst case, you consume 20 units per day. How many days you will consume? 15 days. Because at least in 15 days I'll get the material. So 300 may reach 0, and you would have got the next lot of material. You would have got the next lot of material. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Someone is unmuted. Can you please be on mute? What's the next item they've asked? Maximum level. Maximum level.
काफी चीजें बोल रहे
Sit.
बैठ
Gate close. This is the level. This is the level beyond which inventory should not cross. Under this scenario, a fresh order is placed at ROL. A fresh order is placed at ROL. I place a new order when it is at reorder level. When it is at reorder level, I place a order. Inventory, a fresh order is placed at ROL. Inventory is received within lowest lead time with lowest consumption. Lowest lead time and lowest consumption. Lowest lead time and lowest consumption. There's no assumption or something. Basic thing is at least this much will happen. Inventory will go up. Theoretically, it can't even go above that. Above that is not possible. It's not that I place an order at 300 and I immediately receive 200. If I immediately receive 200, 300 plus 200, 500 is the maximum level. Immediately you receive, add 200 directly. It's not that immediately you're going to receive. At least some time it will take. I'm saying minimum. At least minimum take that much amount of time. You can't say that you will not even take the minimum time. So we are assuming the minimum time and at least assuming minimum consumption. Maximum level is equal to ROL minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus ROQ plus ROQ. ROL minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus the ROQ. Don't try to remember the formula, understand the logic of the formula. What's the reorder level? Minimum consumption from the table. Sorry? 10. Minimum lead time? 10 units per day. Minimum lead time 5 days only. Yeah, 5 only. 5. Sorry, 5. 5 days. 10 units per day into 5 days. ROQ 200. 10 units per day into 5 days. At least we will consume 10 units every day and for a period of 5 days. For a period of 5 days. How much is the answer? Clear? Any doubts on the maximum level? What's the next one they've asked? Minimum level. Minimum level. Ideal inventory level. Ideal inventory level below which inventory should not fall. Should not fall. See, can it fall below this? Possible, but ideally should not fall. Why? I place an order at 300. Maybe the worst happens. In the gap, worst can also happen. 300 you placed an order. If the worst happens, it will take 20 units, 15 days, you may reach 0 also. But it says no, don't take such an extreme assumption. We'll start with 300 and we will assume that whatever normally happens, because if I take the worst assumption here, it is going to be 0 only. In the end, it is going to be 0. So they are saying start with your reorder level, assume normal consumption will happen, normal lead time will happen, reach your minimum level. In case you are not getting the material within the normal time and the normal consumption is not happening, then you may reach the danger level, place an emergency order. You may reach a emergency order situation, which is called danger level. What is danger level formula and all in some time. So min level equal to reorder level, normal consumption into normal lead time. Normal consumption into normal lead time. Normal or average, whatever word you want to use. Normal consumption, normal lead time. Normal consumption, normal lead time. How much is the ROL? Normal consumption is 15 units per day. Normal lead time 10 days. 15 units per day into 10 days. What is the minimum level we got? 150 units. Any doubts on this? 150 units. If in the gap, instead of consuming 15, you consume 20, which is possible, and it is not taking 10 days, it is taking 11, 12, 13 days, we may reach the panic level called danger level. We may reach the panic level called as danger level. What is that formula and all in some time? Any doubts till this? Ideally, I should not go below 150, but may go also. Maximum level, I should not go above 450, but may go up beyond that. So these are 3 levels. They have not asked for average level, but let's do it still that. Average level. Not asked, but still we will do it. Average level. Formula 1. 2 formulae are there, both will give different answer. Average level is equal to, the first one is very basic formula, max level plus min level divided by 2. Max min by 2. What's the maximum level? 450. Minimum divided by 2. How much you get? 300 units. Average level, max plus min by 2. Clear? Then there's a formula 2, which basically assumes that, listen, min level to anyway will always be there. I should not go below this. Always will be there. Plus the ROQ, or technically EOQ by 2, because we have learned in average inventory is equal to EOQ divided by 2. So that is there. Along with that, minimum level is always maintained. You never go below the minimum level. So minimum to always maintain. Along with that, EOQ divided by 2. Both has its own logic. Both may give different answer. Both will give different answer most of the time. What is the minimum level? 150. I say material has both the formulas, so you give 2 answers. 150 ROQ by 2. Sorry, 200 by 2. Sorry, 200 by 2. 250 units. 250 units. Any doubts on this? Clear? So if I go back to this diagram, this was 450 maximum level, average can be 300 or 250, reorder level was at 300 in the question, both were almost same, that's okay. Minimum level is 150, and below that is the danger level, below that is the danger level. Now right, danger level next. Danger level, level at which an emergency purchase order is placed. Emergency purchase order is placed. Emergency purchase order is placed. Danger level equal to emergency purchase order is placed. Danger level equal to normal consumption, lead time for emergency purchases. Lead time for emergency purchases. Lead time for emergency purchases. Normal consumption into lead time for emergency purchases. That is, you may get your material in 4 days. At least do we have 4 days stock? At least 4 days can be sustained. I'll place an emergency order. Emergency order is placed when I reach that emergency level, which basically says in next 4 days you'll get the material. Can you survive another 4 days? Can you survive just another 4 days? What will you consume another 4 days? Normal consumption. Normal consumption. Another 4 days we have to survive. If I cannot even survive the 4 days, I may go out of stock. I may go out of stock. What is the normal consumption in this question? Sorry? 15 units per day. 15 units per day into 15 units per day into what is the lead time for emergency purchases? 4 days. 60 units. My minimum level is 150. 150 should not go down. Goes down to 140, I'll not panic. 130, no panic. 120, no panic. 110, no panic. 100, no panic. 70, no panic. 60 means panic will set in. Moment I reach 60, I will place an emergency order. I'll place an emergency order. See, when we are at 150, we are expecting the material will come, because we already would have placed an order at ROL. 140, 130, 120, 100. We are just thinking at least by the time it reaches 60, 50, that is 70, 60, I get the material. If you don't even get the material by then be ready to place an emergency purchase order. Be ready to place an emergency purchase order. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept? I'll repeat the concept now. Any doubts first on the calculation here? Okay. So what we have learned here is, we have two main drivers of inventory level. One is consumption, that is how much company is consuming. Hotel Sangeeta versus my home, they will have higher levels, we will have lower levels. Second is lead time. Some items lead time is very low, some item the lead time is very high. For example, I am a company which is importing the raw material. If you import the raw material, your lead time is on the higher side. You may be forced to keep a very high inventory. If the lead time is on the lower side, I may keep a very low inventory. So two major drivers I have understood. After that, we have understood all this. In that, ROL assumes that maximum consumption will happen and the item will come at least in the maximum lead time. So we never go out of stock. We never go out of maximum consumption, maximum lead time. By that time, material would have 100% come to you. By that time, at least material would have come to us. So we never go out of stock. We never go out of stock. Max consumption, max lead time. Max consumption and max lead time. That's the first thing we saw. Then we saw maximum level, which says at ROL you placed an order. In the gap, At least minimum you will consume. So ROL minus what? Minimum consumption into minimum lead time, and the material has come, which is ROQ. Minimum level says when you placed an order at ROL, material did not come, it takes time. At least it will take normal time and normal consumption. At least it will take normal time and normal consumption. If it takes more than that, maybe we are reaching the emergency level. There's no formula based on that, but we may reach the emergency level, which says normal consumption into lead time for emergency purchases. Normal consumption into lead time for emergency purchases. Any doubts on this? Average level is equal to max plus min by 2. Our minimum is always maintained, plus ROQ by 2. Any doubts on any of the points here? Clear? Understood till this? Can we proceed? Now let's understand one by one. This we have followed in the question. Average consumption and lead time. If information is not given, it will become max plus min by 2. That can give you maximum sometimes, that can give you minimum sometimes, that can give you average sometime, or they give the data, follow that. They may say maximum 20, minimum 5, average 12. 20 plus 5 by 2 is not matching. It may not match also, no problem. If they give something else, follow that. If silent what? Maximum lead time plus minimum lead time divided by 2, or maximum consumption, minimum consumption divided by 2. Second, ROQ, if data is not given. ROQ, if data is not given, ROQ is equal to what? EOQ. Can they say something else? Yes, there was one problem where they said ROQ is equal to 1.5 times of EOQ. They said this specifically in the question. 1.5 times of the EOQ. One question said ROQ is 200 units more than EOQ. If they say something else, follow that. Any doubts till this? Clear? Okay. Let's understand the next point. Safety stock. Now, I plan to go on a trip. I'm going on a trip. The trip cost, I've done all my analysis, all calculation, everything done. I paid for the tickets and all. The place where I go, I have to spend money. I feel I will spend 15,000 there. I'll be spending 15,000, all expenses put together, all perfect planning done. 15,000 is what we are likely to spend. Will you carry more than 15,000, less than 15,000, or exact 15,000 to the trip? What does a person normally do? More than 15,000. Normal person will carry more than 15. Why more than 15? Emergency, buffer. So companies may also keep a buffer stock. Which is technically called safety stock. If you keep safety stock, all these level will increase by the amount of safety stock. Maximum level will also go up little bit. ROL will also go up little bit. Average level will also go up little bit. Minimum level will also go up little bit. Maybe danger level, nothing happens. Danger level is a different scenario, but everything will start going up in case we maintain something called as a safety stock or a extra buffer stock. So in the formula, what we will do first, ROL, what is the formula? Is max consumption into what? Max lead time plus safety stock. If you increase the ROL, automatically everything else will increase. How does automatically everything else increase? You look at the formula. ROL, you have increased it. Maximum level has the ROL in the formula. Automatically maximum level went up. Automatically maximum level is up. You will just increase the ROL. Minimum level also has ROL in the formula. Average level is based on max and min, which is already increased. So in case there is a buffer stock, or a safety stock or a extra stock which you maintain, you will add that to reorder level. level. Moment I add it to reorder level, automatically everything else will go up. Automatically everything else will go up. No need to separately add it. Reorder level increases, max level increases, min level increases, average level increases. Danger level may not increase in the practical. That's a panic driven buying. We may not increase that. Any doubts on this? ROQ is not an inventory level. ROQ is the quantity we are ordering. So ROQ will not change. ROQ is EOQ mostly. But what will change? ROL will change. Max level will change. Min level will change. Average level will change. Automatically change. Any doubts till this? Okay. One question. They do consumption data not given. What is consumption data not given is previous problem very simple. What they said 20 units per day, 15 units per day, 10 units per day. They have not given that information. They have not given the information on consumption. If that is not given, very simple. In a year, we are going to buy 5,000. In a year, we are going to buy 5,000, which indirectly means we may consume 5,000. Buy 5,000, consume 5,000. 5,000 divided by 360 is the consumption per day. 5,000 divided by 360, 365, whatever number you take. That is my maximum consumption. That is my minimum consumption. That is also my normal consumption. If nothing is available. If nothing is available, what will I do? I will just divide by the number of days and get what? Consumption per day. Get consumption per day and follow that as maximum, minimum, normal. Same problem. They don't give 10, they don't give 15, they don't give 5, they don't give 4. They just mention 10 days. Nothing else is mentioned. If nothing else is mentioned, lack of information, maximum 10 days, minimum 10 days, normal 10 days, emergency may not come, emergency situation may not come. Maximum 10, minimum 10, normal 10. I can't assume anything differently. Max 10, min 10, normal 10. Max consumption 20 units, min consumption 20 units, normal consumption, everything same, everything same. So that is the last 2 points of this. Consumption detail not given. Calculate consumption per day taken as max, min, normal. Single lead time given, take it as maximum, minimum, normal. Single consumption given, take it as maximum, minimum, normal. Take it as maximum, minimum, normal. Any doubts on this? Understood till this? Okay, let's see it again. What are the two drivers of inventory level? I want participation. What are the two drivers? Consumption and lead time. Consumption, everyone has to say consumption and lead time. What does consumption mean? How many units are we consuming? How many units are we consuming? Could be per day, could be per week, could be per month, could be per quarter, but how many units are we consuming? What is lead time? Time gap between ordering the material and receiving the material. We'll have three types of consumption. What are those? Maximum consumption, minimum consumption, normal or average. Normal or average, both are same meaning. Same time, four types of lead time are there. What are this? Maximum lead time, minimum lead time, normal lead time, and emergency lead time. If the question says consumption per week, lead time has to be in weeks. If they give lead time in weeks, consumption is given in days. Convert the days into weeks or weeks into days, whichever way you want to do. Days into weeks or weeks into days. How will you do? Into 7 or divided by 7, one of them. Days into weeks or weeks into days. If data is given one for month, another one is in days or another one is in weeks. Weeks to month into 4 divided by 4 into 4 divided by 4. Reorder level. What is the meaning of reorder level? When should I place an order? When should I place an order? Formula for reorder level. Max consumption into max lead time. I want everyone to say max consumption into max lead time. As you keep repeating, it will register. What is the formula for maximum level? ROL plus ROQ minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time. What is the formula for emergency level or danger level? Normal consumption into lead time for emergency purchases. Formula for average level. Min plus max by 2 or min plus ROQ by 2. 2. What is the formula for minimum level? ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. What is the formula for reorder level? Max consumption into max lead time. What is the formula for EOQ? Square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. What is the formula for maximum level? ROL plus ROQ minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time. What is the formula for emergency level? Normal consumption into lead time for emergency purchases. Formula for minimum level? ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. Formula for average level? Minimum plus maximum by 2 or minimum plus ROQ by 2. Formula for danger level? Normal consumption into lead time for emergency purchases. Maximum level? ROL plus ROQ minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time. Formula for ROL? Max consumption into max lead time. Clear? Any doubts on the formula? Then we learn few extra rules. The rules we learned was, in case problem is silent, normal consumption equal to minimum plus maximum by 2. Our normal lead time is equal to minimum plus maximum by 2 if problem is silent. If they give single lead time in the question, if they give single lead time, that is taken as minimum, that is taken as maximum, that is also taken as normal. I don't have any other choice. I will assume all the three to be same. If problem is silent, ROQ is equal to EOQ. ROQ is equal to EOQ. That's another concept we learned. We also learned some buffer stock you maintain. That's called safety stock. If you are maintaining any safety stock, if you're maintaining any safety stock, ROL will go up, other levels will automatically go up. Other levels will automatically go up. Only increase ROL, others automatically will increase. You need not increase separately. You need, and if they don't give consumption data, consumption per day is equal to annual consumption divided by 360 or 365 or any other day. And once you get that number, maybe that is max, min, normal, unless something else is given in the problem. Any doubts on this? Understood till this? Can we proceed? Clear?
So, in cases of safety stock also, and ROQ will be equal to.
ROQ has nothing to do with safety stock. What is ROQ? What quantity we will order. What are others? Others are the real inventory in my books of accounts. So ROL automatically goes up because I need more inventory because of safety question. Whereas ROQ is what we are ordering. So EOQ doesn't change because of the safety stock point. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Question 16 is a practice question for you. I'm quickly discussing it. Jan 25 MTP question. Number of units to be purchased, cost of placing an order, purchase price, insurance charges, cost of storage. Certain points are given. In this example, what is ordering cost per order? Ordering cost is 40. What is carrying cost?
20+.
What is carrying cost? Do you incur insurance charges for the transit to store the material in the factory? Is it to store the material? Carrying cost should ideally be only 5 rupees. Only be 5 rupees. I don't know what is there an answer, but ideally should be only 5 rupees. What is the use of insurance charges? Is, listen, 80 plus 20 is the overall cost incurred to buy the material. In case they say carrying cost is a percentage, it will be a percentage of 80 plus 20 on 100. It will be on 100. Why should it be on 100? Reason is very simple. In my books of accounts, inventory will not be recorded at 80. Inventory will be recorded at 100. I pay 80 to buy it, 20 to bring it to my factory. 100 is the cost paid to bring the material to the factory. On 100 you will incur the carrying cost. If you, for example, once it reaches the factory, you take insurance. The other guy will say, what is the value of the inventory? I'll say 100 rupees. I will say 100 rupees. That is why all cost incurred to bring the material to the factory forms part of direct material in the cost sheet. In the cost sheet, it forms part of direct material. Annual cost of storage is given, lead time is given, and rate of consumption is given. Average is given, maximum is given, minimum you can calculate. Minimum you can calculate. As I said, carrying cost they have taken 5 rupees only. Carrying cost they have taken 5 rupees only. Insurance will be added to the purchase price. And in case they give us a percentage, there it may have an effect. Any doubts on this? I don't feel a need to solve the question. Just discuss that one point alone. What is the use of cash discount? Cash discount. Ignore. Costing ignores it. Costing ignores the cash discount. We are not bothered. I saw this. I told you this earlier in one cost sheet question. Cash discount is going to be ignored by us. Clear? Any doubts on the question? Ignore. Everywhere it is ignored.
Why should the insurance charges not get added to order?
To the ordering cost. Okay. Her doubt is to the ordering cost. Answer is yes. I will add it to the ordering cost if it's incurred at a per order level. If they give it a per order level, you are right. Every order I place, whatever be the inventory, if I am going to pay 1000 rupees, 1500 rupees, 2000 rupees, 2500, 3000, what do you say? Perfectly fine. Insurance charge to be paid for protecting the goods during transit is rupees 100 per order. Is rupees 100 per order. Add it to the ordering cost. You are perfectly right. I will add it to the ordering cost. If they say 100 per order, if they say per unit, unfortunately I can't add it. I can't add it to the, because it will keep changing. The value will keep changing. Any doubts on the question? You are going to do this at home. I'm not going to do the question. First, any doubts on the question? Because I discussed the question. Later you do at home. I rediscuss the question also. That's how we will do the practice questions. Any doubts on this? I'll come back to 17 later. Let's do 18. Let's do 18. 17 is also a practice question. We'll see later. A company uses 3 raw material A, B and C for a particular product for which the following data apply. Raw material, usage per unit of product, usage per unit of product, 10, 4, 6. Any idea what is the meaning of this first? Then I discuss the other part. What is it? Input output ratio. 10 is to 1, 4 is to 1, 6 is to 1. Usage per unit of product. Product means the finished product. And I am using what? 10 is to 1, 4 is to 1, 6 is to 1. Reorder quantity. They are saying you don't struggle. ROQ I am giving you directly. Price per kg is given. Delivery period is in weeks. The delivery period is given in weeks. Minimum is given. Average is given. Maximum is given in the question. Minimum, maximum, average. ROL is also given in the problem and some question mark is there. If not given, I will calculate ROL, which may give a different answer through formula. They have given, I'll follow that. If they don't give, I will calculate ROL, which may be a different number. How it can be a different number, I don't know whether they have exactly done correctly or not. They have given, let us follow that. Again, 2 question marks are there, 3 question mark and below some 4 question marks are there. Minimum stock of A, maximum stock of B, reorder level of C, average level of A. Certain requirements they have asked in the question. Weekly production is 175 to 225, averaging 200 units of the said product. What does this mean? Max production 225, min production 175, average production 200. But this doesn't help me. I don't need production, I need consumption. So max production into input by output is the max consumption. Max production into what? Input by output. Max production into input by output. Minimum production into input by output. Normal production into input by output. Instead of giving me the consumption directly, they have very clearly said it ranges between what? 175 to 225. I have maximum production into input by output. I have minimum production into input by output. I have normal production into input by output. This will give me max consumption of A, min consumption, normal consumption. Same way for B, same way for C. What the question has given is production. What they have given is the production. What I can do now is I can go ahead and multiply with what? Input output ratio. Multiply with input output ratio. Once I multiply with input output ratio, production becomes consumption. Once I multiply with input output ratio, what? Production becomes consumption. Able to understand the question? Any doubts on this? They have given in the problem production data. They have also given the input output ratio. They are saying we are giving you data, but we will not make it very simple for you. You do some extra work. Lead time, no problem. Is the production given weekly? Participate. It is given weekly. Lead time also in weeks. So both are same. No problem with that. If they had given production daily, into 7 I would have done. Into 7 or into 5 depending on how many days we are working. Any doubts on the concept till this? So they have given me weekly maximum production, weekly minimum production, weekly normal production. Into 10 by 1 for A, 4 by 1 for B, 6 by 1 for C. 10 by 1, 4 by 1, 6 by 1. If they wanted, they could have asked you also to calculate ROQ. They're saying ROQ and all, you don't struggle. I give you number directly. ROL sum they have given. Could be right, could be wrong. I have no idea on that. I'm not getting into whether it is right, wrong and all. Whatever they have given, we'll follow that. First requirement is minimum stock of E. What is the formula for minimum stock of E? Minimum level. ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. ROL they have given. If they had not given, I would have done the calculation. Okay. Second, maximum stock of B. What is the formula for maximum stock? ROL plus ROQ minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time. Also, they have given another question mark in the table, which is minimum stock of B. Minimum stock of B. They have not asked, but there's a question mark. Let us get that also. What's the minimum level of B formula? ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. Reorder level of C. What is the formula? Max consumption into max lead time, RR. This may give one answer. Another answer is they have given minimum level. From the minimum level, I go back to ROL. That may give different answer also. How will I go back? What is the formula for minimum level? ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time, ROL balancing figure. Should I get the same answer? Yes, provided they have not done any errors in the drafting of the question. I know this answer, they have done some issue. So I will apply the formula, direct formula, indirect formula. Both may give different answer. Average level of A. Average level, what is the formula? Min plus max by 2. Min we calculate in the first one. Maximum we will calculate. Take an average or min plus ROQ by 2. Both may give different answer. Same answer we don't know. Any doubts till this? Clear? Able to understand the question? In this problem, production is given. Last problem, consumption was given directly. Here we are not doing one material. We are doing material A, also material B, also material C. Any doubts till this? Clear? Understood? Done? Okay. Let's take a break and then resume. 10 minutes break. Okay, let's proceed now. So let's do this question now, where we have to do material A, material B, material C. Let's first note down the basic data. Only the consumption data. Lead time data will copy from the question because that's straight away given. Working note 1. Consumption data. Consumption data. Particulars and 3 columns. Maximum, normal, minimum. Maximum, normal and minimum. First is production. production. Let me know the production data. Max, min, normal, how much? Maximum 225, minimum is okay, minimum 175, normal 200. Normal is 200, averaging 200 units, maximum 225, minimum 175. 225, 200 and 175. Any doubts on this? Clear? Understood? Then after the production is done, consumption of A. Consumption of A. What is the input output ratio for A? 10 is to 1. 225 into 10 by 1 into 10 by 1, again 10 by 1 and again 10 by 1. So when I apply my formula, if I need maximum consumption, I will take 2250. If I need minimum consumption, I will take 1750. If I need normal consumption, we will take 2000. 2250, 2000, 1750. 2250, 2000, 1750. Max, min, normal. 2250, 2000 and 1750. Any doubts on this? Clear? Consumption of B. Was the input output ratio for B? 4 is to 1. 225 into 4 by 1 into 4 by 1. 4 by 1. So when we do the question, if I need maximum 900, minimum 700, normal 800. Clear? Consumption of A, consumption of B. Can you proceed? Consumption of C. What is the input output ratio for C? 6 by 1. 6 by 1. 10 by 1, 4 by 1 and 6 by 1. What's the number you get? 1050. Any doubts on the numbers? First one is 10 by 1, second one is 4 by 1, third one is 6 by 1. 10 by 1, 4 by 1, 6 by 1. 10 by 1, 4 by 1 and 6 by 1. 2250, 900 and 1350. Any doubts on this? I'm not writing the lead time part, else ideally I write the lead time part also, but that is properly available in the table. Let's not keep copying it again. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Okay. Material A, what they've asked in the question. Material A. Minimum is asked, average is asked. Two things. Minimum is also asked. Last line asks average. Average means maximum also has to be calculated. So we'll calculate minimum, we'll calculate maximum, we'll calculate average. Three things we'll calculate: minimum, maximum and average. Is the reorder level given in the question? Reorder level given. If not given, we may apply the formula which may give a different answer. Which may give a different answer. I know it will give a different answer here. They have given the ROL. I follow whatever they have given. Right. Note 2. Computation for material A. For material A. Maximum level equal to now the problem is over according to me. We are just going to apply the formula. What is the formula for maximum level? ROL minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus ROQ. Now you can write ROL plus ROQ or ROQ in the end, both are same only. ROL minus min consumption into min lead time plus ROQ. What's the ROL number? 8000. If we calculate, we may get a different answer. How we calculate? Max into max. That could be a different answer. I can't help it. They have given. I follow that. 8000. What's the minimum consumption from the table? Minimum consumption of material A 1750. Minimum lead time from the table. How much? Delivery period is the lead time. 1 week. 1 week. ROQ is how much? 10,000. Get the maximum level. 16 kgs. It is in kgs. The raw material is measured in kgs. 16 to 50 kgs. Beyond this, it is just formula application. We are just doing time pass now. We have done the formula understanding. We have done the basic information. I'll keep writing multiple numbers, but it's more of writing the same routine thing again and again. 16 to 50 kgs. Any doubts on this? Minimum level, what is the formula? ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. 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 What's the ROL number? 8,000. Normal consumption from the table. 2,000 units per week or 2,000 kgs. 2,000 kgs per week into what's the normal lead time? 2 weeks. 4,000 kgs. 4,000 kgs. Any doubts on this? Question gave production. We converted the production into consumption. We converted the production into consumption. Any doubts on this? Average level 2 formula. Both will give different answer. Average level. Max plus min by 2. Max plus min by 2. What's the maximum? Minimum divided by 2 kgs. Max plus min by 2. I may not explain much beyond this. Once I explained the question and the basic calculation is done, we are just doing same, writing the formula, applying it. Max plus min by 2. Any doubts on this? What's the other formula? Minimum plus ROQ divided by 2. ROQ divided by 2. Minimum plus ROQ divided by 2. ROQ by 2. What was the minimum number? 4,000. ROQ? 9,000 kgs. 9,000 kgs. Any doubts on this? Understood? Can we proceed? This is for material A. They asked for minimum and average. They asked for minimum and average. I've done maximum also to get to the average. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Next is material B. In material B, they have asked maximum level, and in the table, minimum level is question mark. You do in your notebook. I'm doing it in the screen. Material B, maximum, minimum. Only two things. Maximum and minimum. Material B. Minimum is a question mark in the table. Below, they have asked for maximum stock of B. One question mark is there and one maximum stock they have asked. Note 3. Computation for material B. You do in your notebook. I am doing it in the screen. See the screen if you wish to. Material C, I'll take you through. Don't try that. You do in your notebook and then please refer the screen. If we compute ROL, it could be a different number, and that is technically maybe a drafting error by ICA. Or maybe this is what they want to follow. The formula said something, they're following something else. Any doubts on this? Material C, I want you to take you, I'll take you through, I don't want you to do. Material B should be this. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Any doubts on material B? Getting these numbers? Any doubts? Anybody needs any extra explanation? Can we proceed? Done. Next, note 3. Computation for material C. Note 4, sorry, note 4. Computation for material C. What is asked in the question for material C? Reorder level. I'll give two different answers. One is max consumption into max lead time. Second is reverse working from the minimum level. Because minimum level has a formula called ROL minus something. Both ideally should give same answer. Unless they have done wrong drafting, which I can't really help. So I'll give one max into max. Second, from the minimum level, we'll reverse work. From the minimum level, we will reverse work the ROL. Ideally, both should give same answer. Unless they have done some drafting kind of an error, which has happened in this question. Clear? Now, right, approach 1 through formula. Approach 1, ROL computation through formula. ROL is equal to max consumption into maximum lead time. Max consumption into maximum lead time. Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Look at the table and tell me the maximum consumption. 1350 kgs per week. 1350 kgs per week. 1350 kgs per week. What is the lead time? 4 weeks. Lead time 4 weeks. What's the number you get? This is one answer. It may match or may not match the other answer. If it does not match, because students have asked me doubts why it is not matching. Reason is there could be some error in drafting by ICI, or they want to follow something else itself. The formula says something and they want to follow something else. Any doubts on 5400? Clear? Can we proceed? Approach 2. Reverse working from the given minimum level. If they're not given the minimum level, no problem. But they have given, so can I use that and get ROL? Let's see. From the given minimum level. Minimum level is equal to, what's the formula for minimum level? Participate. ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. Normal consumption, normal lead time. ROL minus normal consumption, normal lead time. What's the minimum level given in the question? Sorry?
2000.
2000. ROL we are calculating. Normal consumption from our table. Normal lead time. Ideally should get same answer, not getting somewhere some issue in drafting of the question, because earlier ROL were also not matching. If you do formula, ROL will not match with what is given in the question. Given in the question, number is not going to match if you follow max consumption into max lead time. So my ROL number is how much here? Almost matching, but still there is a difference. Still there is a difference. Any doubts on this? So in this problem, we have done reverse working, one, to get all these data, and second, they did not give consumption data, they gave production data. Max production, min production, normal production. We used all the three together and got max consumption, min consumption, normal consumption by multiplying with what? Input by output. Multiplying with input by output. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Understood the computation here? Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Done? So that's why I said ideally we should get the same answer. There could be some drafting error in the question. Okay, this is 17 is a practice question for you. Almost everything directly given. Everything is given directly. Normal consumption given, maximum consumption given, minimum consumption given. What is the meaning of 4 to 6? Question 17. What is the meaning of 4 to 6? Let's look at the screen. No need to see your book. Please look at the screen. What is the meaning of 4 to 6? Minimum 4, maximum 6, average 4 and 6 average. 4 and 6 average. Everything is given directly to you. You just need to keep applying the formula. Keep getting to the answer. Will such question come in exam? 100% no. They will not ask such question in exam. Reason why we are doing it is you will get a satisfaction saying that illustration number 5 is completed. Else what happens is this, the student is they want to separately solve ICI study material after everything is done. I don't want that to happen. So as you do, you can put a tick mark in your study material. Everything will get over. Everything will get over. Today we did 2-3 questions. How many of you did easy, moderate, difficult marking? How many of you have not done? Guys, now it will take very less time. Later it will accumulate. Please do the marking. Complete the marking. Easy, moderate, difficult. Complete the marking. Now it will take lesser time. Later when you do, it will take lot of time for you to do this marking. It will save 100% lot of time for you in the revision phase. Complete the marking for question 15. Question 14 also I discussed, you do the marking that. 14 you are not going to do at home. 14 I discussed it, do the marking. 15 do the marking. 16 after you do at home you do the marking. Okay, 16 you solve and then do the marking. 17 you solve and then do the marking. 18 please do the marking. 18 do the marking. Again request remains very clear. Please keep doing the marking along with the classes so that it becomes easier for you during the revision phase. I have done LDR marking, but my LDR marking is not all difficult question. My LDR marking only says different concept related question. So you do the marking so that you are able to cut down. My book has around 450 question. Let us cut it down to 150-200 questions so that it's easier for you to revise 150-200 question. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? I hope you have done the marking till now. Any question you have not done the marking in cost sheet chapter, you should complete it. Everything should be marked. Once I see your book at later point of time, I should see a word easy, moderate, difficult with every question. Every question has to have a classwork question in the class, practice question at home after doing the practice. After doing the practice, complete the marking. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Let's come to 19. Primex Limited produces product P it uses annually 60,000 units of a material REX costing 10 per unit. As I read, I want some information from you. 60,000 which you see there, is it demand of raw material or demand of finished product? Demand of raw material. It uses annually. Costing 10 per unit. What is the meaning of 10? Purchase price. Cost of placing an order. Carrying cost 15% per annum of what? Average inventory. Average inventory means first you get the per unit and then multiply with the average inventory to get what? Total carrying cost. Doesn't really matter. This 15% will be a percentage of what? Purchase price. Reorder period. What is the meaning of reorder period? Lead time. Reorder period is lead time. What did they give? 10 days. 10 is minimum, 10 is maximum, 10 is normal. I don't have any other choice. 10 is minimum, maximum, normal. Safety stock is also there. Company operates how many days in a year? 300 days in a year. Have they given any consumption data saying minimum so much, maximum so much? Anything given? Anything given in the question? Not. So in this question, I'll calculate consumption per day. How will I calculate? Annual consumption divided by not 365, not 360. Here we'll divide by 300. Question says 300. I'll follow 300. Once I get that number, that's called minimum consumption. That is also called maximum consumption. That is also called normal consumption. Why that way? No other choice available. No other choice available. They have very clearly mentioned that one reorder period they have given. I take it to be all the three. One consumption I am going to calculate and take it to be all the three. They have asked for EOQ, which you know, ROL, maximum, average. All that we will calculate. First, let's get the basic data. Once the basic data is in place, you will do the analysis, balance part. Balance part, you are going to do the analysis. Any doubts on the reading of the question? Note 1, consumption and lead time. Note 1, consumption and lead time. Consumption and lead time. Particulars, lead time, consumption. Lead time, consumption, max, min, normal. Consumption and lead time. Max, min, normal. Maximum, minimum, normal. Minimum and normal. Question has given some lead time in the problem. What is the lead time they have given? 10 days. Reorder period is 10 days. Maximum 10 days. Minimum 10 days. Normal 10 days. I don't have any choice. I am left with no choice here. All the three are 10. All the three are 10. No choice available. No choice available. I cannot assume anything. Some question will say lead time 10 days, maximum 2 days more, minimum 2 days less, something is given, okay. Otherwise 10 is maximum, 10 is minimum, 10 is normal. Any doubts till this? Clear? Okay. Normal consumption side, right? 60,000 divided by 60,000 divided by how many days? 300 days. By 300, how much? 200 units per day. 200 units per day. They did not give the consumption data. No problem. We have done the calculation. 60,000 divided by 300, 200 units per day. Any doubts on this? Have they mentioned anything about maximum, minimum? No. What some question did is they told you calculate and then they said maximum is 10 units more, minimum is 10 units, means nothing is there. Copy the same thing. 200 units per day. 200 units per day. We don't have any choice here. All the three are 200 and all the three are 10 days. All the three are 200. All the three items are 10 days. Can we proceed? Clear? Note 2. Computation of inventory levels. Inventory levels. What's the first thing the question is asking? EOQ. Let's apply the formula for EOQ. EOQ is equal to square root of 2 into annual demand into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Annual demand of raw material, ordering cost per order, carrying cost per unit per annum. Ordering cost per order, carrying cost per unit per annum. We have been doing EOQ now for a very long time. What is the annual demand of raw material? 60,000. Ordering cost per order? Listen, 15% on average inventory means again on purchase price. If at all they say something odd, they say carrying cost per unit is 15% of ordering cost per order. Some random thing like that they give, then that's a different story. But otherwise, percentage means it's a percentage of only purchase price. It's a percentage of only purchase price. What is the purchase price? 15% into 10. Apply this and let me know the EOQ. 8,000 units. Any doubts here? 8,000 units is the EOQ. Clear? Can you proceed? Done? What's the next level asked? Reorder level equal to what's the formula? Maximum consumption into maximum lead time plus safety stock. I will add it to reorder level. Automatically other places it will get added. Plus safety stock. Safety is a buffer stock I maintain extra. Plus safety stock. Plus safety stock. What's the max consumption? 200 units per day into how much is the lead time? 10 days. Everything is same only. 200 into 10. Everything is going to be 200 into 10. What is the safety stock given in the question? 600. 2,600 units. Now onwards it's going to be formality. I don't have much to explain. 2,600 units. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Done? Understood this? What's the next level asked? Maximum level. Listen, when we do maximum level, we will not separately add the safety stock because it's auto added on the ROL. Automatically everything else is taken care. Maximum level is equal to, what's the formula? ROL plus ROQ minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time. 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 What's the ROL number? 2,600. ROQ is EOQ plus 8,000. It is purely formula application, but obviously you need to know the logic of the formula and remember it. but not try to by heart it. Try to understand the logic and then reproduce. What's the minimum consumption? 200 units. Minimum lead time 10 days. How much? What's the next thing asked? Okay, for average, let's first calculate the minimum. Let's calculate the minimum and then we do the average level using two formulae. Both formula in this question alone will give same answer because there's no variation in the lead time, variation in the consumption. If there is no variation there, both formula will give same answer. Min level equal to, what's the formula for min level? ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. 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 Tell me the ROL number. 2600 minus 200 into 10 days. 600 units. Any doubts on this? Straightforward, simple approach of computation. Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? Finally, close it with the other one, which is your average level, max plus min by 2 or min plus ROQ by 2. Both will give same answer. This question, both will give same answer. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Average level. Mostly both formula will give different answer only. Here, same answer. Max plus min by 2 or min level plus ROQ by 2. What the minimum level? Minimum is 600. ROQ, same answer you will get. This question alone because there's no variation in the consumption pattern. Any doubts on this? Clear? This is frequently tested exam question. Well, one question will come from materials chapter. It can be anything. It can be either from EOQ or from inventory levels or from ABC analysis or from the other areas which you are going to learn. Any doubts on this? Purpose of maintaining this is very simple. I don't want to have a very high inventory. I also don't want to go out of the inventory. Go out of stock is also not preferable and very high inventory is also not preferable. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Understood this? Clear? Any doubts on this? Okay, this is a January 25 exam question. It's a practice question. I can't anyway touch a new problem now. So you're going to do it. I'll give you 4-5 minutes. After 4-5 minutes, I will start explaining the answer. I'm not even explaining the question. You see the question in front of you and give it a try, whatever you want to do. Give it a try. 4-5 minutes for you first to do whatever you want to do. At 8:48, I will start doing it. Till that, you do whatever you want to do. Would have been a 4-mark exam question. In 2 minutes, I will start doing it. By that time, how much ever you have completed, great. And then you can keep doing it. But after 2 minutes, I'll start doing it in the screen. Request, don't even try to look at the printed answer. It's a very simple kind of a question. Okay, I am doing it, but if you have not completed, don't refer the screen. If you have completed, then you can obviously refer it. Originally, there was a difference given here, which indirectly mean max minus min equal to 4, or I can say max is equal to min plus 4 days. Maximum is equal to minimum plus 4 days. Average is max plus min by 2 equal to 7. In place of max, I can write min plus 4. Min plus 4. Min plus 4 plus min by 2 equal to 7. Net you will get 2 minimum plus 4 equal to 14. Minimum is equal to 5. Maximum is equal to 9. Minimum is equal to 5. Maximum is equal to 9. Average is equal to 7. Average is equal to 7. ROL is given in the question. ROL formula is max consumption into max lead time. Max consumption into max lead time. 180 equal to max into 9. Max consumption is 20,000. Max consumption is 20,000. If you have not got it, you can write this. If you have got it, great. Max consumption is 20,000. Any doubts on this? They are given max plus min by 2. Max I substituted as min plus 4. Max I substituted min plus 4. 2 times of the minimum plus 4 divided by 2 equal to 7. 2 goes to the other side, becomes 14. 14 minus 4 is 10. Minimum is 5. Minimum is 5. Maximum is 5 plus 4, 9. Any doubts on this? Clear? Understood this? Okay. Then they have also asked for minimum consumption, which may be my maximum level will help. The maximum level is going to help for the minimum consumption. Any doubts first on the maximum consumption? Maximum level formula. Maximum level formula is ROL plus ROQ minus minimum into minimum. Minimum consumption into minimum lead time. What's the maximum level? 1,90,000. ROL was 1,80,000. ROQ is 90,000 minus minimum into 5 days. This goes to the other side. Net I think minimum will be 16,000. Minimum is going to be 16,000. As I said, it's a purely practice question. I had time, so I thought let's close it in the class. Else you would have only done this at home. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the calculation here? Anybody needs any explanation? Done? Unless you do on your own, grip will not come. Keep practicing question. That is the most important. Unless you practice on your own, things are not, because this will come in exam. That time suddenly you will feel I have not done some adjustment or it looks different. Unless you practice on your own, because costing same questions are rarely repeated. Rarely same questions are repeated. So you need to be aware of how do you tackle new set of question. Any doubts on this? Clear? Understood this? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Done? So I'm done with today's session. I'll quickly only revise today's concept. Only one concept we did today, which is inventory level. What are the two drivers of inventory level? Consumption and lead time. We'll have 4 types of consumption: max consumption, min consumption, normal consumption, and consumption only 3, lead time 4. Maximum lead time, minimum lead time, normal lead time, and emergency lead time. Once we get this, ROL is equal to, what's the formula? Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Maximum level formula: ROL plus ROQ minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time. Average level formula: max plus min by 2, or min plus ROQ by 2. Average level formula. Participants, I asked the same thing only. Average level formula is max plus min by 2, or minimum plus ROQ by 2. Minimum level formula: ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. Danger level formula: normal consumption into lead time for emergency purchases. EOQ formula: square root of 2 into annual demand into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. ROQ formula: equal to EOQ if silent, equal to EOQ if problem is silent. If they give minimum, maximum, and they don't give average, average is equal to half of the 2. If they give minimum and average and they don't give maximum, using the same formula. Clear? This is first thing we learned. If there is a safety stock will be added in which formula? ROL formula. Once you add in ROL, automatically added in all other places. Automatically added in all other places. If they don't give consumption data, we'll calculate consumption per day. What is consumption? Annual consumption divided by number of days in the year, could be 360, 300, whatever number it is, you divide and then get, take that as maximum, take that as minimum, take that as normal. Lead time we get one number, then that is maximum, that is minimum, that is normal. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? Clear? I think one or two practice questions are there. Complete them at home. Any doubts here? Done? We'll end it then.